A New Name, Septology 6-7 is the final volume of Jon Fosse's critically acclaimed Septology, a series that has been praised for its meditative and lyrical exploration of life's most profound questions. Written in Fosse's distinctive, slow prose, the novel unfolds as a continuous stream of thought, devoid of traditional punctuation, creating a rhythmic and contemplative narrative. The story follows Asle, an aging painter living on the Norwegian coast, as he reflects on his life, faith, and art. Interwoven with his life is the story of another Asle, a parallel version of himself, whose choices and struggles highlight themes of duality and the paths not taken. Through the interplay of these two lives, Fosse delves into existential questions about identity, solitude, and the search for meaning. As Asle prepares for his upcoming art exhibition and grapples with memories of his late wife, the narrative moves seamlessly between the past and present, blurring the boundaries between reality and imagination. The novel is imbued with a deep spiritual undertone, echoing Fosse's own conversion to Catholicism and his engagement with theological and philosophical ideas. Fosse's prose, influenced by his background in theater and poetry, creates a hypnotic and immersive experience. The repetitive rhythms of his writing invite readers into a meditative state, mirroring Asle's introspection and journey toward reconciliation and peace. Septology as a whole is a monumental work that has cemented Jon Fosse's reputation as one of the most significant writers of our time. A New Name brings this series to a poignant and thought-provoking conclusion, leaving readers with a sense of awe at the quiet profundity of life itself. Let's start. Septology 6. And I see myself standing there looking at the two lines that cross in the middle, one brown and one purple, and I see that I've painted the lines slowly with a lot of thick oil paint and the paint has run, and where the brown and purple lines cross the colors have blended beautifully, and I think that I can't look at this picture anymore. It's been sitting on the easel for a long time now, a couple of weeks maybe. So now I have to either paint over it in white or else put it up in the attic. In the crates where I keep the pictures I don't want to sell, but I've already thought that thought day after day. I think and then I take hold of the stretcher and let go of it again, and I realize that I, who have spent my whole life painting oil paint on canvas, yes, ever since I was a boy, I don't want to paint anymore, ever. All the pleasure I used to take in painting is gone. I think, and for a couple of weeks now I haven't painted anything, and I haven't once taken my sketch pad out of the brown leather shoulder bag hanging above the stack of paintings I've set aside, over there between the hall door and the bedroom door, and I think that I want to get rid of this painting and get rid of the easel, the tubes of oil paint, yes, everything, yes, I want to get rid of everything on the table in the main room, everything that has to do with painting in this room that's been both a living room and a painting studio, and that's how it's been since Asle and I moved in here so long ago, because it's all just disturbing me now and I need to get rid of it, get it out of here, and I don't understand what's happened to me, but something's happened, and what it is doesn't really matter, I think, and I hear Schlink say St. Andreas Cross, emphasizing the words, saying it with that revolting stress on the words. He's proving he knows something too, so he says it like that, with pride. Yes, he's simple. That's the right word for it, simple, I think, and I think that I told him I'd go to Oigna with him to celebrate Christmas with sister, as he calls her, this woman whose name is Giro, at her house, and that's really the best thing for me, since if I stay home alone all I'll do is lie in bed. I won't even get up. Yes, well, maybe get up to get myself some water if I'm thirsty and food if I'm hungry. Other than that, I'll just lie in bed in the bedroom without even turning the light on, and I'll keep it as dark as I can, and then I'll try to get some sleep, and I'll try not to think about anything because I want to let everything be empty, yes, empty and silent, yes, silent and dark, because the only thing I long for is silence. Yes, I want everything to stay perfectly silent. I want a silence to come down over me like snow and cover me. Yes, I want a silence to come falling down over everything that exists and also me. Yes, over me. Yes, let a silence snow down and cover me. Make me invisible. Make everything invisible. Make everything go away. I think and all these thoughts will go away. All the pictures I have, all the pictures gathered up in my memory tormenting me will go away, and I will be empty, just empty. I will become a silent nothing, a silent darkness, and maybe what I'm thinking about now is God's peace. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it has nothing to do with what people call God. I think if it's even possible to talk about God, if that even means anything, because isn't God just something that is not something you can say anything about? I think that still, praying is good for me. Yes, praying with a rosary the way I do and going to masses too, but it's a long drive to Bjorgvin. Anyway, driving there and back the same day is a lot of driving. I don't like doing that, I think, and I've spent the night at the country and so many times too, I think, but every year I've gone to mass on Christmas Day. And I would have done that this year too, if I wasn't going to go celebrate Christmas Eve at sister's house with Asle. So there's not going to be any Christmas mass for me this year, I think, and I stand there in front of the easel, and then I go and sit down by the window and I look out the window, and even though it's dark I see the driveway that I had built running down to the country road, and I see snow, just snow and the islets and reefs, the holms and skerries, yes, the Signy Sea, and I can see all the way out to the mouth of the fjord and the open sea. Even when it's dark I can see it all well, and I think that I need to get rid of that picture. I need to put it away. I don't want to look at it anymore. I don't want it in the main room anymore. I need to get rid of it, I think, and then I go over to the easel, and I take the stretcher, and I lift the picture off the easel, and I put it in the stack of unfinished pictures under the peg where my brown leather shoulder bag is hanging, between the bedroom door and the hall door, and above the stack of paintings I'm still not satisfied with. And I look at the wall next to the kitchen door, and there aren't any pictures there since I drove them down to Bjorgvin a couple of weeks ago, down to the Bear Gallery, I think, and I see Bragi standing there by the kitchen door looking at me, and it's like he's feeling sorry for me. I think, yes, it's like Bragi wants to come for me, but he doesn't know how to do it, and I see his dog eyes, and it's like they understand everything, yes, like nothing is hidden from them, I think, and Bragi is always near me. When I'm lying on the bench he comes and lies down next to me, and as soon as I lie down in bed in the bedroom at night, he follows me and jumps up into bed. No, life was never so good without a dog, without Bragi, I think, but Asle will get better soon and I'll have to give Bragi back, I think, and then I'll get myself a dog of my own, that's for sure. I think because I've never had a dog before, even though I've thought so many times that I wanted one, I kept thinking I should get a dog, and a boat too, a barman boat, but up until now all I did was think about it. Yes, good boy Bragi, I say. And right away he starts wagging his tail, and I think he needs to go outside. You can go outside for a bit now, Bragi, yes, I say. And I go and open the front door and Bragi runs out into the snow, but it's not snowing now and it's colder, yes, it's really a cold, clear night and I see the stars shining clearly up in space and I see the moon, it's big and round and yellow. I think that it's God shining from the moon and from the stars, yes, in a way, even if he isn't anything and doesn't have any how and doesn't have any why, yes, because God doesn't have a why any more than the moon does or the stars. The moon is just there, the stars are just there, yes, a flower is just there, and a deer, because both the moon and the stars and flowers and deer just are what they are, but they have their how in opposition to God, I think, and I'm cold, and it's Friday today, and it's nighttime, and tomorrow is little Christmas Eve, the day before Christmas Eve. And this year on Christmas Eve day, I'm going to go with Asle to Oigna to celebrate Christmas with his sister Giro, and every year, since the fiddler left sister, Asle has asked me if I'd come with him, because when sister and the fiddler lived together Asle didn't spend Christmas at sister's, and for at least 10 years I've said that I'd rather spend Christmas alone, but this year I don't want to be alone, I don't want anything, to tell the truth, and in any case I really don't want to paint anymore, and that's very strange. I think, and I call for Bragi and he comes padding over, and we go inside, and he shakes himself off, shakes the snow off, and I shut the front door, and I go into what's now the living room and the studio and what'll soon be just the living room, and then I realize I'm tired, I should have lain down, I think, and then I go and sit down in my chair next to the round table, and I look out into the darkness, look at my landmark, my spot out there in the Signy Sea, and I look at the waves, and I see Asle leave the apartment at 7 University Street where there's the room he's renting from Herdis Asen and walk to the art school, and he thinks that he draws from a model every day, for 3 hours, sketching it's called, and then there's art history class 2 hours a week, and that may be what he gets the most out of. Yes, the professor who gives the lectures, Professor Christie, is an art history professor at the University of Bjorgvin, and what sticks with him is less what Professor Christie says than the slides of artworks he shows. Asle thinks, and Professor Christie says that it's obvious that the greatest artists do something different. They bring something new into the world with their own unique quality, their entirely unique art. Yes, they create a new way of seeing that no one had ever known before, and after an artist like that has finished his work, the world looks different, Professor Christie said, but it was the pictures he showed that made the biggest impression on Asle, and the books he referred to, which you could borrow from the art school, because there was a big library there, but there was a long waiting list. For example, he'd put himself on the list for a book of paintings by Lars Hertevig, and it had taken 3 months before he could borrow the book, and then he could keep it for just a month. Asle thinks. But then he ran across a smaller book of paintings by Lars Herdervig in a bookshop in Jorgven, and he bought the book, and it was small enough to fit in the inside pocket of his black velvet jacket, and then he started going around with it in his pocket all the time. He took it with him everywhere and looked at the pictures whenever he could, when he was sitting on a bench in a park, or when he was sitting alone in the coffee house or the ale house. And then there was the Jorgven Museum of Art. Yes. That may have been what Asle got the most of all out of, because the truth is he had never seen any real paintings before he moved to Jorgven, and students always learned that in their first few days at the art school. Yes, it was Asle Peterson who said that they had to go to the Jorgven Museum of Art as much as they could, and they should really stay there for an hour, yes, or several hours, looking at one single picture, but if they'd never been there before they might as well get a general impression of the whole collection sooner rather than later, he said, and then they should pick one picture and really get to know it, and it was good to sketch it, or for that matter make a sketch and dialogue with the picture, Asle Peterson had said. Asle thinks, and if they were good enough painters, maybe the Jorgven Museum of Art would end up buying one of their own paintings someday, or more than one, and that was a great honor. He'd said, yes, the greatest honor aside from being the festival artist in Jorgven and aside from the National Museum of Art in Oslo buying one or more of your paintings, he'd said. Asle thinks, and he thinks that anyway he'll be satisfied if he can just paint pictures, and if he can make enough money to live on just by painting, he thinks. And I sit there at the round table, and I look out into the darkness, and even though it's dark, I can see the water, see the waves out there at my spot in the middle of the Signy Sea. Yes, I can see the water, see the waves as clearly as if it were daylight, and tonight the water is pretty calm. I think sitting there and taking my bearings from that same spot in the water. Yes, there's a spot near the middle of the Signy Sea that's my place, I think, and I think that tonight Asle's going to come over and have lutefisk at my house. And I'm not in much of a mood to have a visitor because it's like I can't manage to do anything, no, not even sit here in my chair, I think, but I have to be somewhere and I have to be doing something, and tomorrow it'll be Little Christmas Eve, and then it'll be Christmas Eve itself. And I told Asle I'll go with him to celebrate Christmas at Sister's house. And on Christmas Eve morning, or maybe early afternoon, we're going to go in his boat to Oigna. That's what we've arranged, I think, and I look at my landmark, I look at the waves there, and then I see Alesh and Asle walking there, hand in hand. I can't believe we met. Alesh says yes. Asle says, it's incredible. She says yes, he says. And they keep walking hand in hand. And that we became a couple the moment we saw each other. Alesh says yes. Right in the bus cafe, she says. Yes, Asle says. It just happened, she says. And Alesh laughs, and Asle feels how good it is to be holding Alesh's hand in his hand, and he doesn't entirely understand what's happening and what happened. He thinks because he was just sitting there in the bus cafe, and then suddenly Alesh was there. Yes, she showed up as if out of nowhere and then sat down, and then their eyes met. He thinks, and Alesh says that it's very strange. She never goes to that cafe usually, the bus cafe, because it doesn't have the best reputation, she says, so she was there for the very first time today. To tell the truth, she says, and why would she have gone to the bus cafe today of all days, and why was Asle sitting there today of all days? No, she can't understand it, or rather she can understand it because it was God's will, she says, and Asle hears what she's saying, but he is entirely in the good warmth from her hand, and they walk out onto a wide street, and Alesh says this is High Street, and they're at one High Street, and she points, in the big white building there. That's the Bear Gallery, yes, there's no question it's the biggest and most important gallery in Jorgven, and she's gone to all the exhibitions there since she was a little girl because her mother Judith likes to go to exhibitions. She's from Austria. She comes from a small town outside of Vienna, a town with the big name Heimberg and Donau. While Alesh's father was Norwegian, from West Norway, he was like people from there are. He came from a place called Dilbja, where almost no one lives, but his sister, old Elise, still lives there in a nice old white house. She says, and Asle says that he's heard the name Dilbja, but he doesn't know quite where it is. And Alesh says that it's nice there, it's in a good location on the Signy Sea. Yes, the sea that Signifjord opens out into before it goes out to the ocean, she says, and then she says that her father was a good man and he, a country boy as he always liked to call himself, especially after he'd had a little something to drink. Yes, he, the country boy, became a doctor. And it was while he was in Austria studying to become a doctor that he and her mother Judith met, and when he was done with medical school they moved to Norway and to Jorgven, and then they both started working at the hospital in Jorgven, and her mother Judith still works there. Yes, she's a nurse, Alesh says, and as her father liked to say, that wasn't the worst thing in the world for a boy from Dilbja to be a doctor, but Alesh says last year he died suddenly, and he wasn't that old, and it was definitely because he drank so much. He drank so much that he died of it, Asle says, but she doesn't want to talk about that or think about that now, not today when she and Asle have just met, she says, and Asle looks at his watch, and he asks if they can go to 1 University Street right away. He's worried about getting there too late. He says, the woman who wants to rent him the room, and he have agreed to meet there at 3 o'clock, he says, and Asle says of course. They can, but they have plenty of time, she says, and they walk down the street called High Street, and then Asle practically drags him down into a little alleyway called the Lane, and Asle sees the lane written on a street sign. And wow, is it narrow. This is one of the narrowest alleyways in Jorgven, she says. And Asle doesn't say anything, and they walk hand in hand down the lane, and then Asle suddenly stops, and then she puts her arms around Asle and presses her mouth to his, and then they stand there, and they have their tongues in each other's mouths, and then they suddenly let go of each other, and they hold hands again, and then they walk down the lane, and Asle says that if they take a right and go down that street, they'll be able to see the country inn, the hotel, where people visiting Jorgven from the nearby countryside often stay, and on the ground floor there's the coffee house, one of the coziest cafes in Jorgven. She often goes there herself. She sits there and sketches, she says, and what she actually likes to do there is sit at a table and secretly look up at this or that person, and then she tries to do a drawing of him or her, Asle says, and then she says that Asle is really lucky to have a place at the art school already, and then she says that today they won't turn right and go to the coffee house. They can do that another day. They'll go left, and when they get to the end of the street, they'll see the fish market, and once they've reached the end of that street, they can just take a right and go straight, and then they'll be at University Street, Asle says, and she says that his name is Asle and her name is Asle, but that's all they know about each other, or almost all anyway, he says. So maybe they can sit down somewhere and just sort of be together, Asle says, and they've reached the fish market, and she points to a bench near the water's edge with a view of the bay, and they go sit down on the bench, and Asle puts his shoulder bag in his lap, and he opens it. He takes out his sketch pad, and then he writes down his address in Aga, and then he writes 7 University Street, and he says that they need to go to 7 University Street soon, and Asle says that if she remembers correctly, he'd said 107, and Asle says that he has the letter from the woman who wants to rent him the room in his jacket pocket, so he can always check, he says, and then he takes out the letter and it says 7 University Street, he says, and he says that the woman he'll be renting a room from is named Herdis Asen, and Asle says that she feels a little jealous just hearing him say her name, and Asle says that she's an old woman, and Asle asks how he knows that, and Asle says that he knows because he's talked to her on the phone, and he could hear from her voice that she was an old woman from Jorgven, and he says that this Herdis Asen had said she'd rented a room to a student from Hardanger for years, but now he was done with his studies, she'd said, and so she'd be glad to have someone else from Hardanger as her next renter, Asle says, and then he tears the page he's written the addresses on out of his sketchpad and hands the page to Asle, and then he hands her the sketchpad and the pencil, and she writes down her name and her address and a telephone number, and she says that this is where she lives with her mother Judith. The two of them live alone in an apartment not far from the coffee house. That's why she goes there a lot to sit in peace and quiet and do her sketching like she'd been planning to do today, for instance. But then she decided to take a walk first, and she walked by the bus station, and she saw the sign saying the bus cafe, and then she thought she'd never been there. It might be nice to go see how it is in there, she'd thought, because she'd heard different things about that cafe, she says, and luckily she went in so that the two of them could meet, and now they'll have to write letters to each other, yes, until Asle moves to Jorgven, and he says that that won't be long. As soon as he rents the room from that woman Herdis Asen, he'll quit the academic high school right away and give notice at his room in Aga, and he'll put everything he owns in the luggage area in the back of the bus, and then he'll just take a taxi from the bus station over to his room on University Street, he says, and Asle says she can certainly help him move in when the time comes, she says, and Asle takes back the sketchpad and pencil that Asle is holding out to him. Yes, that's my mother's phone number, but of course you can call me there, she says. And Asle says that he doesn't have his own phone number, but the woman he's probably renting the room from had said that she has a phone and Asle could use it, as long as he didn't make too many calls, or receive too many calls. That's what she'd said, and he thought he'd never use the phone at all, but now that Asle has given him her phone number, she can have his. He'll give it to her, Asle says, and Asle says that's great. It's good that they'll be able to reach each other by phone, she says. And then she hands the torn-out page to Asle, and he copies the phone number from the letter Herdis Asen sent him onto it, and gives it to Asle, and she says that now they probably should get going soon if he wants to keep his appointment with this Herdis Asen up on 7 University Street. she says, and Asle puts the sketch pad and pencil back in the shoulder bag, and then Alesh and Asle walk hand in hand across the fish market, and then up a street Asle doesn't recognize. It's really unbelievable that we met each other today. Alesh says, I feel so happy, so lucky, she says. It was an act of God, she says. And Asle doesn't say anything, but he feels how good it is to feel the warmth from Alesh's hand, and how well their hands fit together, in a way. Everything feels right somehow, and everything is so simple, and nothing is embarrassing or wrong or difficult. Everything is clear and obvious. Asle thinks walking along with Alesh and not saying anything, and then Alesh points and says, there it is, in that courtyard. That's where this Hurtis Asen woman lives, and Asle says it's on the 6th floor, and Alesh says she can go up with him, and then Asle puts his hand on the handle of the front door, and it's unlocked, and Alesh says that Hurtis Asen must have left the door open because he was coming, she says, and I sit in the chair by the window and I look at my spot out in the Signy Sea, the spot I always look at, my landmark. I look at the waves there, and I think that it's like time has just stopped, something I've never experienced before. And I look at the empty chair where Alesh used to sit, the one that was her chair, and it's empty, and yet Alesh is sitting there, I think, because now I can clearly feel that Alesh is sitting there, the way I can so often see her, I think, and I look out at the water again, at the Signy Sea, and my spot there, and I can feel so clearly that Alesh is sitting there in the chair next to me, and I think that it's already been many years since Alesh died. She died, and I lost her much too soon. We didn't get to spend that many years together, and children, no, we didn't have children, so now I'm alone, and it's already been many years since my parents died, first mother, and not long after that father died, and my sister Alida died all the way back when I was just a boy, I think, and she died so suddenly, she was just lying there dead in her bed, I think, and I don't want to think about that, and I think that I should have called the hospital and asked how Asle is doing, but now it's too late. Now it's night, and I've called so many times, and I always get the same answer, that he needs his rest and can't have visitors, I think, so I'll just call tomorrow on Little Christmas Eve, I think, because almost every single day in the past couple of weeks I've called and asked if I can come see Asle, and the woman I talk to at reception at the hospital always says that the best thing for him would be not to get visitors, she says, and when I ask how he's doing she always says that there's no news. She says everything's about the same, I think, but Asle has children, I think. There's the boy who's grown up and lives in Oslo. Yes, the son he had with Liv is all grown up, and then there's the son and the daughter. The children from his second marriage with SIV, but their mother took them with her when she moved to be with a man in Trondelag, and those children aren't grown up yet, I think, and I think that Asle's coming over tonight to have lutefisk at my house. Since this year it's my turn to host the lutefisk dinner, because we have lutefisk together once every Advent and lamb ribs together too. One year I serve lutefisk and Asle serves lamb ribs, and the next year it's the other way around, and every year we have lamb ribs together again on New Year's Eve. One year at Asle's house, and the next year at mine, and this year it's me who's going to be hosting the lamb ribs dinner on New Year's Eve, I think, and I usually look forward to these meals, but this year the lamb ribs I ate at Asle's didn't taste so special, and now it feels like a bit of a chore to have to prepare the meal. It's like I don't know how to peel potatoes and carrots anymore, how to dice bacon, but I just need to do it, I think, and I look at my watch, and when I do I think about Alesh, because I got the watch as a Christmas present from her once, I think, yes, for years before that I used to wear a watch I got from grandmother as a confirmation present, and then I got this watch from Alesh, and that's the one I've had ever since, I think, and I see that Asle will be here any minute, so I need to set the table and put the potatoes on to boil, I think, and I get up and I go away from the window and I look at the empty easel, and I'm sort of filled with happiness, and then I go out to the kitchen and I get out plates and knives and forks, and I set the kitchen table like I always do, and next to Asle's plate I put a beer glass and a shot glass, and next to my plate I put just an ordinary water glass, and I think that I can probably put the potatoes on right away. I think, and I peel the potatoes and carrots, and I put the potatoes in a pot of water with salt, and then I turn on the stove, and it's a good quick stove so it won't take long for the water to boil, and then I turn the stove down to the lowest heat, and even then the water is boiling more than it really needs to, but that's how it is. Now, yes, it probably doesn't matter, I think, and I put the carrots in the pot, and now I can fry up some bacon at once, I think, and I dice the bacon and I put it in the frying pan and I turn on that burner, and it doesn't take long for it to start to crackle and sizzle in the pan. It's a good old cast iron pan that was there when Alesh and I moved into the house. Yes, it was here like so many other things, and like so many other things that were in the house it also stayed, I think, and I've been feeling kind of rough today, I think, but the good smell of frying bacon kind of brings me back to life. and I suddenly realize I'm hungry because I haven't eaten anything all day, have I think, and despite everything, lutefisk is one of the best foods I know of, maybe the very best, I think, and I see the big pieces of fish lying there, and I put a big pot on the stove, with lots of salt in the water, and I turn up the stove full strength, but I'll put the pieces of fish in the boiling water. Only when Asle gets here, because you have to be really precise when you're cooking lutefisk. You have to pay close attention the whole time so that the fish gets cooked just right, not too much so that it falls apart and not too little so that it's hard and inedible, I think, and obviously you have to make sure at all costs that the bacon doesn't get burnt, so it's important to keep an eye on that, I think, and I turn off the burner that the frying pan is on, and then I stir the bacon and I stand there and look at it, and I stir it several times, and then I move the frying pan onto a cold burner, and then I hear the screeching and grinding of Asle's tractor, and I go out into the hall, and I stand in the front doorway, and Bragi comes and stands next to me, and I see Asle's tractor come around a corner and stop, and then I see Asle get out of the driver's cab, and he comes walking towards me. "Dinner'll be ready soon," I say. "It'll be good to eat something." Asle says, "I'm really hungry," he says. And we go inside into the hall, and Asle takes off his boots and his snowsuit and his fur hat with ear flaps, and then he goes into the main room, and I follow him, and then he says that it sure is a bit cold in the room, and he goes over to the stove, and he says that the embers are still glowing, and he puts a log on, and I go out to the kitchen, and I look at the water boiling, and I put the lutefisk in the boiling water piece by piece, and Asle comes into the kitchen, and he says he forgot the beer and spirits in the tractor, so he'll just go get the bottles. "Because there's nothing like that in your house," he says. "I've had my allotted portion," I say. Yes, Asle says. And he goes out, and I've put all the pieces of lutefisk into the boiling water, and I stand there looking at them, and Asle comes into the kitchen, and he says Sister sure was happy when she heard that I'm going to come celebrate Christmas with him this year. Really strangely happy, he says, and I say that he should just pour his own glass. "Yes, I've already set the table, as you can see," I say. "And the food's almost ready," I say. And Asle asks for an opener, and I find one for him, and then he opens his bottle of beer, and he goes and sits down on the bench along the side of the kitchen table, by the wall, and he pours himself some beer and spirits, and he takes a little sip of the spirits, and then he says again that yes, Sister sure was happy I was going to come for Christmas this year. No, he can't believe how happy she was, he says. And then I go get the food, and I put it on the table, and then I sit down at the head of the table, and we serve ourselves and eat, and neither of us says anything. "You're a bit out of it today," Asle says. "Yes, I feel a bit tired, maybe," I say. "But that's how it should be on little Christmas Eve, as we used to say when we were kids," he says. "Maybe you said that too," he says, and I say that we did. "That was part of the rush to get everything ready for Christmas," he says, and then we sit there and eat without saying anything, and Asle drinks beer and sips his spirits, and I think maybe Asle can help me carry my paintings and painting supplies up to the attic, because now I can't paint anymore, not that either, and as for why I should have suddenly just felt that I didn't want to paint anymore, that's something else I can't say anything about, and I think that I can ask Asle if he'll help me carry the pile of paintings leaning there between the bedroom door and the door to the main room up to the attic, to the storage space where I keep the paintings I didn't want to sell. "Yes, that was good food," Asle says. And I don't say anything, and we eat, and the food doesn't taste especially good to me, and I see Asle drink down the rest of his beer. "That sure tasted good," he says. And then he finishes his spirits in one gulp, and I don't say anything. "Thanks for dinner," Asle says. "It really tasted great," he says. And then we sit there, and we don't say anything. "Not too chatty today, are you?" Asle says. And I don't say anything, and then we sit there in silence, and then Asle says, "Well, he'll probably just head home so I can lie down if I'm tired," and then he says, "Thanks for the meal, and we'll see each other on Christmas Eve, in the morning or early afternoon. It would be best if we set out as soon as it's light, so if I could come over to his house at around 9, that would be good," Asle says. "But actually the best thing would be if he called me when he thought it was almost time to head out," he says, and then he again says, "Thanks for dinner, it really tasted great," and then he takes his bottle of spirits with him, and he leaves the empty beer bottle behind, and I say we'll talk soon, and I see Asle go out into the hall, and I get up, and I start to clear the table, and I think that Asle left almost as soon as he came, I think, and then I hear the sound of his tractor motor, and I go and sit down in my chair by the round table, and I look at the sea, at the Cygne Sea, at my spot there, and I think, why do I sit here all the time looking at my fixed spot, at the waves there, even though it's dark now, and it's night, and I should have gone and lain down, I think, and I think that I don't understand this. No more than I understand how when I wake up in the middle of the night it's always like Asle is lying in bed next to me. Always, I wake up, and then it takes some time before I understand that she's not there. But that's not true, because she is there actually. We're lying next to each other like we did when she was alive. I think, and then I think that I don't know anything, but nothing means anything. Yes, the only thing that gives meaning is what doesn't mean anything in the normal sense, that Jesus Christ was nailed to the cross, died, and was resurrected. And when that happened, death, that came into the world, when the world became the world as we know it with its endless cycle of life and death, was banished from human reality. Of course a person dies in this visible world, in the world as it's been ever since the incomprehensible thing that we now call the fall, and the body disappears. Either it crumbles away in the earth or gets burned up in an oven. It disappears one way or another. The visible disappears, but the soul is raised up by the Spirit. It is reborn in and with God, because Jesus Christ invalidated the old world, Jesus Christ, God's Son. And people think that literally, as if God were a kind of human father, and Jesus Christ a kind of human son of a human father. And it's no wonder that people then think that that's foolish nonsense, because obviously it's just an image to say that God is a father and Jesus Christ is a son, and the Holy Spirit is the creative power that mediates between the two. That's just a way of trying to put something into words, and it doesn't really matter whether or not it really happened like that, as long as it happens in the heart, in the soul, because the Spirit is real. And so is the fall, whatever that might be. That's also just a way of saying that there was a break between God and humankind when death came into the world, and what the cause of that was, no, we can't know, certum est quia impossible est, but yes, well, I think and I don't understand what I'm thinking, and I don't know what I believe or don't believe, but for me God is near and at the same time far, completely near and completely far, and somehow you get closer to God in Jesus Christ than you do by thinking about God entirely without human characteristics. Yes, in thinking about God as a person who at one point in time you could talk to and be with like any other person. Yes, the way I can be with Schlink now, I think, because after I met Asle and she took me to St. Paul's Church, yes, then I think that I don't want to think more about Asle, and I think that it's obvious that you can't come to faith through reason. Belief is grace, a gift of grace as it's called, and if someone has faith then they also know what grace is, but if they don't have faith, then they don't know either what grace is or what a gift of grace is. They don't know that everything is a gift, I think. But anyway, those are just words, and words always lie. I never believe in words, and I also don't believe in what I think in words. I think that it's only in my pictures, when I've painted well, that something can be said, yes, a little something about what I've experienced and what I know, and then it's said not by the picture itself, not by the colors, the shapes, yes, well, everything that's in the picture, and also not by what the picture represents somehow or another, but only by the picture's own distinct unity of form and content in one, like the Spirit. And this unity, this Spirit, is as invisible as the picture. The painting is visible, and what the picture is in reality is the Spirit. That's what a picture really is. Neither matter nor soul, but both parts at the same time, and together they make up what I think of as spirit. And maybe that's why my good paintings, yes, all good paintings, have something to do with what Christians call the Holy Spirit, because all good art has the Spirit, good pictures, good poems, good music, and what makes it good is not the material, not matter, and it's not the content, the idea, the thought, no, what makes it good is just this unity of matter and form and soul that becomes spirit, I think. No, I'm not thinking clearly now. I think, and I've thought thoughts like this so many times, I think that because pictures have a spirit, painting can be compared to praying, that a picture is a prayer. I think that the pictures I paint are prayer and confession and penance all at once, the way good poems are too. Yes, you could say all good art is like that in the end, because all good art finds its way to the same place, I think, and I think that these thoughts are probably just as stupid as all the other thoughts, I think. Sitting there looking out the window, out into the darkness at my landmark there in the Cygne Sea, at the waves, and I see Asle sitting in the alehouse, and he raises his pint and says cheers, and Siv raises her glass and they toast, and then Asle says that there are a bunch of cafes and restaurants and bars in Jorgvin, but he likes it better at the alehouse than for example at the Artist Cafe, because there are real people at the alehouse while there's nothing but climbers at the Artist Cafe. It's like everyone's always chasing after something. All the regulars there seem to want something, without it being a real longing. It's just something artificial, something rigid, just willed, something worldly with nothing of heaven in it, Asle says. And also it's like everyone's supposed to be friends and like each other, and they act like they do, but actually They're all competing with each other in a way that sort of doesn't look like competing, and everyone is supposed to somehow be their own person, be original or whatever, and that's why everyone is actually like everyone else and none of them is their own person. They're all imitators because everybody trying to be original just makes everybody an imitator, and that's what culture is, probably, he says. It's probably just one person being like another person that creates a culture. For example, wearing a suit and tie. While what art is, yes, art is everyone just being like themselves and totally themselves, Asle says, and there's not a single person in the alehouse who's like any other person here, except for the fact that they're drinking beer and smoking and the fact that most of them are or have been sailors, but it's like life itself has forced them to be what they've become. Life made them become themselves, Asle says, and Siv says, now don't exaggerate, and then she holds his hand, and then they sit there holding hands. And you're married, and everything, she says, a father even, she says. And Asle doesn't know what to answer, and Siv says she won't keep this up much longer now. Either he has to leave Liv, or else it needs to be over between them, she says, and something in Asle rips and breaks, and he doesn't know what to say or what to do. And then he says that he'll try to rent a room for himself, and Siv says that they can live together, the two of them. She's rented an apartment, and they can live there together and his son could come visit them. It's probably too expensive for her to pay for the whole apartment alone, but if there were two of them to pay the rent, it would probably work, because artist stipends aren't that much to live on, she says, and Asle feels such love for Siv it almost drives him crazy, and he just can't go home to Liv and their son, and try to act normal. And then Siv says that she doesn't like it very much at the alehouse, and Asle says that it's probably just a place for old sea dogs and not for young women, and Siv says that they can go home to the apartment she's rented, and she says she can make dinner for them, and she has wine at home and beer too, Siv says, and Asle says that he'll just finish his pint, and then they can go. And Siv says he can finish her pint too, and then she asks what Liv is up to, and Asle says that she's working shifts at a hospice now, but that she's talked about getting the high school certificate she needs to enroll in the nursing school. She could do that. She's smart. Siv says yes, Asle says. And he finishes his pint, and Siv takes a little sip of hers and then puts it down in front of Asle, and they each roll a cigarette, and then they sit there smoking, and Siv says that she's starting to wonder if she should drop out of the art school. Now that she's seen what the other students can do, yes, it's like what she can do is so little, and Asle asks what she'll do then, and she says that she's interested in literature, and she's always been good at languages, so maybe she'd be better off going to the university, she says, and she can study literature there, or languages, she says, but then she'll probably become a teacher, and if there's anything she has no desire to be, it's a teacher, so she doesn't know, Siv says, and she stubs out her cigarette, and then she says that it's time for them to go. Now they'll go home to the apartment she's rented, she says, and she was lucky to find it, she says, but it was too expensive for her even though her parents were nice and gave her some money every month, she says, and Asle finishes Siv's pint, and then they get up and leave, and they're walking next to each other. Don't you want to hold my hand? Siv says, yeah, Asle says. And I sit here in my chair and I look at my spot out there in the Signy Sea, and even though it's dark I see the water so clearly, I see the waves, and at night they're not so high, I think, and then I get up and I see the empty easel, and then I go over to it and I stand there and look at the easel, and now there's no picture there. And I can't remember the last time there wasn't a canvas on a stretcher there, and I look at the empty easel, and I see Asle walk down the street away from the alehouse in his black velvet jacket, with his brown shoulder bag, and he's holding Siv's hand, and he thinks that he and Liv are officially married now. They got married at the courthouse. Liv was there with him and their best man and maid of honor, and Liv had picked her sister to be maid of honor, and so Asle thought he could ask a childhood friend of his best friend from childhood, Tor, if he'd be his best man. And he'd agreed even though he and Asle hadn't spoken since middle school. Yes. Since Asle dropped out early in 10th grade and moved to Stranda, but Asle didn't really have anyone else he could ask, and so he called Tor, and it was an easy conversation. Everything was like it was before, and Tor told him that after middle school, he'd gone to the agricultural school in Utvik for a year, and now he'd taken over the family farm since his father wasn't in such good health anymore. He didn't exactly know what was wrong with him, but it was one thing and another, and so now he was a farmer with 3 cows and over 100 sheep. So really he was a sheep farmer, and he liked being a farmer. Tor had said yes, it was much better being a farmer than going to school, and he'd probably never be rich, but he made enough to live on. maybe a little more, he said, and then Asle said that it was going to be a very simple wedding, a so-called civil ceremony, because while other people were getting confirmed, he had left the national church, so it wasn't going to be any kind of church wedding. Asle said, and Tor said Asle had probably been the first person ever in their village not to be confirmed, and there was no one in the village who had longer hair than he'd had. Tor said, and Asle said that that was something he was proud of. Yes, that he'd done it, yes, refused to get confirmed and left the national church, and he wasn't sorry that he'd dropped out of school in 10th grade either. At first it had been hard. He just got yelled at home, not by father, but mother scolded him non-stop, and then he rented himself a basement room in Stranda, and then everything came together, and to make some money for a little food and his painting supplies, he'd started painting pictures called Boat in a Storm, and he'd propped them up by the stairs of the Stranda Hotel to sell them, and they were mostly pictures of sailboats in storms, and damn if he didn't sell them. And that's how he made enough money to get by. And then he met a girl named Liv who worked as a chambermaid in the Stranda Hotel, and then she got pregnant and they had a son, and now they were going to get married. It was Mother who'd nagged them to get married, and eventually they thought it might be nice since Mother had said that she and Father would pay for the wedding. And yes, well, now he'd started at the art school in Jorgvin because he got in just from his pictures, and then he and Liv had rented an apartment at the student home. Yes, it was because they had a child that they were able to get a place there. Yes, well, so now they were going to get married at the courthouse, and he needed a best man, and he was happy and grateful that Tor was thinking he might be willing to do it. He was worried about calling up out of the blue and asking him, and Tor said of course he would be his best man, but that he hadn't been to Jorgvin since he was a kid, so he'd never be able to find his way around there. He said, and Asle said, he should just take the bus to the bus station, and then he'd fetch him there. And when it was time to go back home, Asle would bring him to the bus station, so he didn't need to worry about that, he said. And Asle said they'd found a neighbor in the student home who would look after their son while they got married at the courthouse, he said, and afterwards they'd have the reception at the Grand Cafe in a separate room, just the four of them. They'd have a big meal there with everything, and then they'd head home to the apartment in the student home, and Tor could spend the night there. And Liv had asked one of her sisters if she'd be the maid of honor, and she'd said yes. So that's 4, Asle said on the phone, and he told Tor what day the wedding would be, and Tor came to Jorgvin in his best suit, and Asle had bought himself a suit at the second-hand shop in Sailor's Cove. That was where he'd bought all his clothes since he'd moved to Jorgvin, and Liv had borrowed a wedding dress from her sister that fit her almost perfectly, and then Asle had bought a bridal bouquet for her, and the wedding party took a taxi to a photographer first, because they wanted a real wedding photo. And he didn't really know why, but that's how it was, Asle thinks. And then they took another taxi to the courthouse, and they were married, and then they took a taxi to the Grand Cafe and got their private room, and they ordered a full menu and drank a lot of wine, and then Liv started saying that Asle had only married her because he kind of had to since his parents wanted him to, and because they had a child together, and he said well they were married now anyway, and she kept going, and then they drank cognac with their coffee. And Asle's father had given him money to pay with, and he paid for the private room and the good food and the good drinks, and then the wedding party took a taxi to the student home. It was him and Liv and Tor and Liv's sister, and when they got out of the taxi, Liv screamed loud in the darkness, and then she threw the bridal bouquet right into Asle's face, and he managed to catch it before it hit the ground, and they hurried through the rain to the apartment in the student home, and Asle was carrying the bridal bouquet, and Liv was almost howling as she walked, and her sister was trying to comfort her, and Tor and Asle walked next to each other after Liv and her sister, and they stayed outside until Liv and her sister had taken the lift, and then they went inside and took the lift upstairs, and when they entered the apartment, Liv was lying on the sofa, and her sister looked at them, and she shook her head, and Asle put the bouquet down on the kitchen table, and he said, so now they were married, he and Liv's sister told her now she was married, and Liv said God damn it, if this was what it was like to be married, then she wasn't interested, because Asle didn't care about her at all. She'd never realized it, not as clearly as she did today, on her own wedding day of all days, she said, and her sister said she didn't know what she was talking about. Everything had gone so well, and the wedding picture will definitely be beautiful, and then Liv got up, and she picked the bouquet up from the kitchen table and threw it on the floor, and her sister went and picked it up, and she said now she needed to rest. Probably the best thing to do would be to go and lie down. she said, and she'd help her take off her wedding dress. And they went into the bedroom, and Asle heard Liv crying and her sister comforting her. And then he said that he'd bought a bottle of whiskey, and then he poured a big glass for Tor and a big glass for himself. And then he said that they needed a little water so that it would be the right strength. But Tor had to decide for himself how strong he wanted his to be. Asle said, and he turned the tap on and put a little water in. His glass had a taste and then put a little more water in the glass, and Tor did the same thing. And then they went into the living room and sat down, and Tor said that this was a nice apartment, and Asle said they'd really been lucky to get an apartment in the student home, and it wasn't too expensive, it was expensive enough. But he was getting something called an artist stipend, and Liv was working a few shifts at a hospice, so they were managing fine, and his parents had paid for the wedding. Because mother had nagged and nagged them to get married, so finally he'd said yes. They'd just do it, and then Tor asked if he proposed to her, and Asle said he never proposed, and he said it just happened. They would get married because everything would be the same as it was before. He said, and Tor said that he wasn't exactly looking forward to getting married himself after having been to this wedding, and then they both started laughing, and they laughed and laughed until finally Asle managed to stop laughing, and he said that probably not all weddings were necessarily like this, and Tor said he certainly hoped not, but obviously they couldn't be, he said, and then they sat in silence for a bit, and then Asle asked if Tor wanted to go to sleep. There was a blanket and pillow under the sofa they were sitting on. It was what they call a sofa bed, he said, and Tor said he was actually extremely tired, and he could feel that he'd certainly drunk enough, he said, and then they got up and opened up the sofa, and Tor said yes, that sure is a sofa bed, and while Tor stood there holding his glass. That'll take a long time. First he'll have to separate, and then it takes a year or so, and only then will he be able to get divorced, VII says, and Asle says he'll tell Liv everything tonight, that he's found another woman. And that sounds, and taking a cautious little sip of his drink every now and then Asle made up the bed, and now there was only the sound of sobbing from the bedroom, and then Liv's sister came out and said that her husband was still outside waiting for her, and she said that it was too bad Liv had gotten so drunk and so out of control, she said, but she'd come back tomorrow, she said, or in any case the day after tomorrow, she said, and laughed, and Asle thanked her very much for having agreed to be Liv's maid of honor, and Liv's sister said there was no reason to thank her, and she congratulated him on becoming a married man, and then she said that she'd kept her husband waiting long enough, and besides it was a long drive back to Sartor, she said. So they said goodbye, and then Asle walked Liv's sister out to the entryway, and they said goodbye, and he went back into the apartment, and when he walked into the living room, Tor was there in just his underpants, and he'd put his clothes on the armchair, and Tor said he was tired, and he emptied his glass and went and put it on the kitchen counter, and Asle said that he'd take him to the bus station tomorrow morning or early afternoon, of course, and Tor said thanks, and then Asle said that he was the one who should be thanking him for helping, for agreeing to be his best man, and Tor said there was no reason to thank him, but it had been quite a wedding, Tor said, and then Asle drank the rest of the drink in his glass, and then they said good night to each other, and then Asle went quietly into the bedroom, and he saw Liv lying outstretched on the bed on top of the covers, in her wedding dress, and he left the door open and got undressed in the light from the hall, and put his clothes on a chair, and then gingerly closed the door, and then he lay down on the bed as quietly and carefully as he could, and he lay on his side, and he thought that it was really stupid getting married, he and Liv, but anyway it had been nice to see Tor again, and get to talk with him a little, Asle thought, and he thought how was this all going to end? No, he didn't know, he thought. Asle thinks walking down the street in his black velvet jacket, with his brown shoulder bag, holding SIV's hand, and he thinks that he lay there on his wedding night and saw pictures before his eyes, and he saw 6 different pictures that he had to paint away, pictures that had lodged in his mind, and that he now saw before his eyes one after the other. There was one picture of Tor's hands, and then one of Tor's hands, both from when he'd picked Tor up at the bus station, and then one of Liv bending forward to straighten her wedding dress, and then one of the photographer's face when he told him he was about to take a picture, and one of the waiter's face as he looked at the table right before he served the first course, and then one of Liv's sister holding Liv in her arms after she'd thrown the bridal bouquet at him. These pictures were painted inside his skull, as it were. It was like his skull was a canvas, Asle thinks, and he's tried to paint them all away, but he hasn't been able to. He thinks walking down the street there in his black velvet jacket, and with his brown shoulder bag, and holding SIV's hand, and neither of them says anything, and I sit in my chair, And I look out into the darkness at my landmark there in the Cygne Sea, and I see the water so clearly. I see the waves, and I don't understand how I can see the water. The waves, yes, even though it's totally dark, I think, and tomorrow is little Christmas Eve, and then it'll be Christmas Eve, and I'll go with Asle to celebrate Christmas with him, and Sister Enoigna. I think, and I really have no desire to do that, but I did say yes. Yes, well, I said yes, I think, and I think that. It's like all my strength has been taken away from me, and I need to go lie down. I feel so exhausted. It's like I don't even have the strength to get up and go lie down. I think sitting there in the chair looking at my spot out there in the middle of the Cygne Sea, and I look at the waves, and I see Asle and SIV walking hand in hand down a street in Jorgvin, and then they go up some stairs, and SIV unlocks the door to the apartment she's renting, and Asle goes inside, and he shuts the door after him. And then SIV throws her arms around him and she holds him close and they kiss each other, a long kiss. And then SIV says that it's nothing special but it's somewhere to live, she says, and then they go into a room that's both a studio and a living room, and the floor is almost covered with drawings and paintings. I like painting on the floor, SIV says. Looks that way, Asle says. I should try that too, he says. You've never tried it? SIV says no. Never, Asle says. And SIV says he really needs to try it. It's almost like a totally different surface. Plus you can use thick paint without the colors running together, and the surface of the picture can be much more built up too, she says, and Asle says yes, of course, and then Asle lies down on the sofa, and then SIV comes over and lies next to him. Now it's you and me, SIV says. Yes, Asle says. And then they lie there and hold each other. And SIV says that it's a little cold and she still hasn't shown him the bedroom, and then they get up and they go into the bedroom and there's a mattress on the floor and Asle lies down on it, and SIV says that it's a little cold in there, and she gets a blanket and spreads it over Asle and he lies there, and he thinks that he needs to leave the boy and move out, and it hurts so much to think that he's going to leave him, but they'll have to still see each other. At least once a week they'll have to still be able to see each other, Asle thinks, and then he says that he has to go home, and SIV says she can't bear to think about him going home to her, and that his home is here now, and he can, yes, he has to move in with her whenever he wants, because there's more than enough room for them both, she says, and she'll straighten up, since she's spread her stuff out everywhere, but he can paint in the main room and she can paint in the bedroom, and then they'll have the kitchen as a kind of common room, she says, and she says that sounds so stupid. She can hear how dumb she sounds, she says, and Asle gets up and goes and gets dressed, and he says that he needs to go now, and SIV says, well then talk to you tomorrow, and she says that she'll miss him, and that she thinks about him all the time. She doesn't do anything else, just thinks about him. She can't get herself to think about anything else, she says, and the thought that he's going home to another woman drives her completely crazy. SIV says, and Asle says that he'll come here, he'll move in with her, and SIV says that he and Liv are married, and he says he'll have to get a divorce, and she says, so stupid, found another woman. Yes, that does sound stupid, SIV says, and they really don't need to talk about it too much because it'll go badly no matter what they say. Everything just has to happen, she says, and then she asks when they'll see each other again, and Asle says probably tomorrow at the art school, and she says no, she wants to see him tonight. Can't he come over tonight so that everything's over and done with, SIV says, and Asle says he needs to go, and SIV asks can't she make him a little dinner, and Asle gets embarrassed, and then SIV says that she bought enough food for dinner for them both. That sounds great, he says. Well, it's not all that, SIV says, it's just normal food, she says. That's what I like best, normal food, Asle says. And SIV says she knows. That's why she bought pork chops, since she knows he likes that, because lots of times when they've eaten together at the cafe he's ordered pork chops, she says, and Asle says that that was nice of her, and then she says she'll start cooking then, and Asle can just sketch or whatever he wants to do, and then Asle goes and takes his sketch pad out of the brown leather shoulder bag in the hall, and he goes and lies back down on the sofa, and then he just lies there and looks at the pencil and at the blank white page in the sketch pad, and then he draws the face of a screaming baby, and then he draws it seen from various angles, and he wants it just to be a rough sketch, just practice, but it sort of doesn't turn out that way. It turns into real drawings that are really saying something, and he doesn't like it, and now he wants to draw something else, and he starts to draw a boat, and he gives it nice lines and 3 strakes and an old-fashioned pointed bow. It's a traditional barman boat he's drawn, just the boat, and with a couple of oars lying on the seats, and it's a nice boat. And now there's the good smell of cooking meat from the kitchen, and then SIV is standing in the doorway, and she asks him if he wants a bottle of beer. See, I planned everything, she says. Yes, Thanks, Asle says. And SIV goes back out to the kitchen, and then she comes back in with a half bottle of beer and a glass, and Asle puts the sketchpad down. You don't want me to see what you've been drawing? SIV says. And Asle doesn't answer, and he picks up the bottle and the glass, and he pours the beer into the glass, and he tastes it, and then he puts it down on the coffee table, and SIV says that the table is ugly as hell, but she got it for next to nothing at the second-hand shop. The sofa too, she says. And now I've got it all dirty with paint on it too, she says. And tubes of oil paint and brushes are sitting on the table, and Asle takes a sip of beer, and SIV says she has to check on the food so the chops don't burn, and then she goes back out to the kitchen, and Asle thinks that he's never been there in the kitchen. And he drinks more beer, and then he sketches a big empty open boat in a rough sea, and he thinks that it's almost a bit like the paintings he painted and sold to make money when he was living in Stranda, and then SIV is standing in the doorway. And she says dinner's ready, and they pretty much have to eat in the living room, she says, because the kitchen's so small that there's no room to eat in there, she says, and Asle gets up, and then he's standing in the kitchen doorway, and he sees a short kitchen counter with 2 cupboard doors under it, and a stove, and a cupboard hanging over the stove, and then there's a window, and SIV takes a plate out of the cupboard, and then she puts a pork chop on the plate, and then a kind of red mashed vegetables he's never seen before, and he asks what it is, and SIV says does he really not know what it is? It's red carrot mash. Yes, it was totally normal at her house when she was growing up, she says, and then she puts a couple of potatoes on the plate, and then she asks if he wants melted butter on his potatoes, and he says yes, and then SIV takes a spoon and scoops them up and pours it over the potatoes, and then she gives him a knife and fork, and Asle goes out to the living room, and he clears a space in front of him on the coffee table for his and SIV's plates, and then SIV comes in with her plate. And she says enjoy, and Asle takes a bite of the food, and it tastes great, and the carrot mash is sweet and goes perfectly with the fried pork chops, and they eat in silence. That was really good, Asle says. Just normal food, nothing special, SIV says. And they eat and don't say anything, and Asle thinks damn, he was hungry, but now he has to go home to live. She's maybe waiting for him. I hope it was good, SIV says. It was definitely good, Asle says. And then he says thank you for dinner, and that he has to go now, and SIV asks him if he's coming back tonight, and he says maybe, and she says just maybe, and then Asle leaves, and I sit in my chair here and look at the sea, at my landmark. I'm looking straight ahead the whole time, just at the water, at the waves there at one spot in the middle of the Cygne Sea, and I think I should have called to find out how Asle is doing, but I probably wouldn't have found out anything. Every time I call they just say that he's pretty much the same and that he needs his rest, and that it's better for him if he doesn't have any visitors now. The woman who answers the phone always says that, because it's always a woman who answers the phone, but the voices are always different, I think, and one of them said that his 3 children had come to see him, but he'd had hardly any contact with his children after his 2 divorces, a little with the boy, as he called him, the one who lives in Oslo, his son from his first marriage, but he'd had almost no contact with the daughter and the son. At first after the divorce the daughter and the son had stayed with him every other weekend, but then SIV, their mother, found another man and moved to Trøndelag or some other city with the daughter and the son, and then the 2 women he'd once been married to had come to see him, she said, and she said that he was doing much worse after one of the women he'd once been married to had visited, and she probably shouldn't have said that, she said, but since she knew that he and I were close friends she sort of decided she could tell me, she said, but I mustn't tell anyone that she'd said that, she said, and I think that still I should call the hospital, and I get up and go out into the hall, and I pick up the phone, and I dial the hospital's number, and I say, like I always do, every time, that I'm a good friend of Asle's and I'd like to come see him, because maybe there's something he needs? I say, and yes, I've already gone and picked up his dog. Someone from the hospital came with me and unlocked the door to his apartment, so maybe I can bring him something? I say, and I say that it was me who got Asle admitted, and who has his dog now, I say, and I look down and I see Bragi sitting on his haunches right in front of me, and looking at me with his dog's eyes, and she says that she'll ask, and I just stand there with the telephone in my hand, and then after a while the voice comes back, and she says that Asle isn't well enough to have visitors yet, so, unfortunately, she says, and I ask if I can call again tomorrow, and she says of course I can, and I say, thank you, and she says it was nothing, and I hang up the phone and I go into the main room and I look at the empty easel, and then I go over to the round table and I put on my black velvet jacket because it's so cold in the room, I think, but I can't bring myself to light the stove, and I haven't even turned on the electric heater, I think, and I go back out into the hall, and I put on my long black coat, and I put on a scarf, and then I go get the gray blanket that's on the bench, and I drape it over my shoulders, the blanket Grandma had around her when she lay on the bench back in the old house and couldn't talk or walk, the one she handed to me when they put her on a stretcher to carry her out to the ambulance. I think that blanket has stayed with me. Wherever I lived, I had that blanket with me, I think, and I sit down again in my chair by the round table, and I tuck the blanket tight around me, and I take my bearings, and then I sit there and look at the waves, and I see Asle standing there, and he's holding the boy in his arms, and he's rocking him back and forth, and Liv is sitting there on the sofa, and she's crying and crying, and then Asle goes into the bedroom carrying the boy, and he puts him down on the bed, and then he gets the sketch pad and pencil from the leather shoulder bag in the hall, and then he sits down on the edge of the bed, and he starts drawing a girl about 20 years old lying outstretched on the floor, and it's hard to tell if she's alive or dead, and he draws a girl who's sitting on a sofa and crying, and the whole time he hears Liv crying, and Asle shuts his eyes, and he looks straight ahead into the nothingness, and then he sees 3 new pictures lodge themselves forever in his mind. There's one of a young woman lying on the floor who looks more dead than alive, and then there's one of a young woman who's sitting on a sofa crying, and then there's a picture of a boy not even 1 year old lying with his hands and feet spread out on a double bed, and crying, and Asle thinks that he needs to paint these pictures away, but maybe he can't, because there are some pictures that just stay there, he thinks, and then he sees grandfather's black boots in the rain. Always that picture comes to him. He'll never be rid of it. No matter how many times he's tried to paint a boot in the rain, he has never been able to get rid of that picture. Asle thinks, and he'll probably never really be able to get rid of a picture. That's just something he wants to do, or imagines he can do, because once a picture is lodged inside him, it's stuck there. But when one of the painful pictures turns up, it's less painful if he's tried to paint it away. It becomes fainter then somehow. He thinks that he's tired because he doesn't think he's slept at all tonight, or maybe a little. He thinks that it was good he got home in time. If he'd come home any later, Liv might be dead now, because he got her to the hospital, and there they pumped her stomach, got all the pills she'd taken out of her. He thinks, but the boy had slept well and heavily all night. He thinks, and he hears Liv crying, and he picks up the boy and goes into the living room, and then he stands there and rocks the boy back and forth, and he looks at Liv, who's sitting there on the sofa and crying, and Asle asks if she wants anything because someone has to say something. He thinks, and Liv just shakes her head, and Asle sits down next to her, and he puts his arm around her shoulders, and she lets it just stay there, and then she twists away a little so that his arm falls down off her shoulders, and Asle takes his arm back, and he asks where Liv got the pills from, and she doesn't answer. She just cries, and Asle gets up, and he stands there and rocks the boy back and forth, and he thinks that he didn't take off his black velvet jacket when he got home last night, or since he sleeps in it. Sometimes, he thinks, and Liv just cries, and Asle rocks the boy back and forth, and he asks if Liv feels like holding the boy, and she doesn't answer. She just keeps crying, and Asle asks where Liv got the pills from, and she doesn't answer, and Asle rocks the boy back and forth, and Liv cries, and now she really needs to stop this crying soon, he thinks. She hasn't said a word since she got back from the hospital. She's just sat there on the sofa crying, and Asle asks again where she got the pills from. My mother, Liv says. From your mother? Asle says. You took them from your mother? He says, and Liv doesn't answer. I took the pills from mother, she says. And Liv cries, and Asle can tell that she's trying to stop, but the tears just keep flowing and flowing. Gradually, over a long time, she says. And Asle rocks the boy back and forth, and he thinks that Liv stole medicine from her mother over a long time. Every time she went to visit her on Sartor. Maybe all the way back to the first time they went there, she did that, and he never noticed anything. He noticed nothing, he thinks, because he's just been caught up with drawing and painting, and with these pictures he has in his head. Asle thinks, and he thinks that when the boy was born, he had just started at the art school, and they were living with Liv's parents out on Sartor before they were told they could move into the apartment at the student home. He thinks, and he looks at the easel there in the living room, and his painting supplies are on the coffee table. And hanging on the walls in the living room and in the hall and in the bedroom are the paintings he's finished or is still working on, and Liv is sitting on the sofa crying, and Asle rocks the boy back and forth, and he thinks that Liv can't just keep crying and crying. He has to do something, he thinks, and I sit and look at my landmark out there in the Cygne Sea. I look at the waves there, and I think that Asle came over and had lutefisk at my house today, and I usually always look forward to that meal, but today I was so exhausted or whatever it was, but Asle took it well, and I think he liked the food even if not that much was said during the meal. I think and look at the water, at my landmark, at the waves there, and I think that today it felt like nothing had any meaning for me anymore, and painting, no, I can't paint anymore, so I'll just have to live with these pictures in my head as best I can. I think, and I look at my landmark, at the waves, and I see Asle standing and holding the boy in his arms, and he's rocking him back and forth, and I look at my landmark out there in the middle of the Cygne Sea, and I close my eyes, and I feel that Asle is near me now, and then I feel her take my hand, and then we sit. They're holding hands, and it's so good to feel Alesh's hand. I think that sometimes it's hard to know if what's there is God's nearness or Asle, and maybe there's no difference. I think that I read in a poem once that God is my dead friend. That's what it said, and there's something true in that, I think, and I look at my landmark at the waves, and I see Asle standing in front of the open front door at 7 University Street, and Asle is standing next to him, and suddenly it's like something comes over her. Asle sees, and Asle says that she has to go soon, so if it takes a long time, yes, at Herdis Asen's house, then yes, she might not be able to wait for him. But they'll absolutely see each other again soon, because starting today they are a pair. They're Asle and Asle, she says, and she'll write a letter to him every night. She promises, Asle says, and Asle just looks at her, and then Asle jumps into his arms and she hugs him tight, and Asle hugs her tight, and then they pull away from each other. And then Asle says anyway, she has to go now, she says. And so Asle can settle into the apartment in peace and quiet, and then they'll see each other again. Soon, she says, yes, now he just needs to go rent that room from that Herdis Asen or whatever her name is, she says, and Asle says she sincerely hopes she's an ugly old hag, she says, and Asle says, well, she's definitely old, judging from her voice on the phone, and judging from her handwriting in the letter he got, she's no spring chicken, no, he says, and then Asle throws her arms around him and gives him a quick kiss on the mouth, and then she says she's just kidding. I can't believe we found each other today, she says. And it'll be for our whole lives, she says. And maybe it was decided by Providence, she says, or maybe it just happened by chance, she says. And she says that it seems like some things are decided by Providence while others aren't. Yes, they just happen by chance, but even if it was just by chance, then it happened anyway. And now it's up to them, to her, to him, to make what's happened, that they met, as beautiful as possible. Asle says, and Asle says that he can't show up late to his appointment with Herdis Asen, and Asle says that he better go and look at the apartment then and get that out of the way, she says, and it's probably best if he goes alone, she says, or else he probably won't get the room, since this Herdis Asen woman will probably think he's going to have women over all the time, and she probably won't like that. That's probably what this Herdis Asen is like, Asle says. Women over, right? Asle says, now I need to go, Asle says. And she says she has something she needs to do, she says, so she needs to go, and she says that she wonders if he's going to live in that room there at all, at Herdis Asen's. Anyway, it won't be for long, Asle says, and Asle doesn't understand what she means, and then he sees Asle stand there, and Asle opens the front door, and he goes inside, and he goes up all those stairs, changing direction at every landing, and at every landing there are 2 doors, one on the left, one on the right, and all in all there are 12 apartments in the building, and Herdis Asen lives in one of the apartments on the top floor. Herdis Asen, who will rent him a room if she thinks he deserves it, and if she wants him living in her apartment, Asle thinks, and he rings the doorbell under the nameplate that says Herdis Asen, and after a moment, he hears light footsteps coming, and then the door opens, and a little old woman, probably around 70, opens the door and looks at him, and she's wearing glasses, and her hair is pretty short, and she has lots of wrinkles in her face, and a heavy smell of cigarette smoke comes out of the apartment. No, I don't believe my eyes, Herdis Asen says. And she says Asle should come in, and he walks into the entryway, and she holds out her hand to him, and her fingers are long and thin, and she's wearing lots of rings, and her nails are painted a dark red color, and Asle holds out his hand, and they shake hands, and he feels that her hand is cold, and she stays standing there holding his hand for a long time. And then she lets go of his hand, and Asle thinks that it's no doubt already decided that he'll rent a room at Herdis Asen's, because she goes over to a door next to the front door, and she opens it and invites him into the room, and there's a bed and a desk and a bookshelf and a wardrobe and then a dresser, and on the dresser is a hot plate with 1 burner, a bread box, a cutting board, and then a kind of basin to wash the dishes in, and there's a dish towel hanging on the wall, and all the furniture is nice old furniture, well-made city furniture, Asle thinks, and he sees that the bed is made. Everything's tucked in tight, and Asle says that this is what she has to offer, she says. And then she goes out into the hall, and Asle follows her, and she shows him a room with a toilet and another with a shower, and she says that since she showers in the morning it would be nice if he could shower at night, and in the room with the shower there's also a washing machine and she'll explain how to use it later. She usually washes her clothes every Friday and then hangs them up to dry on the lines there, she says, and she points at a few cords hung from one wall to the other under the ceiling, more or less over their heads. So it would be nice if, for example, he could wash his clothes on Mondays, she says. Yes, she says, and then she opens a door and Asle says he should come right in, and then she walks into a living room, and there is good well-made old city furniture in that room too, a sofa and coffee table, a big table with chairs, a secretaire, and there are paintings on the walls, hung right next to each other, and Asle sees at once that they're good paintings, but he can't tell who painted them. And she says that she's interested in art, so she's had enough money to buy a few pictures over the years, or really she didn't have enough money, but she bought them anyway, and to be honest, she's bought a lot of pictures over the years. She has a lot more than are hanging on the walls. There are stacks of them in the wardrobe in her bedroom, Asle says, and Asle sees that there's a big heavy bookshelf in the living room, and Asle says that she used to be a high school teacher. Her subjects were Norwegian and German, but now she's retired. Of course, every now and then she still teaches if someone needs a substitute, she says, and her father was a professor of Nynorsk at the university in Jorgven, and even though she grew up in Jorgven, she's always had a good feel for Nynorsk, and for the dialects related to Nynorsk. Yes, that's why she's always taken in renters from Hardanger, and the most recent one lived there for the whole time he was a student. And now, like the other people who'd rented a room from her, he'd become a teacher at a rural high school, Asle says, and she says that all her previous renters have been male students at the university, humanities students one and all, and now they're scattered around the country at various high schools, and one of them has meanwhile become a professor of Nordic literature at the university in Oslo, Asle says, and she goes into the kitchen, and she says that she'd rather keep this room for herself, but there are cafes at the art school, and he can probably buy his food there? And he can keep bread and cold cuts and milk and things like that in his room. She doesn't know if he noticed, she says, but there was a bread box on the dresser and a cutting board and a basin for washing dishes. And in the bottom drawer there are a couple of pots and a frying pan and some dishes and cups and mugs, everything a person might need to make a little food. But all her earlier renters bought food at the cafeteria at the university, and he probably can too, maybe? If not, then there's a cafeteria at the art school? Because even if he's going to the art school, he'll be allowed to go to the cafeteria at the university, she says, or else there are more than enough reasonable cafes in Jorgven, and the people who've stayed in her rented room before usually went to the coffee house. In any case, you used to be able to get a reasonably priced dinner there, but they've probably raised the prices in recent years, she says, and she herself never goes there. When she eats out, she always goes to the Grand Cafe. The prices there are affordable enough for her, and the food is good. And besides, she can get nice wine there that isn't too expensive, she says, and she has to have wine with her food. Every day she has wine with her food, yes. And even if she skips the food, sometimes she doesn't skip the wine. She takes a glass every day, at least one. Asle says, and she goes back into the living room, and she says that she has a little collection of books, and she points at the bookshelf she'd inherited. Thousands of books from her father, she says, but she sold most of them to the Hallberg Antiquariat down by the fish market, and if he was interested in books at all he had to stop by there someday, she says, but as he can see, yes, she kept some books, yes, it was mostly the Nynorsk and German literature she was interested in even when she was young, she says, so both the Nynorsk classics and some of the contemporary Nynorsk writers are there on her shelf. And then the German classics. She's less familiar with contemporary German literature, but she has some of the most well-known contemporary German writers on her shelves too. And she's probably read most of the books there, she says, because she reads constantly, but now it's one book in, one book out, and either she gives the book that needs to go out to someone as a gift, or else she sets it aside, and when she has enough books set aside, she takes them to the Hallberg Antiquariat down by the fish market, and she gets paid next to nothing for them, but that doesn't matter. She has her pension, so she gets by, and then she makes a little money from these hours she's substitute teaching, she says, and then she'll also get a little rental money from the room, she says, and she looks at Asle, but yes, He should know it's not for the money that she rents out a room, not at all. She says, and then Herdis Asen opens another door, and she invites Asle to step inside, and Asle sees in front of him a rosemelin canopy bed. It's high and quite wide, and there's a high-backed chair by the side of the bed, and it has carved dragons on the ends of the arms. I inherited the bed and the chair from my parents, Herdis Asen says. And she's lit a cigarette, and she holds out a pack of cigarettes to Asle, and she asks if he smokes, and he says he does, and Asle takes a cigarette and says thank you, and then Herdis Asen takes her lighter and holds out a light for Asle, and he takes a good drag on his cigarette, and she says he probably hand-rolls his cigarettes, doesn't he? And Asle says he does, and then Herdis Asen picks up an ashtray from the nightstand next to the other side of the bed. There's a high-backed chair next to one side of the bed and a nightstand next to the other, and the nightstand too is rosemelin, and first she taps the ash off her cigarette, then she holds out the ashtray to Asle, who taps his ash off, and then she asks when he can move in, and Asle says that he's not entirely sure, but as soon as possible. Actually, he says, and Herdis Asen asks if he's starting at the art school right away, and Asle says yes, and she asks isn't he going to high school, and Asle says that he went to the academic high school in Aga, yes, but that he didn't like it there, and that's why he tried to get into the art school before he was done with the academic high school, and he got a spot thanks to the paintings he showed them. Then you must have real talent. Herdis Asen says, well, I don't know. Asle says. Yes, you do, she says. Yes, I guess I do, he says. And she says, wouldn't it have been better for him if he'd finished high school with an examen artium, something he'd have for later in life? Because being able to live as an artist, to live off his art, live off selling paintings, well, that's not so easy, she says, even if there are galleries in all the big cities in Norway now, and even if the Beyer Gallery in Jorgven has no problem selling pictures, she says, but Beyer is very particular about which artists he takes on at his gallery. Yes, it's much harder to get an exhibition at the Beyer Gallery than to get into the art school. She says, and they go into the living room, and Herdis Asen says that all the pictures, except the old ones in the thick frames, yes, he can see which ones are old and which are new. She bought all the new pictures from Beyer, and anyway they were family. He used to be married to her sister, so he was technically her brother-in-law, but yes, well, it's been many years since her sister died, so Beyer was a widower now, Herdis Asen says, and because she was single she'd often, when her dear departed sister was alive, gone on holiday with them, yes, to the big cities of Europe, so she'd been inside a lot of art museums, but most of the time they'd traveled to Italy, to Rome, because Rome was the place Beyer liked best, but if Asle had talent and painted good pictures, she'd be happy to introduce him to Beyer one evening. She could invite him over for dinner, and then he could have a look at Asle's paintings, and if he showed at the Beyer Gallery, then that would really be something, to tell the truth. Because lots of graduating classes from the art school can go by before Beyer finally thinks anyone's paintings are good enough for their own exhibition, Herdis Asen says, and she stubs out her cigarette, and Asle stubs out his, and he says that if she wants to have him in her apartment, he'd be happy to rent the room from her, as long as it's all right for him to paint pictures in the room, he says, and Herdis Asen says that that's fine, but he should call her before he comes with his things and moves in. She says, and Asle says of course he'll do that, and I sit there in my chair, and I look at the sea, at the waves. Instead of standing by the easel looking at the picture, I now just sit and look at the sea. I think, and I feel no need to paint anymore, none at all. And again, I think that I need to call the hospital to find out how Asle is doing, and if I can come visit him soon, because now he's been in the hospital for weeks, and he surely has to get better soon. Better enough for me to visit him anyway, but I just called, so I can't call again right away. I think something must be wrong with me for me to even think of it. I think, and even if I did call, I'd only hear that it was best for Asle if I don't come and see him, so I should drive to Jorgven instead on Christmas Day. But no, I can't, because this year I'm going with Asle to celebrate Christmas at sister's house. I forgot about that, I think, and that'll make it a long time since I've been to Mass. I think, and I feel a strong need to take part in the Mass again and be forgiven and take communion, and usually I always drive to Jorgven on Christmas Day to go to Mass. Even though I like the simple Mass on normal weekdays better, I go to High Mass on Christmas Day, but there's a completely different spirit in the simple, everyday Masses. Almost no one goes to those Masses as opposed to High Masses on Sunday mornings. Then it's almost full in St. Paul's Church, and there's singing, yes, a choir and full organ music, yes. All things considered, it was very nice, but for me it was the quiet moments with just the words from the priest and the answers from the people that were the best Masses. And when the people there, 5 or 6 or 7 of us, stood up to take communion, there was a wonderful sense of atonement. yes, of peace that came over everything, I think, and maybe I want to paint pictures again if I just go to Mass and sit peacefully and pray a silent prayer as the host. Christ's transfigured body dissolves in my mouth, and I become part of Christ's mystical body, become part of the communion of saints, and when as a part of it I turn towards God in silence. And then I always pray for people I've known who are dead now, and especially for Asle. And then I pray for the living people who I feel might need someone to pray for them. And it would be so good, as the host dissolves in my mouth, to pray for Asle, pray that he'll get better, or pray that God takes him back if that's what would be best, and lets Asle find peace in God, in God's peace and God's light, because Asle never really fit in this world, and something bigger than life spoke from his pictures with such a clear and silent voice. But that's how it is with all good pictures, I think, and I look at my landmark, at the waves, and I see Asle lying in a bed, and he's shaking, his body is trembling, and the doctor says that he doesn't understand why it's not stopping, and it's strange too that the spasms haven't stopped. They've been going on for a long time now, yes, days, weeks, the doctor says, and they've given him as much medicine as they can, and that's helped, and most of the time he's asleep, the doctor says, and I see that Asle is getting fed intravenously, as they say, and he's peeing through a catheter, as they call it. I see, and Asle's just lying there, and when he wakes up he just thinks confusedly that he might as well die and finally be done with it, so that he's done, Asle thinks, and then he disappears into a doze again, and the shaking takes hold of his body, and he thinks that she's standing there saying she can't do it anymore, and the doctor says, and she says she wants a divorce and a little room of painting supplies, and he thinks that really he didn't need any more room, yes, even after their son was born, yes, the apartment in the student home, yes, before he was born, Liv's father, and it was good to move in, and she lies there, and she's just barely breathing, and SIV, and to be at the student home and paint, and the boy and Liv lay on the floor, a glass of alcohol diluted with water, drink the whole glass, and SIV comes into the living room, and she can't stand looking at him standing there painting anymore, become a teacher, have children paint, and then drink, and she is so exhausted she might collapse at any time painting, and she just can't imagine, and Jorgviner, she lets go of his arm, and never been in love before, no never, and the paintbrush, the kitchen vodka, and she want to get the son from nursery school, bought toilet paper, dinner, that meat, a glass of vodka, no, she can't stand it anymore, and bread, milk, the son, and the daughter sleep in that morning, a 2-room apartment forcing her, he just taking, and doesn't know, and never come back, and never been in love, quiet in love that was gone, and never should have moved in together, and she walks down the street, and her long black hair flows, her long black raincoat flutters on her back, vodka, and her long black hair flows down her back, her long black raincoat flutters out to either side, teacher, and that big apartment, and the son, and the daughter, and a door slams shut, boiled carrots, and then good mashed potatoes, there's nothing like she makes good mashed potatoes, and he never does anything around the house, and mama wants a little food, and one day papa, and plates and knives and forks, and I want a divorce, and looking down at the floor, and lying there thinking it over for a long time, probably have to him too, and then he has to learn to pick up a child from nursery school, he and a half bottle of vodka, go to a shop and advance on mother's inheritance, gives her economic and moral support and love he's always known and never cared, he just stands there, and then a black raincoat, and the door opens, and going over to the window, just like that flowing hair, the black raincoat open and fluttering to each side the sofa, her body moving, the fluttering black raincoat, vodka, and he's not worth much of anything, not worth living, be alone, die, and he can decide to go out to see the waves and the sun and the daughter, vodka, and there's a little left in the bottle, take a walk, divide up the things, lie down. And now it's finally decided, not saying anything and going to the alehouse and going to bed, her flowing black raincoat hair, and the doctor says, won't this shaking ever stop? And the nurse says, yes, it's so strange, yes. He's just lying there shaking, and the doctor says, won't these spasms stop? And I get up, and I think I need to call the hospital and hear how Asle is doing, and I go out into the hall and pick up the phone, and I hold it to my ear, and I see the phone number for the hospital written on a slip of paper that's on the telephone stand, and I think now I've called there every day for a long time, and I called just now, what's wrong with me? I think, and I always get the same answer, and I can't call the hospital again already. I think, and I'd rather drive to Bjorgvin on Christmas Day and go to Christmas Mass in the morning, the way I usually do, but no, I can't this year because I'll be in Oigna with Asle celebrating Christmas at Sisters, I think, but maybe I can drive down to Bjorgvin after Asle, and I get home on the boat? Because the plan is to go to Oigna in the boat as soon as it's light in the morning on Christmas Eve day, probably around noon, and come back home from Oigna to Dilja the next day, yes, as early as we can, and then after we get home I can drive to the hospital and check on Asle, and when I say how long a drive it was to come see him they'll probably have to let me in, I think. And maybe there's an evening mass too that I can go to on Christmas Day? I think, and I go and sit back down in my chair by the round table, and I look out the window at my spot there in the Signy Sea, and I think that it's my own darkness I'm sitting and looking into, and that's why I can see the water, the waves, in spite of the darkness, and I look at my landmark, at the waves, and I see Asle running down the stairs in 7 University Street, and he's happy and carefree, because now he not only has a place at the art school, he's rented a room too, right in the middle of Jorgvin, just a short walk from the art school. Yes, Herdis Asen said so when he was leaving, and she thanked him for wanting to rent a room from her, and then Herdis Asen said she was looking forward to him moving in. The only thing, yes, the only thing she asked was that he take the trash out for her. Well, for her, and for himself, it had to be done every Wednesday night, she said, and Asle had said of course he could do that. And then they said so long until next time, and Asle ran off down the stairs, and he thinks that he'll be living at Herdis Asen's for a long time. She sort of won't want to let him go, he thinks, and Asle had said that she had to leave. She had to do something, but she never said what, he thinks, and he never got to ask her either. And he runs down the stairs because now he'll maybe see Asle again, he thinks, but maybe she left when he went up to look at the room. She said she had something to do, that's all she said, and that she'd write to him. Asle thinks, and he thinks that since he spent so long at Herdis Asen's she definitely must have left. He thinks, and he runs down the stairs, and he opens the front door of 7 University Street, and he goes out, and he can't see Asle anywhere, and she did say she had something to do, and said something about how she couldn't wait for him if he was going to be too long, or did she say that? And what did she have to do? Why is she gone? Why did she leave? Asle thinks, because there's no Asle to be seen nowhere, and why didn't he hurry up? Why did he spend such a long time up at Herdis Asen's? But he couldn't just leave, could he? She wanted to just show him the apartment and the room, and as soon as she did that he left, Asle thinks. And is it really true in reality that he and Asle met today? That they met at the bus cafe? And that they became boyfriend and girlfriend? Or is that just something he imagined? Because it can't be possible. Things like that aren't possible, Asle thinks, and he thinks that Asle gave him her address, and he reaches into the pocket of his black velvet jacket, and he takes out a slip of paper where Asle wrote her name and address and phone number, and she lives with her mother, so that's where he can reach her, but had they said goodbye to each other? And didn't Asle say that she'd wait for him? And now there's no Asle here, Asle thinks, and he looks at his watch, and it's 2 hours before the bus to Aga leaves from the bus station, and no. He doesn't understand why there's no Asle here. Did she regret what she'd said and just leave him? What's happened? He thinks, and I look at my landmark there in the Signy Sea. I look at the waves, and I see Asle walk into the newsstand at the bus station, and he thinks that now he'll buy a Northern Herald, and then he'll go to the bus cafe and buy a pint, and then he'll sit there, because it's a long time, yes, almost 2 hours that he has to wait for the bus to leave for Aga, but he'll drink a pint, slowly, and he can read the newspaper, and if he feels like it he can draw a sketch or two, because there are lots of pictures that lodged in him today, yes, so many that he feels almost overwhelmed and desperate when he thinks about all the pictures that got into his head today, and it's like every one of them weighs so much, Asle thinks, and now he's at the newsstand, and he buys a copy of the Northern Herald, and then he goes into the bus cafe, and he sees that there's almost no one there, but sitting at a window in the back of the cafe with her back to the wall is a woman with medium-length blonde hair, and she looks like she's a few years older than Asle, and she sits there looking out the window, and there's a glass of wine in front of her, and then, at the other end of the cafe, there's the man with long dark hair, who looks just like Asle, who's always wearing a black velvet jacket and carrying a brown leather shoulder bag, and who hangs around and paints, just like Asle, the guy Asle met at the Stranda Hotel when he and Sig went there and ran into at the paint shop, and he too is sitting by a window, and he's sitting with his back to the woman with the medium-length blonde hair, and there's a pint of beer in front of him, and Asle thinks that it's really strange that he's sitting there, because he's the one who made Asle think about applying for a spot at the art school just with the pictures he'd painted, without an examen artium. Asle thinks, and it's sort of like he doesn't like seeing him sitting there, and he doesn't know why he doesn't like it, and Asle thinks that he hopes this namesake, because his name is Asle too, hasn't noticed him, but of course he will. Asle thinks, and then he goes to the counter and says he'd like to buy a pint please, and the man standing behind the counter, who can't be much older than Asle, looks suspiciously at him, and then he pours a pint from the tap and Asle pays, and he notices that the woman with the medium-length blonde hair is looking at him, and he doesn't look at her. He looks straight ahead, and then he looks at the namesake, and he sees that he's sitting with a sketch pad in front of him, and he's lost in the drawing he's working on, and Asle goes and sits down by a window a few tables away from the woman with the medium-length blonde hair with his back to her, and so that the namesake has his back to him. And then he takes a sip of beer, and he looks out the window, and he sees people arriving at and leaving the bus station. Some are carrying suitcases and shopping bags. Some are empty-handed. Some are walking with a spring in their step. Some are limping. Now and then there's someone walking with a cane, and then he sees a man with long gray hair tied back in a hair tie, and he's dressed in a black velvet jacket, just like Asle. And he's wearing a brown leather shoulder bag, and he's walking with a cane, and Asle doesn't know why a picture of this man gets lodged inside him, but now he has a picture of him lodged in his mind. Yes, it's like he has a camera in his head, Asle thinks. No, he mustn't think things like that, but still that's kind of how it is, in a way, yes, and every so often this camera takes a picture entirely by itself, and the picture gets stored in his head, or it's like it gets glued into a photo album in there, and then it pops up every now and then he sees it perfectly clearly before his eyes. And when a picture like that pops up, it's like everything that's happening around him, in the real world, goes away, and it's like he sees nothing but that picture. And why do pictures get stuck in his head like that? No, he doesn't know, and he doesn't know why they suddenly pop up in his head either. He doesn't understand. Why would he be like that? And it's to get rid of these pictures that he paints. Actually, that's the only reason why, because it's always one of these pictures that he not paints, but he tries to get rid of one of these pictures by painting a picture that's like it, Asle thinks. And the reason a picture gets stuck inside him must be that it says something to him, and it's what the picture says that he tries to paint. Yes, to make it go away. And in a way the picture kind of turns into part of himself, something he, in a way, understands, and that anyway doesn't bother him anymore, or bothers him less anyway. Asle thinks, and he raises his glass, and he takes a good sip of beer, and he thinks that at least 2, maybe 3 pictures have lodged in his head since he got to the bus cafe. And he looks at the namesake's back, and he sees the door of the bus cafe open, and a woman with long black hair walks in, and she goes straight to the namesake, and he gets up, and then they give each other a hug, and then they kiss each other, and Asle hears the namesake say, "It's nice to see you, SIV," and she says, "It's nice to see you too, Asle, because no, this can't go on." She says, "I miss you all the time," she says, and she sits down across from the namesake, and he says he's missed her too, and "It's so good to see you again, SIV," he says. "It can't go on like this anymore," SIV says. And the namesake says that soon now, yes, he'll tell Liv about them soon, but she must know about it already. And it probably wasn't because of the 2 of them that she wanted to kill herself, because she'd been stealing pills from her mother for a long time, she'd said, and storing them up, he says, and trying to kill yourself while there's a baby not even a year old lying there crying all alone is just wrong, he says. "No, it's unbelievable," he says. "And, of course I think it's my fault," he says. And the woman named SIV says it's not his fault. He's tried to take care of Liv as best he could. That's all. They just met, and then she lived with him in his room there in Stranda, and then she got pregnant, she says. But he must have liked her? Have been in love with her? Been attracted to her anyway? And fuck, SIV says, and it almost looks like she's about to leave, and the namesake says she needs to calm down because it's just her now, but he does have to think about the boy too. He says, yes, Liv's better now, and now she can take care of the baby, so soon, very soon, he'll tell her about the 2 of them. The namesake says, and Asle thinks, why are the namesake and the woman named SIV sitting in the bus cafe talking loud enough for other people to hear them about things that are none of anybody else's business? Things that are only for the 2 of them? Things that it only disturbs other people to have to listen to? Asle thinks, and he looks up and he turns around and his eyes meet the eyes of the woman with the medium-length blonde hair. She is sitting and looking at him, and Asle turns back around right away, and he looks down at the table, and he starts to flip through the newspaper, and he pages through the whole newspaper, and there's nothing in there he especially pays attention to, and he flips back to the death notices and he reads through them, and it's strange how many people have died, both young and old, people from all the cities in West Norway. Asle thinks, and he doesn't understand it. People are born, people die, just a few years of struggle and toil to get through their life one way or another. And then they die, they come from nothing, they're just born, and they go back to nothing, they're just gone. And then there are these years they call life, a human life. Asle thinks, and he sees the namesake get up, and the woman who'd sat down across from him gets up too. And then the namesake puts the sketch pad and pencil into the brown leather shoulder bag and puts it on. And Asle looks down at the newspaper, at the page with the death notices, and then he hears a voice say, "No, it's you." And Asle looks up, and he sees the namesake standing there looking at him. "It's been a while," Asle says. "Yeah, remember those days at the Stranda Hotel?" The namesake says, "Yeah," Asle says. "And the last time we talked was probably at the paint shop back in Stranda," the namesake says. And there's silence, and Asle sees that the woman named SIV has walked to the door of the bus cafe and stopped. "And all sorts of things have happened to me since then," the namesake says. "Yes," Asle says. And to him it's unbearable how much the two of them look alike, but the namesake doesn't seem to notice or care. For him it's just like they're two people the same age, and that they wear similar clothes and look a little like each other. Asle thinks, and the namesake tells him that maybe he remembers him telling him that he was going to be a father, and Asle nods, and he says he's become a father. "Yes, the father of a baby boy not even 1 year old," he says, "and he started at the art school, and Liv, yes, that's the name of the woman he lives with. He probably told him about her back at the Stranda Hotel." The namesake says, "Yes, first they moved to Sartor, yes, to her parents' place, and then they moved to Bjorgvin when they got an apartment at the student home, and now they live there," he says, and the woman named SIV comes walking back to the namesake. "Let's go," she says. And she takes the namesake's arm, and Asle looks at her, and he sees that she looks like she's totally mixed up. She's sad and she's angry, and everything you can imagine, he thinks. "Take care," the namesake says. "And give my regards to the Stranda Hotel," he says. And the namesake laughs, and he says Asle should say hi to his friend too, the guy with the tattoos. His name was Sig, right? The namesake says, and he looks at SIV and points with his left hand to the spot between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. And he says that the guy he's talking about had a heart, an anchor, and a cross tattooed between the thumb and index finger of one hand, and on the other, he says, and he points with his other hand to the same spot on the other hand, he had a tattoo of 3 dots in a triangle. "A beggar's mark," he says. "Bet you didn't know that," he says. And SIV shakes her head, and she tugs at the namesake's arm. "We need to go now," she says. "Yes, we'll take care," the namesake says. "Take care," Asle says. And he sees SIV almost drag the namesake to the door with her, and Asle hears her say something about how he doesn't need to tell people about things like that, and then she says something about it scaring people, and Asle turns around and looks behind him, and he sees the woman with the medium-length blonde hair still sitting and looking at him, and then he turns to face forwards again, and looks down at the page with the death notices, and he thinks, why is she sitting there looking at him? He thinks. And he takes out his tobacco pouch, and he rolls himself a cigarette, lights it, and takes a good drag of it, and he feels a kind of well-being spread through his body. He thinks, and he puts down the paper, and he drinks his beer, and he looks at his watch, and he sees that there's only about an hour now until the bus is supposed to leave. And he thinks he'll just go to the gate the buses to Auga leave from, and there was nothing worth reading in the Northern Herald, so he'll just leave the newspaper. Here, Asle thinks, and then he gets up and he puts on his brown leather shoulder bag, and he thinks he won't look at the woman with the medium-length blonde hair. And he walks out the door, and I sit there in my chair by the round table, and now I've closed my eyes, and I just sit there, and I think that nothing has any point, any meaning, but what kind of empty, weightless words are these? Point? Meaning? Nothing like that exists because credible est quia ineptum est. That's how it is, or certum est quia impossible est, so it was said, and that's how it is, and it's so cold that I can't even get undressed to go lie down. I just sit there in my chair, next to the round table in my black coat, and with the gray blanket wrapped around me. I sit there, and Bragi is lying in my lap, and I think that God is so far away that no one can say anything about him, and that's why all ideas about God are wrong. And at the same time, he is so close that we almost can't notice him because he is the foundation in a person or the abyss. You can call it whatever you want, I think, and I often think about the picture that's kind of innermost inside me, and it's good and bad equally. It doesn't matter what you call it, or I think about God's shining darkness inside me, a darkness that's also a light, and that's also a nothing, that is not a thing. I think, and we come from God, and we go back to God, I think. And I think that now I need to stop with these thoughts of mine. They don't go anywhere. I think that I want to lie down on the bench, and I get up and Broggy falls to the floor. Yes, every time I think that I'm so tired, and I lie down on the bench, and I spread the gray blanket over me, and Broggy jumps up and lies down next to my feet, and I feel how good it is to have him lying here next to me, and I take out the rosary I always have hanging around my neck that I got from Asle a long time ago. It's brown with wooden beads and a wooden cross, and now I'll pray with my rosary the way I often do. Not for any reason except that it gives me calm, gives me peace, I think, and I always pray with my eyes closed and with silence inside me. First I make the sign of the cross, and then I pray the Apostles' Creed while holding the cross, and then an Our Father while holding the first bead, then an Ave Maria 3 times while holding the next 3 beads one by one, then the shorter Gloria, as it's called, in the space before the next bead where I pray the Our Father again, and then I pray the doxology, as it's called, in the Our Father at the first bead above the cross, and then finally I recite Salve Regina while I hold the cross, and I switch back and forth between using Norse and using Latin, but I always recite Salve Regina in Latin because it's impossible to translate it. All you can do is make a version of it, I think, and then I usually make a sign of the cross at the end, and I make a sign of the cross and I start to say the Apostles' Creed silently inside me, and I say I believe in God the Father Almighty, and I think that actually I don't believe in what I'm saying, or else I believe in it in a certain sense, so I can't exactly say that I don't believe in it, but it's good to think about the fact that the Apostles said these words too. Yes, the first Christians, the ones who are called the humble, I think, and if God isn't almighty but is more likely powerless, still he's there in everything that is and everything that happens, because that's how it has to be if God put limits on himself by giving human beings free will, since God is love and love is inconceivable without free will, so he can't be all-powerful. And the same thing is true of nature. If God created the laws that nature follows, then the laws are what's in control, I think, and if God hadn't given himself limits, for whatever reason, then he wouldn't be all-powerful either, not in any thinkable way, I think, because that can't be thought. But there's one thing I'm sure of, and that's that the greater the despair and suffering is, the closer God is, I think, and I say, who created the heavens and the earth, and the words are simple. They're words everyone can understand, and that's why the meaning too of these words is something for everyone. But if you get hung up on the literal meaning to the extent you can, then the words become meaningless. And I used to do that myself, because it's almost like the people who spoke these words when I was growing up believed in the literal meaning of what they said, in God a Father who lived up in the sky somewhere, who was all-powerful and who used that power to even exterminate millions of Jews, I think. But those who think of God like that are truly sinning, misusing God's name, or maybe they're not. They don't know any better, and I shouldn't judge them, because judge not lest ye be judged, as is written, but I can't help it. I think it's blasphemous to think like that, and the people who believe in the God they told us about when I was growing up in Barman believe in a false idol. They're misusing God's name, pure and simple, and may God forgive them, and he does, for God's grace is so all-encompassing that it's wrong to distinguish the grace as something particular, as grace, I think. And now how can I know that? I think, and it's equally wrong to say that God is almighty, yes, all-powerful, because then how does it make sense that God became human and shared our powerless condition? For such is the foolishness we preach, as Paul wrote, I think, and I say to myself inside myself, and in Jesus Christ his only Son our Lord, he was conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit, and born of the Virgin Mary, he suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended to the dead. On the 3rd day he rose again. He ascended to heaven, is seated at the right hand of God the Father. He will come again to judge the living and the dead. And I think that when Jesus Christ in the utmost powerlessness died on the cross, it was God himself who died, because the Father and I are one, it says in Scripture. Yes, then it was the old God, the vengeful God as described in the Old Testament, who died. The God of vengeance died with Jesus Christ dead on the cross, and rose up again with Jesus Christ, the resurrection of God. And with his disappearing from the created world, a new connection between God and humanity was formed, but not in this world. Or rather, it was like an annihilation of this world. It was like an opposition to this world that the good Lord now existed in humanity. Yes, like a shining darkness deep inside people. Yes, maybe you can think of it as like the Holy Spirit. I think, and I say to myself, I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. And I think that the humble Christians have thought about and pondered all these things, for more than 2,000 years, how God can be all-powerful, be all-knowing, and be love at the same time. And I think that it's wrong to think like this, because in a certain sense God isn't anything. He is a dark shining nothingness and nothing a not. And at the same time he is also in everything, that is, he is being a distance that is also closeness, because God is both in and gone from the created world, which is outside the Creator, outside of God. I think all of space with our little planet where human beings exist is in a certain sense there so that God can exist, because without human beings God would not have become God but something else instead, I think. And when what we know as our earth and the space we're in is gone, then nothing will be there, the nothingness will be there, the nothingness that God is, because God is eternal and eternity can't be anything finite, anything in space. So God is the whole past, the whole present, the whole future outside time and space. And that is why God reaches from eternity to eternity, and he knows everything. He is all-knowing. And that's why everything that happens is in a way predetermined, because it already exists in God's eternity, in God's mind. Even the freely willed actions are all in God's everything and nothing, because even after all of creation is gone there will be nothing there, nothingness. That's how it is with everything that is. With each individual person, after the person is gone from creation. They will be in God's eternity, as nothing. They're in God's shining darkness, in his nothingness, because everything comes from nothing and to nothing it will return. It comes from God, who is therefore so close, since he is inside every single person. Yes, he is the foundation, the abyss, yes, the innermost picture in everyone, like a full void, like a shining darkness, I think. And this was why everything came into existence, so that God could exist, because he is in every human being, because God becomes God in the soul, and the soul becomes the soul in God, as Meister Eckhart wrote. And no one else has made belief more understandable, more comprehensibly incomprehensible. No one else has opened up the kingdom of God to me like Meister Eckhart. And if it wasn't for him, I would never have found words for the closeness of God, for the closeness that God in his silence gives me, yes, gives to all people whether they realize it or not. And, of course, Meister Eckhart is right about how many of the people who don't believe in God are people who really do, while the ones who are doing all kinds of things to show that they believe in God actually believe in something other than God. They believe in an idol because they believe in good works, in repentance and fasting, in sacraments, in the liturgy, in this or that conduct bringing them closer to God. Yes, most of those who are inside are outside, and most who are outside are inside. The first shall be last, as is written, but even so both prayer and Mass, and most of all the Eucharist, can lead us closer to God, closer to eternity and nothingness, closer to the shining darkness inside us, because I experience that every time I go to Mass or see the halo around the host, or the glimmer coming from it, the light, in the transfiguration happening in the consecration, I think, and there's probably nothing especially smart about what I'm thinking. I think, why does the fjord exist? And the ocean? And the sky? And why do I exist? Why is there anything rather than nothing? I think, and everything exists at some point and stops existing at some point, not just me, because obviously both my paintings and I myself will cease to be. How ridiculous is it to think that anything in creation won't disappear and turn into nothing? Even the most beautiful painting, the most worthwhile painting in the world will be gone someday. The same way whoever painted it will be long gone, and the greatest poem will disappear, because everything disappears, and eventually there will be nothing left, and then the kingdom of God will have come. Yes, let thy kingdom come, I think, but right now, yes, right now the kingdom of God is in everyone, and God's being, his uncreated darkness and light, his nothingness, speaks and is silent from what exists, from the water, from the sky, from the good paintings, yes, from the round table right here next to me God silently speaks, and from the two chairs next to the table, yes, God is looking at me from the table, from the chairs, I think, because, yes, naast unschwer fas and Gott wo aber geferist wuchs das retten durch. I think, and I think that to think like I'm doing now doesn't go anywhere, because my thinking is so muddled, I'm so tired that the thoughts just keep going and turn what is utterly simple and clear into something incomprehensible and unclear. I think, but no, I always think like this, whether I'm tired or not, and I think as clearly as I can, but I'm not up to it, so it just turns into meaningless irrational words, maybe, I think, and really I'm just trying to say in words what I know for sure and for certain. I think that Jesus Christ will come again to pass judgment on the living and the dead, and then I think that those are just words, because Jesus Christ is always coming back, in every single moment, in every single instant, and he is judging, both in life and in death, and turning everything evil into nothingness while everything good, all love, everything from God and with God, continues to exist. I think, and then I say to myself, I believe in the communion of saints. And I think that yes, I do believe in a communion of all people who have been freed from their evil, who have become their own nothingness, who have become the part of God that is inside them. Everyone who has ever lived and who is now dead make up a community, a communion of the saints, because the evil has been taken from them and turned into nothing. Yes, I like to think that that's what burns up in hell. Evil is what disappears there, not people. Because a person is so much more than evil. A person is created in God's image. I think, and insofar as evil becomes nothing, becomes not it, yes, in a way it falls out of time and space, the evil and the good together, and they become one in the kingdom of God. I think, and here again are these clumsy words, these words that separate a person from God, and at the same time in some incomprehensible way connect a person to God, and then I say to myself the resurrection of the body and the life everlasting, and I think that what I'm saying is that a person is not just body and soul, there is spirit that connects the body and the soul, the same connection, the same undifferentiating connection, between what we like to call form and what we like to call content that makes a painting good, or makes a good poem good, and that makes good music good. Yes, that exists when one thing can't be separated from the other, when form can't be separated from content. It's precisely when they meet that the spirit in a work of art becomes something particular, that at the same time is totally universal. I think, and it is this unity that's resurrected when the flesh is resurrected, as a transfigured body, as a spiritualized body, as Paul wrote, and this happens as soon as a person dies and leaves time and space, not at some point somewhere or other in the future, because time, with its before and now and after, is a part of this evil, fallen world, the same way space is too, with its proximities and distances. But when a person dies and leaves time, leaves space, goes to God, as something completely particular and completely universal at the same time, not mixed, not divided up, that's what I think, and I think, how can I know that? I can't know whether or not things are like what I say they are like, maybe they are totally different, but that's how I'm able to think about it, or keep trying to at least. It's probably impossible for anyone else to understand what I think, and the truth exists in the unspoken, since it disappears and goes away when someone tries to say it, because thou shalt not make any image of God, as stands written, and that's probably exactly what I'm doing now, and precisely what I'm not doing when I'm painting and manage to paint well. Then I make an image of something totally different, and in that way maybe an image of God, but I can't think such things. I think, and then I close my eyes and am so tired, and I pray, God forgive me my sins, because God is near whether a person prays or not, and in a way praying brings a person farther from God, as Meister Eckhart wrote. And that's because a human being is a prayer in himself or herself, in his or her yearning. I think, and I think that's enough now, and then I call Bragi, and he jumps up from where he's lying next to my feet, and he looks at me, and his eyes sparkle in the darkness. I don't understand anything, I don't, I say. And Bragi looks at me with those sparkling eyes, his dog's eyes. And then I close my eyes. Good boy, Bragi, I say. And I think that I think thoughts, but they were all thought better by Meister Eckhart, he from whom God hid nothing, that's what they called him, and if it wasn't for his writings, and for Asle, I would never have converted and become Catholic, that's for sure, I think, but maybe in that case I would have been closer to God than I am now? Maybe I was closer to God before I converted and became Catholic? I think. You're a nice dog, Bragi, yes, I say. And I think that I'm tired, but I still can't get to sleep, and I think that I'm in bad shape. I feel so tired and weak that I'm not sure how much more I'll be able to do, and I don't want to paint more paintings in any case. What's done is good, I think. But what am I supposed to do if I don't paint? I think, because aside from Asle, well, who is there to talk to? Yes, well, I talk to Bea a couple times a year, but other than that I have no contact with anyone, and there aren't so many people in Dilgia, and I can't even imagine moving away and leaving Dilgia. It's in Dilgia that I've lived my life, and my life is the life I lived with Asle. The time before that and the time after that don't count somehow, they are somehow not my life, I think, and I make another sign of the cross. How many times a day do I do that? No, I don't know, but every time I feel a kind of pain. Yes, I make the sign of the cross, and I think that without really understanding why I've now lost all my desire to paint. It's like I've finished the painting I'm supposed to do. Ever since Asle was admitted to the hospital and they didn't let me see him, I've had no more desire to paint, and the bad picture, the one with the 2 lines that cross. Luckily it's not on the easel anymore. I've put it away.
Put it at the front of the stack of
the unfinished paintings, with the stretcher facing out. I think that it's probably going to be morning soon. I think, and I close my eyes and I see Asle sitting on the bus to Bjørgvin, and he's thinking that everything he owns is packed in 2 boxes he got at the Coop store, and he put his sheets and blankets in the burlap sack mother put them in when he moved to Aga. And he has his painting supplies in the old suitcase that used to be in the attic of the old house, and then there's the easel and everything fit in the luggage compartment in the back of the bus going to Bjørgvin. And Asle thinks that when he was there to rent his room he met Asle. They met entirely by chance at the bus cafe there, and as soon as they met they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and since then they'd written letters to each other every day. As soon as he got a letter from Asle he wrote one to her, and as soon as she got a letter from him she wrote one to him. Asle thinks, and now when he gets to the bus station in Bjørgvin, Asle will be there waiting for him at the gate. That's what she wrote, and then they'll take a taxi to 7 University Street,
because even though it's expensive,
there's no way they can carry all the things. And anyway, it wasn't that far from the bus station to 7 University Street, was what Asle wrote. And now Asle is sitting on the bus and everything he owns is in the luggage area, and he thinks how lucky he's been. Not only did he get a spot at the art school without his examinatium, without having to finish all 3 years of the academic high school, but he found and rented a room in Bjørgvin not too far from the art school, and so he could quit the academic high school. And the day he did that was a great day for him. Asle thinks, yes, there have been several great days in his life recently, but the greatest was the day he met Asle, and next was the day he got into the art school. And in third place was the day a few days ago when he went to the principal of the academic high school and told him he was leaving. Asle thinks, and I lie there on the bench with my black coat on, with the blanket tucked tight around me, and it's so cold in the room, but I don't have the strength to get up and light the stove, and I'm so tired but I can't get to sleep. I think, and Asle came over and had lutefisk here last night, and now it's probably already midnight. Maybe. I think, it's probably little Christmas Eve already. Maybe. I think, and the lutefisk was as it should be, but somehow it didn't taste good to me. I think, and I lie there with my eyes closed and I see Asle walking from the shoemaker's workshop, and he stops at the door to the landlady's house and he rings the doorbell, and she comes and opens the door and she says, no, is it you? And Asle says he has to tell her that he's going to move to Bjørgvin to start at the art school there, and that he's already found a room in Bjørgvin, so he's come to give up his room. He says, and the landlady says that it's too bad Asle's leaving. She'd liked having him living there at the shoemaker's workshop. It felt safer. To be honest, she says, but if he's moving to Bjørgvin then that's the way it is, of course. Yes, she says, and then she asks him if she can offer him a little coffee or a roll, and Asle has no choice but to say yes. He thinks, and the landlady says he should come in, and Asle takes off his shoes in the hall and goes into the living room, and the landlady says he should sit down on the sofa, and then she walks on her slightly stiff feet out to the kitchen, and she comes back in with a flower pattern tablecloth and carefully puts it down on the coffee table and spreads it,
and then she goes out to
the kitchen again and then comes back with some rolls on a flower pattern dish, and the tablecloth and dish have the same kind of flowers on them, and then she goes out to the kitchen and gets a coffee pot and she pours coffee, first Asle's then her own, and then she says enjoy, and Asle takes a roll, since really he has no choice, even though he doesn't like rolls, and he takes a bite and he chews and then he raises his coffee cup to his mouth and takes a sip. Milk and sugar? The landlady says, I forgot to ask you, didn't I? She says, maybe a little milk. Asle says, since I don't take any myself I forgot to offer any. She says, I like it black, she says. And then the landlady goes out to the kitchen and she comes back with a little pitcher of milk that she puts down in front of Asle, and he pours a little milk into his cup, and then there's silence for a bit, and then the landlady says, it's strange, isn't it, how some people like milk in their coffee, and some people like sugar, and some both, and some neither, she says. Yes, Asle says. People are different, he says. And after that there's silence again, and then the landlady says that she doesn't entirely understand why she never rented out the room upstairs in the shoemaker's workshop before. It just never happened. She sort of never realized she could, because the shoemaker's workshop sort of belonged totally and completely to her husband, her good husband, now long since passed, so she sort of had nothing to do with the house. That's how it was when her dear husband was alive, and then that's how it stayed afterwards too, when he was gone. But now, yes, now that she's had a renter for the first time she'll keep doing it in future too, that's for sure, because in a strange way it was like having a little company in her life, having a young man living up there in the shoemaker's workshop. It made her feel safe. And it's hard to believe, but in a strange way it gave her a feeling like her husband was still alive, even though he's been dead all these years, she says. And she tends to his grave as best she can, for as long as she lives he'll have a well-tended grave, the landlady says, and when her own time comes she will lie in the same grave as him. And, yes, That'll feel safe too. Yes, death loses a bit of its sting when she thinks that she'll be sleeping in the same grave as her husband for all eternity, she says, because everything else, well, the stuff about the resurrection of the flesh and all that, no, she can't quite picture that or bring herself to believe in it, but lying in the same grave as her husband, that feels right and safe, the landlady says, and Asle has managed to eat almost the whole roll and he drinks his coffee. Are you taking the bus to Bjørgvin tomorrow already? The landlady says then, and Asle nods and says that yes, is going to Bjørgvin tomorrow. Then you probably have a lot to do, the landlady says. Packing and tidying up and cleaning, because you do need to make sure you clean up after yourself, you know, she says. And then the landlady says that she used to be able to do things like that herself, but she's now so stiff and sore that it's more than she can manage to keep her own house clean. Isn't it? She says, and having things spick and span in her house had always been especially important for her, not being slovenly in any way, because she was never slovenly. No indeed, she says, and it's like there's a kind of anger flaring up in her voice. I'm no slob. No, she says. And Asle doesn't know what to say, because he sort of can't say you're right, you're not slovenly, because then it's kind of like she is in a way, he thinks, and so he doesn't say anything and he chews at the rest of his roll, and then the landlady holds up the dish to him and says he should take another roll, and Asle says no thank you so much.
This is plenty, he says.
You'll have a little more coffee, though, won't you? She says. And Asle shakes his head and says that now he has to get busy packing and getting everything ready so he can take the bus to Bjørgvin tomorrow, he says. I suppose you do, the landlady says. And Asle hears that there's something hurt in her voice, and then she says that he can take a few rolls for the road. Yes, the landlady says, and isn't it strange that today when she went shopping at the co-op store she bought herself a bag of rolls. Now why would she have done that? Yes, it's as if she knew someone would be paying her a visit today, but she didn't know, now did she? She says, and then she gets up and she takes the flower-patterned dish of rolls and goes out to the kitchen. And then she comes back in with a paper bag and she hands it to Asle, and he says thanks, and the landlady says that it's too bad he couldn't live here longer, but since he got a spot at the art school over in Bjørgvin, well, what has to be must be, she says, and Asle holds out his hand to her and he and the landlady shake hands, and then he says thank you so much for everything, and for the coffee and rolls, he says, and the landlady says it was nothing, and then Asle leaves and he turns around in the doorway and he sees that the landlady has raised her hand and is waving to him, and he raises his hand and waves back and then is out of the house, and he thinks it was good to get that over with. But what in the world is he going to do with these rolls? He doesn't like rolls, and it would be too bad just to throw them away, he thinks, and he's almost done with his packing already. He's already packed everything he owns in 2 boxes he got from the co-op store, and then he packed his painting supplies in the old suitcase that used to belong to his grandparents that he'd brought with him from the attic in the old house. When he moved into his room, and he'd laid the grey blanket he got from Grandma between the paintings as best he could, he thinks, and now he needs to go over to Sig's and give him back the 2 books he'd borrowed from him such a long time ago. He mustn't forget that. And truth be told, he's barely opened them, and he doesn't even remember who wrote them, but he did read a couple of pages of each of them. And the rolls, yes, maybe Sig likes rolls and so he can give them to him. Asle thinks, and he puts the 2 books and the bag with the rolls in his shoulder bag, and he goes out and he thinks that he has to go see Grandma today. He thinks he has to do that today even if she doesn't even notice when he comes in the room anymore. So that's why he's been going to see her less and less often. Asle thinks, and he goes over to Sig's place and he knocks on the door. He is knocking on Sig's door for maybe the last time. Asle thinks, and Sig opens the door and Asle asks if Sig likes rolls, and Sig answers, what kind of question is that? But sure, yeah, and Asle says he doesn't like rolls, so if Sig wants these rolls he can have them, he says, and Asle takes the bag of rolls out of his shoulder bag. He got these rolls from the landlady, he says, and he hands Sig the bag, and Sig says thank you, he says.
But come in, Sig says.
And Asle goes inside and shuts the door behind him, and tomorrow you're off, Sig says. Yes, Asle says. And then no one says anything, and Sig puts the bag of rolls down on the kitchen counter, and then he says that he's going to still be living in this little old house the rest of his days, but he didn't pay Asle enough for the painting, he says, and he takes out a few banknotes and hands them to Asle, and he says thank you for painting a picture of my house, and there's a kind of embarrassing silence, and it's as if Sig is sorry he took the picture, because it's nowhere to be seen since Sig never hung it up. But what did he do with it? Asle thinks, maybe it's under the sofa? He thinks, because he can't just have thrown it away, can he? He thinks, but Sig thought it was too dark and too sad, that painting, because it was a sad painting, to tell the truth, but it was a good painting, maybe one of the best he's painted. And then in black and white, yes, in just black and white and grey, and with the tiniest bit of blue in 1 or 2 places, Asle thinks, and he doesn't really think Sig threw out the painting. Thanks a lot, Asle says. Don't mention it, Sig says. And he says that since Asle is moving to Björgvin tomorrow, they probably don't have time to head over to the hotel and have a farewell glass together. But he does have a couple of bottles of beer here, he says, and then Sig goes and gets 2 glasses and 1 bottle of beer, and he opens the bottle and hands it to Asle, who pours some for both Sig and himself, and then he puts the bottle down on the table and they drink, and Asle looks at the chessboard
there at the end of the table, with the
pieces in various positions on it, and Asle thinks he doesn't understand how Sig can spend so much of his time thinking about how he's going to move one of his pieces on his next turn. But he probably needs something like that to think about so as not to think about something else, Asle thinks, and he himself doesn't even know how to play chess, he thinks.
I'll miss you, Sig says.
And it's not an easy career you've chosen, if you want to make a living painting pictures, he says. And Asle says all he wants to do is paint, everything else will happen however it happens, he says. It's probably more of a calling than a normal job that puts food on the table, Sig says. And there's a silence, and then Sig says that maybe they can meet up in Björgvin sometime, because when he has time off he sometimes takes a trip there, and when he gets out of the bus at the bus station there, the first thing he always does is go to a place called the Bus Cafe to get a pint or 2 or 3, and then he walks over to the fish market, and on the way there he buys himself a bottle of something stronger, and then he sits down at the fish market and secretly takes a sip every so often. And he looks at the people, at the boats, and then he glances up at the prison and feels how good it is to not be locked up in there anymore, and sometimes he drops by the alehouse, because they have good beer and good food there at a reasonable price, so Asle should go there, Sig says, and Asle says that he has to look in on Grandma, and Sig says he understands, that he has to say goodbye to her, and that'll probably be another loss for her, not to have Asle come see her, because he goes to see her so often, he says, but after he's seen his grandmother they could probably meet up afterwards and have a farewell glass of something at the hotel, he says, because he's going over to the hotel right now, he says, and then Asle says he can't forget, he has the 2 books he borrowed with him, he says, and he says that he read a little of them, and he liked what he read, but he didn't read enough to get that much out of them, Asle says, and he takes the books out of the shoulder bag and hands them to Sig and says thanks for loaning them to him, and Sig says it was nice to hear that Asle read a little of them anyway, and then Sig says it sure will be lonely for his grandmother now once Asle stops going by to say hello to her, and Asle says that he can't talk with Grandma anymore, she just lies there, she doesn't even notice that he's there, that he's come. But even so he still likes to say a few words and then hold her hand, he says, and Sig says well all right then, and then Asle says bye and that he'll see him at the hotel after he's gone and seen Grandma, and Sig says good, and then Asle goes to the hospice and to the room where Grandma is lying, and he knocks on the door, and as usual no one answers, and he opens the door and he sees that the bed is empty, and he thinks now that's strange, he thinks, and he stays standing there for a moment looking at the empty bed, and then someone who works at the hospice comes and she says she's so sorry but his grandmother died earlier today, around 8 o'clock, she says, and Asle just nods and then he quietly leaves, and he thinks now Grandma is gone. Now the best friend he ever had in his life is gone forever, he thinks, and he thinks that he has no desire to go to the hotel to drink beer with Sig, but he probably has to go anyway. Because a promise is a promise, he thinks, and then he walks into the hotel and he sees Sig sitting there with his glass of beer, and Asle says Grandma died and he'd rather just go back to his room now, and Sig says it's really sad to hear that. His grandmother was old and sick but she was his grandmother, and it's always terrible when someone is gone forever, Sig says, and Asle says that he doesn't know what to say but he wants to go back home to his room.
He says, and Sig says he
understands. Asle would rather be alone since his grandmother just died, he says, and then Sig says that he'll miss Asle. It was a lot nicer for him since Asle moved to Aga, he says, because before Asle came he had no one to talk to or have a beer with, he says, and now things will go back to how they were before, he says. Yes, he'll drink his beers and smoke his cigarettes alone, Sig says, and Asle says again that he's going back to his room, and Sig says well then he'll just stay here alone at his table with his glass of beer and have a good long think about what his next move should be in the chess game, because he needs to send the card tonight, he says, and then Sig says they'll see each other again, wherever it might be, but maybe in Björgvin sometime, he says. I'm going home now, Asle says. It's sad about your grandmother, Sig says. And he stands up, and then Sig and Asle shake hands and he says bye, and then Asle goes home to his room and he notices that he's tired and sad, and he thinks again and again that his grandma is dead now, she is gone forever, he thinks, and he thinks that he wants to go lie down right now, and he lies down, but he doesn't fall asleep, because he's thinking the whole time about Grandma who's lying there cold and dead in the hospice, and he thinks that in a week he'll have to go to Barmen and go to her funeral, because she'll be laid to rest in the grave next to Grandpa's, Asle thinks, and he thinks that he needs to get up early tomorrow. He thinks, because the bus leaves at 8 o'clock, he thinks, and he'll have to make 2 trips to bring everything to the bus stop, he thinks, so he needs to set the alarm clock for 7, he thinks, and he still has his clothes on, Asle thinks, and then he stands up and gets undressed and he sets the alarm clock for 7, and then he thinks that he should get the grey blanket Grandma gave him when she was being sent to the hospice and wrap it tight around him, and then he realizes that he can't. He's already packed it in the suitcase, wrapped it around the paintings in the suitcase. Asle thinks, and I lie there on the bench, and Bragi is lying up next to me. And now it'll be morning soon, and I should have stood up and gone and lit a fire in the stove. I think, but I'm so tired I just can't.
I think, and I shut my eyes and I see Asle sit up
in bed, and the alarm clock is ringing, and he turns the alarm off, and he gets up right away, and he puts his clothes on, and he thinks that he has everything packed and ready. He's carried it bit by bit down to the ground floor. Now there's nothing left but the sheets, and obviously he has to just roll them up and put them in the burlap sack, he thinks, and the sack is already lying there folded up on the table. And if the landlady doesn't answer when he rings the bell to drop off the keys, he'll just leave them in her mailbox, Asle thinks, but he doesn't have all that much time. He thinks, and he rolls up the duvet and the sheet, and he pushes the roll down into the sack, and then he puts the alarm clock in the sack, and he looks at the hot plate he got from father, and he thinks that he'll just leave that behind. He can't drag it along with him, and he can't really use it in the room he's renting from Asle anyway. Asle thinks, and then he turns off the light and he locks the door, and he thinks that Grandma died yesterday. That suddenly comes to him, and he feels a surge of loss inside him, and he goes down the stairs, and he goes and puts the bag outside the shoemaker's workshop's door, and then he gets his other things and puts them there too, and then he locks the door, and he thinks he just has to do everything as he'd planned even if Grandma is dead, and he goes and rings the landlady's doorbell, and he stands there waiting, and then he hears footsteps, and then the door opens. Yes, I just wanted to, Asle says, and he holds out the keys. I wanted to drop these off, he says. Yes, thank you, the landlady says, and then there's silence. Good luck in Bjørgvin, she says. I've been to Bjørgvin too, you know, but that was many years ago, she says. Back when I was young, yes, just a girl, she says, and Asle just stands there. Yes, thank you, he says. It was a pleasure to have you living there in the shoemaker's workshop,
the landlady says.
And Asle holds out his hand, and they shake hands, and then Asle walks away, and he hears the landlady turn the key in the door, and now he takes the boxes first, both of them, and they are pretty heavy, and it's quite a chore to carry them to the bus stop. And then he goes back and gets his easel and burlap sack, and it's much easier to carry those, and finally he gets the suitcase, and then he stands there at the bus stop with everything he owns, and he's also a bit worried about whether there'll be room for everything in the luggage area of the bus, and he's thinking the whole time that Grandma is dead. She died yesterday, and now she's lying there in the hospice cold and dead. He thinks, and the bus comes, and Asle holds out his hand, and the bus stops, and the bus driver gets out, and he says, well, now that's quite a load he has with him there. This is a bus, you know, not a truck, a moving truck, he says, but we can always try, he says, and then hope that there aren't too many other people today with so many things, he says, and then they put the boxes and the burlap sack and the suitcase and the easel up into the empty baggage area in the back of the bus, and the bus driver gets into the bus, and Asle goes in after him, and he says he's going to Bjørgvin, and the bus driver says so he's moving to Bjørgvin too. Almost every single young person from the country is moving to Bjørgvin nowadays, and he doesn't see what's so much better about living there than in some place or another in the country. The bus driver says, and Asle doesn't say anything, and he goes and sits down at the back of the bus like he usually does, in the back seat, and there's just one other passenger, an old woman, and she's sitting all the way in the front, and she looks a little like his grandma, he thinks, and now Grandma is dead, she's gone forever,
he thinks, and the bus starts, and he looks at the
shoemaker's workshop, and Asle thinks that he forgot to wash up in the room the way the landlady asked him to, and that's terrible, he thinks, because now it's too late, he thinks, and then he looks at the fjord, and at Gallo's home out there in the fjord, and he looks across the fjord, at the mountains on the other side, one mountain behind another in a line reaching back, and all the way at the top of the highest mountain he sees the big white snowdrifts, and above that the sky, and it's deep blue today, and there are almost no clouds, he thinks, and it's like the sky is his grandmother, he thinks, but no, it's Asle's who's the sky, he thinks, because Asle's is the sky too above his dead grandmother. Asle thinks, and he feels deep inside that this is his country, his landscape, and it always will be, because he has so many pictures of this landscape fixed in his mind. Some are of the landscape itself, but most are of a face, or of people where something or another can somehow be seen in a face, in a movement, in a look, whatever it is, those black boots of grandfather's in the rain, a dark rowboat on a beach at low tide, a heavy slate slab on a boathouse roof, he thinks, and all the pictures are so clear, and he can get rid of them one by one, and all the pictures say something more than themselves. It's impossible to understand, Asle thinks, and they are disturbing, these pictures, he thinks, but it helps to paint, because he always paints one of the pictures he has in his mind, but he never paints it the way it is in his mind. He starts off from it, he makes the silent voice in the picture he has in his head become clearer, he gets what his scene to say what it wants to say, just clearer, because a painting is a silent voice that speaks, And the voice says that there is a silence that at the same time brings something close. No. Now his thinking beyond his abilities, Asle thinks, and he closes his eyes and he hears the engine rumbling and the bus driver shifts gears up and down and he notices how the bus moves down the winding roads in short bursts, and every so often the bus stops, or has to move to the side to let another vehicle pass.
Either a car behind him or a car
coming towards him. Asle thinks, and he thinks again and again that Grandma's dead now. She's lying there alone now, cold and dead in the hospice. He thinks, and then he thinks about Asle, because now it's she who is the sky over everything in the world. He thinks, yes, Asle is even the sky over his dead grandmother now. Asle thinks, and he doesn't really know what's going to happen, how life will be, but he knows that he wants to paint pictures. And he knows that he wants to get the silence, yes, the silent mute language into the pictures, to make them talk in their silent way. He thinks, and he has to, because that's the only way he can live with all the pictures he has lodged in his mind. He thinks, and just today there are at least 5, maybe 10, that have lodged there. He can't count them, but his things sitting next to the ground floor wall of the shoemaker's workshop, the arms coming into view when the landlady opened the door, her face with something moving over it. Something came, was there, was gone, all at once. And then the other pictures, how the bus driver's body moved when he put the suitcase up into the bus. No, he can't tell how many of these pictures have joined the collection he has in his head today. Asle thinks, and he closes his eyes and he sees Grandma lying there in bed at the hospice, and her face is grey and light blue. Her lips are a different blue, and he's holding her hand, and he feels how sleepy he is, and yesterday Grandma died. He thinks, and he feels grief, you'd have to call it. But maybe he felt more grief when Grandma was driven away from the house, from the old house, where she'd lived her whole life, to the hospice, when she handed him the grey blanket. Asle thinks, and he thinks that he doesn't want to tell Asle that his grandma died yesterday, or he wants to tell her but not today. He thinks, and he stretches out on the back seat and half lies down there, and then he must have fallen asleep,
because he jolts and sits up and he
sees that the bus is pulling into a gate at the bus station in Bjørgvin, and Asle looks out the window and he sees Asle is there, but she doesn't see him. She's standing on the opposite side of the bus from where he's sitting, and Asle gets out of the bus and he goes over to Asle, and then she sees him and they go up to each other and they give each other a hug, and it feels like they've never been apart. That's how it feels in a way, and it feels safer somehow that they'll be in the same city from now on. Asle thinks, and then their mouths find each other, right there at the gate, and then they stand there and kiss, and it feels entirely right, and it's like they never want to stop. They let the kiss just go on, and it's like time doesn't exist. Asle thinks, and then he thinks that they can't really just stand here like this kissing in broad daylight and at the bus station too. He thinks, and I lie there, and now the sun must be coming up soon, I think, and it's little Christmas Eve today, and I really had to get up soon, but it's so dark, and it's so cold in the room, I think, and I close my eyes and I see Asle and Asle standing in front of 7 University Street, and Asle goes and opens the front door, and she stands there with the suitcase in one hand and holds the door open with the other, and she says she knew the door wouldn't be locked, and Asle carries the easel and the 2 boxes and the burlap sack inside and puts them on the floor under the mailboxes, and Asle says it was good they took a taxi. It would have been too much to carry, even though it's not exactly a huge amount to move, and even though it's not that far a walk from the bus station,
and even though the taxi ride wasn't exactly cheap.
She says, and she says that it's probably better to carry it upstairs in 2 trips, and then Asle starts walking up the stairs with the 2 boxes, and Asle walks behind him with the suitcase, and they don't say anything, and then an older man in a hat and coat and with a cane comes walking stiffly down the stairs, and he says good day, and both Asle and Asle say good day, and then they keep going, and Asle says that that was a fine example of an older Bjørgviner, a real Bjørgvin man. You don't see many like him around anymore. But when she was a girl there were lots of them. Older men always went out in either a hat or a sailor's cap with a visor, she says, and they carry the things up from one landing to the next, and then they put the things down outside the door with the nameplate saying Huddersayson, and then they take each other's hands and they go downstairs, and Asle lets go of Asle's and picks up the easel in one empty hand and the burlap sack in the other, and Asle says that she can carry the easel or the sack, and Asle says no, he'll carry them himself, he says, and then they go back up all the stairs to the 6th floor, and Asle puts the easel and sack down, and then Asle says that maybe she should leave and wait for him outside, and Asle gets almost scared. No, you can't leave. Asle says I can wait outside. Asle says no, Asle says. And he thinks about the last time, yes, when Asle was gone when he got outside, and doesn't want that to happen again today. He thinks, and he thinks that he doesn't want to ask Asle why she left so suddenly last time and wasn't there. It feels wrong to ask. He thinks, and he thinks about Grandma, about how she's gone forever now, and he'll tell Asle about that. But not today. He thinks, and Asle rings the doorbell, and they hear footsteps, and the door opens, and Asle and Huddersayson look straight at each other, and she says welcome, and she holds out her hand, and she and Asle shake hands, and he thinks that it's strange that Huddersayson sort of doesn't notice Asle, or at least she's acting like she doesn't. And it's like Asle shrinks in on herself and tries to be as small and invisible as she can. She really turns almost invisible. Asle thinks, and he feels that Asle doesn't want him to point her out to Hadis.
She wants to be as invisible as she can manage to be, and then he sees
Hadis look at Asle, and a dislike comes over her face, as though what she was seeing was somehow disgusting. But Hadis doesn't say a single word. She just looks away from Asle towards Asle and says he should bring his things inside. This wasn't a huge amount for someone moving, she says, and she opens the door wider, and Asle picks up the 2 boxes, and then he goes inside, and Hadis opens the door next to the front door, and she says that this is his room. Here it is, his room, his home, so to speak. Now the 2 of them will be sharing house and home, in a way, Hadis says, and she laughs, and Asle goes out and gets the easel and burlap sack, and Asle says that she'll go downstairs and wait outside. She doesn't feel exactly welcome here, she says, and Asle feels anxiety. Yes, fear grip him, and he says she can't leave, and Asle says no, really, she'll wait outside. She absolutely will, she says, and then Hadis is standing in the doorway, and she says that she doesn't like rules, not too many rules, but there's one rule that has applied to all the renters she's ever had, and she's had quite a few over the years, and that is that they can't bring girls to the room, she says, and then Hadis looks straight at Asle standing there, and Asle looks down, and then Asle says this is Asle's, his girlfriend, and Hadis doesn't say anything, and already she is heading back inside, and Asle says she's going to go wait outside now, and Asle says that he'll come as soon as he can, and Asle nods, and then she starts to walk down the stairs, and Asle watches her go, and he's filled with an unbelievable love like nothing has ever felt, and he hears Hadis say that he should come inside now, and then Asle goes into the entryway, and Hadis says that she already took him through the apartment when he was here before, and she'd said what he could and couldn't do, and she doesn't want to go through it again. But anyway, he needs to remember to take out the garbage every Wednesday afternoon or evening. That was the most important thing, aside from not having girls in the room, and, well, maybe she forgot to tell him that when he was here, but she takes for granted that people know the rules of proper behavior. She would have thought they'd go without saying, actually, because otherwise what would her apartment turn into? Hadis says there'd be some, she says, and she stops short, and Asle doesn't say anything, and so, yes, so he mustn't lose the keys, of course, Hadis says, and she holds up a keyring, and she holds up one key on the ring, and she says this is for the apartment door, and she holds up another key, and she says this is for the street door, and then she holds up a 3rd key, and she says this is to his room, but none of her previous renters have ever used it.
They left the door to the room
unlocked, and in any case there was one thing that was absolutely certain, she would never rummage around in there. In his room, she says, and Asle nods, and then he walks into the room, into his own rented room, and he says he has his sheets in the burlap sack, and Hadis laughs and says yes, you have to carry them in something, why not a burlap sack? She says, and then she says that he should just get settled in, and then she says that she's baked a cake and would love to offer him cake and coffee and then a glass of wine afterwards, would be nice to celebrate his moving in. She says, yes, once he's relaxed a bit, made himself at home a bit, they'd have a little celebration. Hadis says, and Asle says thank you, thanks so much, but his girlfriend is standing outside waiting for him. He says, so, you have a girlfriend?
Hadis says yes, Asle says.
And Hadis shakes her head, and she says that she's stayed away from that sort of thing her whole life. She'd managed to get through life unmarried, and if there was one thing she was proud of, it was probably that, she says, but the cake will keep, so later, tonight, if he doesn't spend too long mooning around with that girlfriend of his, he's welcome to have a little welcome party, she says. And in the worst case, if he can't get rid of that female of his, yes, she hopes he forgives her for talking like this, they can just have their welcome party tomorrow, because the cake will keep until tomorrow, Hadis says, and she turns around, and Asle sees her cross the hall and go into the living room, and then he leaves the apartment, and he finds his key, and he locks the door behind him, and then he runs as fast as he can down the stairs. He jumps down the stairs, and he thinks as long as Asle is there now, and she's not gone like last time, he'd thought so many times about why she didn't wait for him that time. But he didn't. And doesn't want to ask Asle why she didn't wait for him.
Asle thinks, and he thinks that the thing
about not being allowed to have girls in the room was definitely just something Hadis came up with on the spot when she saw Asle, because it didn't exactly seem like the 2 of them liked each other very much. No, Hadis didn't like Asle, and Asle didn't like Hadis, and it must have been because she didn't like Asle for whatever reason that Hadis brought up this rule of proper behavior, as she put it, that he wasn't allowed to have girls in the room, Asle thinks. And Hadis wasn't exactly insulted when he said that Asle was waiting for him outside, but she was a little sorry, somehow. He'd noticed that, Asle thinks, and of course it was stupid that she'd baked a cake and everything, and bought wine. And then he just left without letting them have the moving-in party she'd planned, Asle thinks, but he's going to eat cake and drink coffee and wine with Hadis tomorrow instead, because now he wants to see Asle again.
Asle thinks as he jumps down
the stairs and goes out the front door, and then he sees Asle standing there on the pavement, and a lightness comes over him like pure happiness, and Asle looks straight at him, and Asle says that he can't stay living there at Hadisason's for long if she can't come see him, and Asle says that Hadisason hadn't said anything about that before when he came and looked at the room, when it was being decided if he'd rent the room or not. He says, and I lie there on the bench,
and it's dark in the room.
But I'm sure that it's morning now, and today is Saturday and it's little Christmas Eve, I think, and now I need to get up, and I can't remember ever having put on my long black coat and gone and lain down on the bench without getting undressed, just spreading the grey blanket over me. I think that I'm so tired, it's like I can only just stand up, because I didn't get to sleep at all, I think, and it's so cold in the room and I can't bear to light the stove, but I have my coat on and it's good against the cold, and Brag is lying here next to me, cold tight against me, and I've spread the grey blanket over us both, and I think that I'm so tired, and I close my eyes and I see Asle walking down the hall in the student home, and he's thinking he told SIV they'd talk tomorrow, and he said goodbye and SIV didn't answer, and then he went to the bus stop as fast as he could without running, and then he took the bus to the student home. Asle thinks, and he walks down the hall to the apartment he and Liv are renting at the student home, and he hears a baby crying, and he walks down the hall and the crying gets louder, and he unlocks the door to the apartment he and Liv are renting at the student home, and it's the boy who's crying, and he goes into the bedroom and he sees the boy lying there alone in the middle of the double bed with his arms and legs stretched out to the sides, and Asle picks him up and holds him close, and he rubs the boy's back, and the crying gets softer, and then he starts to walk with the boy around the bedroom, and he goes into the living room and he can't see Liv anywhere. Maybe she just went out and left the boy lying all alone? Asle thinks, but she can't have done that, can she? He thinks, and he doesn't understand why Liv isn't home, and the boy cries, and Asle goes into the bathroom, and Liv is lying there on the floor, and Asle bends down and he shakes her and she doesn't wake up, and Asle puts his hand up to her mouth and he checks if she's breathing, and she's breathing but just barely, and the boy is screaming like never before, and Asle is like a pole of fear, and what should he do? And he shakes Liv's shoulder again, and she doesn't wake up, and he tries to open her eyelids and they fall back closed, and he takes a glass of cold water and he throws water in her face, and she just lies there like nothing happened, and then he sees there's an empty pill box on the washstand, and he thinks Liv took all the pills that were in the box, and he thinks he has to call for an ambulance now, right away, and the boy cries, and Asle strokes his back and he says, "Shh, calm down. Papa's home now, quiet down now like a good boy, just quiet down now," Asle says, and he says to himself that he has to take everything calmly, and I lie there on the bench and I think that it's morning now, yes, definitely, and it's little Christmas Eve today, I think, so I'll just get up now. But before I get up I want to pray, and I cross myself, and then I take out the rosary I have hanging around my neck, under my sweater. The rosary I got from Asle's once, and I hold the brown wooden cross between my thumb and index finger, and I say inside myself, Pater noster quies in caelis sanctificita nomen tuum adveniat regnum tuum fiat voluntas tua sicut in caelo et in terra panem nostrum quotidianum da. Nobis hodie et demit nobis debita nostra sicut et numbers demitimus debitoribus nostris et any numbers inducas in tentationem sed libera numbers amalo, and I move my thumb and index finger up to the first bead, and I say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil. And I move my thumb and index finger back down, and I hold onto the brown wooden cross, and then I say, again and again inside myself, while I breathe in deeply, Lord, and while I breathe out slowly, Jesus, and while I breathe in deeply, Christ, and while I breathe out slowly, have mercy, and while I breathe in deeply, on me.
Chapter 7.
And I see myself standing there looking at the painting in the pile with the stretcher facing out. It's morning, and I got up and turned on the light in the room, but I still have my black coat on. And Bragi is next to me. And I think that today is Saturday and it's little Christmas Eve, and I look at the stretcher of the Artemis painting in the stack, and St. Andrew's cross is painted on the stretcher in thick black oil paint, impasto, they call it, and I think again that I don't want to keep these paintings that I don't think are totally finished here in the main room anymore, because strictly speaking they are finished, or as finished as they'll ever be. They are as finished as I can make them, I think, and I think that I don't have any desire to paint anymore. Yes, I have a real aversion to even the thought of painting anymore, and I don't understand what changed so suddenly inside me, because it used to be that I had to paint,
not just to support myself but to get rid of all these
pictures lodged in my head, I think, and I realize that there are still pictures in my head, but I also realize that they are about to fade away on their own. They are about to come together into one slow picture that doesn't need to be painted and won't be and can't be. Yes, the pictures are about to come together into a stillness, a calm silence, I think, and I feel filled with something like peace. It's strange how suddenly something can change.
I think that I want to carry the
stack of paintings that I thought I wasn't done with, but that actually I am done with, up to the attic and put them with the paintings I've set aside in the storage space in one of the attic rooms, and that I go up to the attic to look at now and then when I get stuck and can't paint, And then I've always had one of those pictures out, leaning against the back of a chair between the two little windows, in the middle, under the peak of the gable.
I think and I see that there are 5 paintings I
thought I wasn't finished with, and all of them are big, or among the bigger ones, because usually I have 2 stacks there, one with bigger paintings and one with smaller paintings, with my leather shoulder bag hanging between the 2 stacks, on its peg, but now there's just 1 stack in the middle, under the shoulder bag. And then I take the pictures under my arms and go up to the attic and I look at the portrait of Asle that's leaning against the back of the chair there between the 2 little windows in the gable, and then I go into the storage space and I put the pictures down, leaning them against the other pictures that are stacked there, and now there are 9 pictures therein. All with their stretchers facing out, so there were only 4 pictures along with the portrait of Asle that I kept and didn't want to sell, I think, and 2 of them are some of the first pictures I painted, I think, so now I have 9 paintings I can sell. That's enough for one more exhibition. But only one, I think, and the portrait of Asle is the only picture I want to keep. I think that I committed to 1 exhibition in 6 months at the Kleinheinrich Gallery in Oslo, but Bayer has all the pictures they need for that, paintings that weren't sold in Bjørgvin, and strangely enough several of them are some of the best pictures I've painted, in my opinion, and in Bayer's opinion too, and then there's an exhibition planned in Nidaros, at the Heisman Gallery, and they've been talking about that forever, yes, almost as long as I've known Bayer, I think, and Bayer's been keeping for that show the paintings that didn't sell in Bjørgvin or in Oslo, and truth be told they are all some of the best I've ever painted, so the pictures I have up in the storage space will be for my next and last exhibition at the Bayer Gallery, I think, and then it's over. My exhibition next year will be the last one I have at the Bayer Gallery, and the pictures I've painted that Bayer will have to sell off after the exhibition will be the ones that weren't sold in Oslo or in Nidaros or that won't have sold in next year's exhibition at the Bayer Gallery, I think, and I think, yes, I can just take all the pictures I have stored now and bring them to Bayer's right away. He called me a few days ago and told me that we were selling well this year, and that there were just 3 pictures that hadn't sold, he said, and he thought they'd get sold before he closed the gallery for Christmas Eve day, or in any case on one of the days between Christmas and New Year's, so I'd made a nice sum of money, he said, and then I'll probably make some more money from the 3 exhibitions I still have planned, I think, and I've always lived modestly and set aside part of my money, so I won't starve even if I stop painting, I think, and I think that I paid membership dues to the Norway Artists Association every year, and they give out stipends, but I've never applied for one, because I never needed to, but maybe I can apply for one too and even get one, since I've never applied for one before, that's why I never got one, aside from the artist stipend I got when I went to the art school, I think, because there are various stipends you can apply for, and I believe there's a stipend for deserving older artists too, and I guess that's what I am now, I'm older anyway, however deserving I might be, yes, well, opinions vary on that, but now do the members, or some of the members, of the Norway Artists Association think I deserve their support? Well, no, I don't think so, they probably think I don't. They probably think I've been a hack my whole life who's just smeared up paintings for money, yes, I'm afraid that's how they see me as a painter, but anyway I can apply for a stipend from the Norway Artists Association, it's worth a try. And then I'm also a member of something called West Norway Artists, and I think they also have a little money in stipends to give out, and in that case I can apply for a stipend from them too, I think, and it won't be that many years before I can collect a pension, and I'm really looking forward to that. Getting money every month whether I do anything or not. Anyway, I'll probably be one of the people who gets the lowest amount, but that'll be more than enough for me, I think, because if I stop painting and I don't need to buy painting supplies anymore, then I won't have big expenses at all, and it'll be good to get a little money regularly every month, because to tell the truth I've never had that happen to me in my whole life. I've painted pictures to sell them and that's how I made the money I needed, I think, and I have everything I need, the house is mine, and I have a good car, a car I bought only around 5 years ago, so I'll have it as long as I live, or as long as I'm still allowed to drive.
I think, and it feels good to think that I'm not going to
paint anymore, that it's over, that I've done my part, what I wanted to do was paint and I painted, year after year, and all those years I was actually painting away at the same picture, and the closer I got to my own picture deep inside me the better I painted, and these unfinished pictures are really most likely finished too, in their way, yes, in fact precisely because they are not finished, because it doesn't feel right to stop when something's finished since my inner pictures in their own picture are always pointing towards something beyond themselves, there is a kind of longing for afar in all the pictures, and at the same time what the pictures are yearning for is always in them already, I think, and I stay there looking at the picture of Asle. I haven't painted many portraits, just this one of Asle's plus one more. I think, because back when I lived in Hedis Asen's apartment I painted a portrait of her and was paid well for it. We agreed that I could not pay rent for 6 months as payment for the picture, And since I moved out after just a couple of weeks I was paid in cash instead, and the picture of Asle wasn't so terrible either. It was a bit forced, a bit fake in a way, but the portrait I painted of Asle is just how she was with her light, I think, and it's also the only picture I'm going to keep, not because it's a picture I painted but because it's a picture of Asle, I think, because I only painted that one portrait of Asle and I did that after I'd painted the portrait of Asle and Asle didn't like that I'd painted a portrait of Asle and not of her, I think, and I stand there and look at the portrait of Asle and I go and sit down in the chair I have up. They're a few steps away from the chair where I have the picture leaning against the back, and I look at the portrait of Asle and I see Asle running down the stairs from the room he's renting now at 7 University Street, and he thinks that it was kind of too bad that Asle had baked a cake and sort of prepared a moving-in party and then he just left, but Asle is on the street outside waiting for him, isn't she? And the only thing Asle wants is to see Asle again, to be with her, he thinks, and he goes out the front door and he doesn't see Asle anywhere, no matter where he looks, and a feeling of despair starts to come over him and he thinks no, she can't have just left, no, not again. No, not this time too. No, not that, Asle thinks, and then he hears Asle shout Asle and then he sees her sitting on a bench a little way up University Street. There's something like a little park there. And Asle runs over to Asle and he sits down next to her and she puts her arm around his shoulders and she says no, he can't live there, in that room there, the landlady there is totally impossible, and it was pretty obvious that she couldn't stand her. Asle says it was like she'd done something terrible to her even though they'd never seen each other before, not that she can remember anyway. Asle says, no, she's never seen her before, she says, and then she looked rather slovenly, like a drunk, yes, like an old tart, to be honest, Asle says, and that comes as a surprise to Asle. He'd never thought anything like that about Asle. He saw her more like an educated older lady. Maybe she did drink rather a lot, she certainly smoked too much, that's for sure. He practically never saw her without a cigarette in one hand and an ashtray in the other, and she always took very deep drags of her cigarette. He thinks, and Asle says the smell, yes, it stank of old alcohol, and perfume, and smoke pouring out into the main stairwell of the building. She says, no, he can't live there, but yes, she might be able to find him another place to live, Asle says, and she puts her other hand on Asle's belly and then he puts his arm around her shoulders and then they sit there with their arms around each other and then Asle brings her mouth over to his ear and then she whispers to him. Asle and Asle, she whispers and he whispers into her. Asle and Asle, he whispers. And she says that it's strange that they have such similar names, the letters are the same, you just have to move them around a little. And neither name's all that common either, she says. Asle's isn't anyway, Asle says. And she says that Asle may be more common than Asle's, but she doesn't know anyone else named either Asle or Asle, so both names are pretty unusual, she says, and Asle says that he doesn't think he knows anyone else named either Asle or Asle either, and I sit and look at the portrait I painted of Asle and I think that I can drive all the pictures I have here that are done to the Bayer Gallery as soon as today, because even the ones I thought of as unfinished are actually finished, but I won't sell. The portrait of Asle, I think, and I look at the portrait of Asle and I see Asle and Asle cross a street and Asle says that the street is called Cannon Street and she points and says there's St. Paul's Church, and she's been there a lot, because her mother Judith was and is a believing baptized Christian. Yes, Catholic, and she's Catholic too, Asle says. Yes, so now he knows, she says, and later they'll need to go into the church, maybe even today, she says, and then she gives Asle a sudden kiss on the cheek and then she says, look, the bus station's over there, and there's the sign for the bus cafe. She says, and she points to it and she says that surely he remembers, and she laughs and Asle says that if there's one thing in the world he remembers it's that. He says, yes, that's for sure, he says, and Asle says that they should go back there together sometime, but now she wants them to go to Ridge Street, because that's where she lives, with her mother Judith. At 29, Ridge Street, she's lived there her whole life, Asle says, and it's not far from here, she says, and Asle feels afraid, feels a kind of terror, and Asle asks doesn't he want them to go to Ridge Street. Don't you want to see where I live? Asle says yeah, Asle says. But, he says. But what? She says. I'm kind of afraid to meet your mother Judith, he says. And Asle says that he doesn't know why, but he doesn't feel like meeting her mother Judith. Not today, there has already been so much today, he says, and Asle says that they don't need to go into the house if he doesn't want to, they can do that later, some other day, and he can meet her mother Judith then, and then Asle can show him her pictures, she says, and she is so looking forward to seeing his pictures. She says. They are in the old suitcase, Asle says. And if it weren't for that Asle woman I could see your pictures today, Asle says. Yes, Asle says. And he and Asle keep walking and Asle says he can't stay in that room in Asle's apartment, and Asle thinks that he could have taken the suitcase with him and shown Asle his paintings outside, but he didn't think of it, he thinks.
I can bring my suitcase of paintings outside. He says that would be too ridiculous, Asle says. And then she says that there, over there, where Ridge Street starts, and she points and then they start to cross Ridge Street and Asle lets go of Asle's hand and she says he doesn't need to worry about her mother seeing them. She's at work, so he can feel free to hold her hand. She says and Asle takes her hand and then she holds his hand tight and they cross Ridge Street hand in hand and Asle points to a nice white old wooden house. The kind there are so many of in Björgvin. Yes,
Björgvin.
Houses they call them, and she says that that's where she lives, and he remembers the address, right?
She says.
29 Ridge Street. Asle says not bad, Asle says. And Asle says no, not bad at all, and Asle says that he doesn't need to come home with her today, even if her mother Judith isn't home, but before long he'll have to come look at her pictures and meet her mother Judith, she says. But not today, Asle says we can wait a little, he says yes, Asle says. And they keep walking and Asle says that now they can go to the Björgvin Museum of Art, because there are lots of good pictures to see there, she says, but actually they could maybe do that another day, because now they are pretty near the Beyer Gallery. They just need to go up the next street, with the fitting name, Steep Street, and then they'll be up on High Street and that's where the Beyer Gallery is, which is without question the most important gallery in Björgvin.
And there's a show there.
Now of paintings by Asle Pettersson. Yes, he was reading the review by and Sophie Grigg of that show in the Björgvin Times at the bus cafe. Yes, the first time they met, and the only time they met before today, Asle says, and she says that it was a tremendous review and Asle says that he really wants to see Asle Pettersson's pictures so nothing would be better than going to the Beyer Gallery. He says and Asle says that most of the reviews have been positive.
Almost too much in her opinion. There
was something hollow about them. But he, Asle Pettersson, is the one that Asle is going to have as his painting teacher at the art school, she says, and he's a very good painter in her opinion. Asle mustn't misunderstand what she's saying. He is without question the best painter living and working in Björgvin, a leading light, and the Beyer Gallery is without a doubt the best gallery in Björgvin, she says. It's one of the most important galleries in all of Norway even, yes, aside from being made Arts Festival artist at the Arts Festival in Björgvin and having an Arts Festival exhibition. Having a show at the Beyer Gallery might be the most prestigious place you can have a show in the whole country, Asle says, and she doesn't believe that she herself will ever have an exhibition there, but maybe Asle will have an exhibition there someday. She believes that. Actually she's sure of it, she just knows it, Asle says. And Beyer himself is often there in his gallery, so if they are lucky he'll have a chance to meet Beyer today, she says. And she and her parents have gone to the Beyer Gallery ever since she was a girl because her parents were friends with Beyer. He's a widower and lives alone, so it sometimes happened that he came over to their house for Christmas Eve. And when Asle and her mother Judith went to celebrate midnight mass in St. Paul's Church, Beyer and father stayed home with their drinks. Yes, that's how it was, Asle says.
And only when she and her mother Judith came back
home did Beyer go back to his own place and to his art, as he would say, because he had no other faith, no other religion besides art, Beyer liked to say. Asle says, and she says that she must have seen every exhibition they've had at the Beyer Gallery since she was 7 years old or somewhere around there, she says, and at home they have several paintings by Asle Pettersson. Asle says as she and Asle walk hand in hand, and then she says that now it's not far to walk before they get to the Beyer Gallery. They can even see the building now, and she points to a big white wooden building up ahead, with a big parking lot in front of it, and big windows facing the street. Beyer lives upstairs, Asle says.
And the gallery's downstairs, she says.
He lives alone, he has ever since his wife died, she says. And then Asle and Asle walk hand in hand towards the Beyer Gallery, and Asle opens the door and they go inside, and then they stand there holding each other's hands, and Asle sees that a man is sitting at a heavy old brownish desk at the back of the room, and Asle whispers that that's Beyer, and Asle thinks no, it can't be him. He can't believe the man sitting there is the one who bought so many of his pictures when he was a boy with a show at the Barmen Youth Center. Asle thinks, and he's barely changed at all in the years since. He thinks, and Beyer looks at them, and he stands up and he goes over to Asle and he says it's nice that she wants to see the Asle Pettersson exhibition again, and it's nice that you've got a boyfriend, he says, and Asle says yes, and then Beyer looks at Asle and he says he has a feeling that, yes, he's seen him before, yes, now he remembers. Beyer says, you're the boy who had an exhibition at the Barmen Youth Center several years ago and I bought 5 of your paintings, yes, now he remembers.
No, is it really you?
Beyer says, and he holds out his hand to Asle and he shakes Asle's hand, and Beyer asks if Asle has started at the art school now, and Asle says well he's about to, and Beyer says that he's sure he'll do well because there was a lot of talent in the 5 pictures he bought that time, and to tell the truth he has them hanging in his own apartment, every one of them. Beyer says, and he says that they'll be talking again many times in the future, you can be sure of that,
he says, and then he holds out
his hand to Asle again, and they shake hands, and Bea holds Asle's hand for a long time, and then he says that now they should look at all the paintings, and neither Ailes nor Asle says anything, and Bea goes and sits back down behind his desk, and Ailes and Asle go from picture to picture, and Asle thinks that Isle of Pedersen is really getting at something in his pictures. Something he's never seen in the work of other painters, and he can't quite understand what it is he's getting at, and he does it almost without using colors, just a little blue or green maybe, or pink, otherwise it's all grey and white and black. Yes, there's a muffled black color in most of the paintings, Asle thinks, and Ailes asks him if he likes the pictures, and he says yes, they are really good, he says, and Ailes says yes, she likes them too, but there's something like a distance in the pictures, and she can't quite get on board with that, she says, and they walk towards the door, and then Bea calls out, we'll talk soon. No, wait a second, he calls out, and he comes walking over to them, and he tells Ailes that it was nice of her to come in for another look at the Isle of Pedersen show. Yes, Pedersen rarely exhibits, but one of the first exhibitions he ever held in his gallery, Bea says, was of paintings by Isle of Pedersen. He says, and he looks at Asle, and he says that he remembers it well. He says, it was hard to sell even a single picture. The people who bought art in Bjørgvin back then were extremely tied to traditional ways of judging what was a good picture or a bad picture, but eventually their eyes were opened to Isle of Pedersen, so after a few years all the pictures from the first exhibition had sold, and this time the paintings all sold the first day, but like always he'd given some buyers the right of first refusal. Because the best customers and art collectors get their pictures in advance, you need to take good care of your good customers, Bea says, and these select good customers, and friends, he might add, had seen the exhibition the night before the opening, and by the end of that night more than half the pictures had been sold already, and the rest sold before the first day they officially went on sale. Damn if they didn't, he's never seen anything like it, Bea says, and Ailes says that since Asle's going to start at the art school, in painting, she thought she'd show him the exhibition by the painter who's going to be his teacher, she says. You'll have the best teacher you can have in Isle of Pedersen. Bea says no, it was so nice to see you again, he says. And then Bea says that he'd really like to see Asle's paintings when the time comes, and Asle says thank you, and that he has some finished paintings in an old suitcase he brought with him to Bjørgvin, and Bea starts to laugh, and Ailes says that Asle got into the art school without an examinatium, she says. He got in because of those pictures, she says, and Asle nods, and Bea remembers it well. He says he hated high school too, so he can certainly understand why Asle would have dropped out of high school, and in that case the pictures Asle has already painted must really be good, otherwise he wouldn't have been admitted into the art school with just them, Bea says, and he says that it must have been Isle of Pedersen who thought that Asle should start at the art school, but Asle probably doesn't remember the name of the person he showed his pictures to, Bea says, and Asle says yes, he doesn't remember. No, it was really great seeing you again, Bea says, but now I shouldn't keep you any longer, he says. And then Bea says that he'll always be more than happy to look at Asle's pictures, and Asle says he really appreciates that. Thank you. And he says that he can bring the suitcase to the gallery sometime, and Bea laughs and says he should definitely do that, and Ailes says yes, really, she and Asle will come by one of these days with the suitcase, and Bea says that he means that they should. It was really unbelievable seeing you again, Bea says. Time just flies by, he says. The last time I saw you, you were just a boy, and now here you are as a grown man, he says. And then Bea says goodbye, and that they need to come show him Asle's paintings as soon as they can, and then Bea goes and sits back down behind his desk, and Asle stays standing there looking at a picture. Should we go? Ailes says. I just want to look at the pictures a little more, Asle says. And then Ailes and Asle go over to one painting again, and then the door opens and a woman with medium-length blonde hair comes in, and it's like something comes over Ailes, and she tugs a little on Asle's hand, and then they go to the front door, and then they leave, and Ailes says that there's something she doesn't like about that woman with the medium-length blonde hair. She runs into her so often, and the way she looked at Asle, looked at him like she'd fallen in love with him. To be honest, she saw that too, Ailes says, and Asle says he didn't notice, and Ailes says that was probably because he was so busy looking at the pictures, and he says that he really liked Isle of Pedersen's paintings. He's never seen anything like them. The pictures were really well painted, he says, and it's hard to believe there are so many greys, he says, because all the pictures were done in all grey, and then a little black in some places, and a little pink, and then the brushstrokes. They looked accidental in their absolutely precise movements. They were incredibly good paintings, and almost all of them were of a woman sitting by a window, and all were entirely their own thing in a way. They were their own world. They all had this invisible thing that became visible in them, but in a different way in each different picture. I wonder who that woman is. Ailes says unbelievably good pictures. Asle says I run into her all the time. Ailes says I don't understand, she says. And I've never liked her. And then the way she looked at you, she says I'm lucky I'm going to have Isle of Pedersen as my teacher, Asle says. And Asle cross High Street, and Asle says that the paintings were awfully expensive and still they all sold. He says, and Asle says he'd already met Beyer before, and Asle says it's a stupid story, but when he was a boy he put on an exhibition in the Barman Youth Center. Yes, he grew up in Barman before he moved to Aga to go to the academic high school. And Beyer was passing through and he stopped and came in and looked at the paintings, and then he bought 5 of them. And then it was Beyer's relatives or friends who bought the rest, he says, but he had no idea that the man buying the pictures, whose name he didn't even remember, ran a gallery in Bjørgvin. Or maybe he hadn't even said his name at the time. The thought hadn't ever crossed his mind, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the man he'd sold 5 paintings to sitting there behind the desk. He says, and Asle says that Beyer would never have done that. Bought his paintings. Yes, if he hadn't thought very highly of them, she says. And didn't he also say that he had the pictures hanging in his apartment? She says. And that's saying something, she says, and she says that every single one of Asle Pedersen's paintings has already sold. And that's how it almost always is at the Beyer Gallery. Beyer almost always manages to sell all the pictures in an exhibition. Yes, he could probably sell anything, she says, but they say, and it's true, she knows it's true, she says, that a picture with a slip of paper underneath it saying sold may not actually be sold. It's so that the people in the gallery will believe that there's a lot of interest in the pictures, because the next day there won't be a slip of paper there, and there'll often be a slip of paper saying sold under different picture. Yes, she's seen that herself, many times, because she often went to see the same exhibition several times, Asle says. But now why is she telling him about that? Asle says, and then she says that she doesn't understand why. She always feels uncomfortable when she runs into that woman with the medium-length blonde hair, the one who came into the gallery, she says, and they turn left and Asle sees a sign that says the lane, and Asle says that he probably remembers that they went down this little alley the last time he was in Bjørgvin, when they met for the first time. She says, and she says that Asle will definitely like going to the coffee house. Lots of artists go there during the day, but never in the evening, because they don't sell beer or wine at the coffee house. And there are lots of people from the countryside there too, people waiting to take the express ferry either north or south, and Asle says that he'd love to go to the coffee house. And he says, wow, this is a narrow lane, and Asle says, yes, it's not called the lane for nothing, she says. And when they get to the bottom of the lane, Asle points to the intersection to the right and says that over there, a little way down the side street, is the country inn, and on the ground floor, with a view of the wharf, is the coffee house. So they're almost there, she says, and Asle and Asle walk hand in hand over to the coffee house, and it's totally empty, and Asle goes to a table all the way in the back, in a nook by a window, and with a view of the wharf. And Asle puts his brown leather shoulder bag down on a chair at the table, and then they go over to the counter, and Asle says she'll have a cup of black coffee, and Asle pours coffee for both of them and then puts a little milk in his cup, and then he says that he's kind of hungry, so he'd be happy to get something to eat. Maybe an open-faced ground beef sandwich, he says, and Asle says that she's not hungry, and Asle tells the woman sitting at the cash register that he'd like an open-faced ground beef sandwich. Then that's what you'll get, she says. I'll bring it over in a minute, and the silverware's over there, she says. And Asle pays, and Asle is already on her way back to the table they'd picked, and Asle gets a knife and fork and a napkin and follows her, and Asle sits down with her back to the room so that she's looking straight out at the street or diagonally out at the wharf, and she says that this is her favorite place to sit, at this table, and with her back turned to the other customers, if there are any, and even if there aren't, but there'll be plenty of customers here soon, because it's getting close to the time when people come to the coffee house to get lunch, and there are some customers who eat lunch at the coffee house practically every day. Asle says, and Asle says that he'll probably start coming to the coffee house a lot. Yes, Asle says. I thought so, she says. And she says that she thought she wanted to live outside of Bjørgvin, and that, if they have children, she says, and she stops and she blushes and she says yes, so if she ever becomes a mother, and she gives a little laugh, and then they sit there, and Asle puts her arms on the table and reaches out towards Asle, and he takes her hands, and then they sit there like that for a moment before taking a little sip of their coffees, and Asle says that she so likes sitting in the coffee house and looking out at the wharf, at the fishing boats being moored and unmoored, at the people walking past, at the express ferries docked there, just sitting like this and looking, and it often rains, but not today. And that's probably because Asle moved to Bjørgvin today, Asle says, and she says that today is one of the great days, one of the days when something happens. Yes, an event, because it's so strange, day after day goes by and it's like time is just passing. But then something happens, and when it happens the time passes slowly, and the time that passes slowly doesn't disappear, it becomes, yes, a kind of event. So actually there are two kinds of time. The time that just passes and that really matters only so that daily life can move along its course, and then the other time, the actual time, which is made up of events, and that time can last, can become lasting, Asle says, and she says that that's how her mother Judith talks about it, how she divides up time. She says, because she and her mother Judith talk about all kinds of things together, Ailes says, and Asle thinks that his grandmother died yesterday, but he doesn't want to tell Ailes that. Not now. He thinks, and Ailes says here she is babbling away, and Asle says that he thinks he understands what she means, and then Ailes makes the sign of the cross sitting there, and Asle has never seen anyone make the sign of the cross before, and Ailes says that now they are boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes, says Asle. Ailes and Asle. He says Asle and Ailes, she says.
And Asle looks up and he sees the woman who was sitting at the register come over to their table with an open-faced ground beef sandwich, and she hands it to him and he starts eating right away, and he says that it tastes really good and that he's very hungry. He says, and Ailes says that the ground beef sandwiches and the meatballs are both good at the coffee house. They sure know how to make them, she says, and Asle asks if she wants some and she says no thanks, and then he silently keeps eating. And then he looks up and he sees the woman with the medium-length blonde hair, the one who came into the Bayer Gallery, walk in the door of the coffee house, and she takes off her scarf and drapes it over the back of a chair at a table by a window a few tables away from them, and Ailes asks what is it, and she says he doesn't need to say it, she knows already. And then Ailes turns around and she tells Asle she knew it, and now she's standing there staring at him. Fuck.
That woman, Ailes says, and Asle
quickly eats up the rest of his open-faced sandwich and drinks up the rest of his coffee, and he says he can tell Ailes wants to leave, and she says yes, and they get up and Asle puts his leather shoulder bag back on, and then they head straight for the door, and Asle can tell that the woman with the medium-length blonde hair is looking at him, but he doesn't look back, and when they get outside Ailes says of course she had to show up and had to look at him with eyes full of admiration like she was in love, she says, and Asle says that he didn't look at her, and Ailes says no, why would he, and then they stand there outside the country, and Ailes asks if he wants her to walk him back to his rented room, and Asle says that if he's going to go back to his room she basically has to come with him because otherwise he'll never find it, he says, and then Ailes throws her arms around him, and then Ailes and Asle stand there in front of the country and hugging each other, and I sit there in the chair and I look at the portrait of Ailes that's leaning against the back of the other chair, and I think that I can't drive the pictures down to Bayer today, because it's little Christmas Eve today, and tomorrow on Christmas Eve Asle and I are taking the boat to Igna, up by Jude. So I probably need to pack soon and get ready. And the dog. Yes. What about the dog?
What should I do with Bragi?
Yes, I hadn't thought of him, but obviously he has to come with me, because he can't just stay home alone here. No. Impossible, I think, and I stand up and I go downstairs and I go into the main room and I see Bragi lying there on the bench, and I call him, and then he comes shuffling over to me, and I think that he's showing his age. The dog too. He has lots of grey hairs around his snout, in the fur on his body too in some places. Yes, he's so old now that he can barely manage to stand totally steady on his feet after he's been sleeping, I think, and then I stroke his back and I think that now I need to light the stove soon. Warm up the room. And even the electric heater is off, even though it's so cold, I think, and so I have to take off my black coat and hang it where it goes in the hall, and just think, I slept on the bench last night, in my coat. No, that's just not right, and I can't remember ever having done that before, I think, and so I need to pack.
I think, and there's probably not much
I need to bring, but I do need to dress up a bit for Christmas Eve, put on a suit and tie, I think, and I go into the bedroom and I take down my old suitcase, the same one I brought with me when I moved to the rented room, and that belonged to my grandparents, the one that carried my paintings that I brought with me when I was trying to get admitted to the art school, and when I moved to Björgvin, and I carried them in this same suitcase when I went to show my paintings to Bayer, I think, and I take the suitcase down from the top shelf and lay it on the bed, and I open it, and then I put a suit and white shirt and tie in the suitcase, then I put my nice shoes that are in a black bag into the suitcase, and there's probably not much more that I need to take. I think, yes, well, the book I'm in the middle of, I need to bring that, and once again I'm reading Meister Eckhart, and the book I'm reading now is called Unity with God. I just started it,
but it really is worth reading, even though I
hardly understand anything, neither of Meister Eckhart, whom I've read again and again over all these years, nor of life. Or maybe I should read Meister Eckhart's From Whom God Hid Nothing again, I think, but I can just take both, and aside from those two books I'll only take a toothbrush and toothpaste, but I need to pack that in the morning. I haven't brushed my teeth yet today, I think, and I shut the suitcase, and then I carry the suitcase into the main room and I put it down between the hall door and the kitchen door, where the stack of unfinished paintings used to be, and under the peg where my brown leather shoulder bag is hanging, and I stand and look at my chair on the left by the round table, and I look at Ailes's chair and I see her sitting there, I think, and I go sit down in my chair and I look at the fixed spot I always like to look at in the water, my landmark. The tops of the fir trees in front of my house go in the middle of the middle window pane in the right-hand part, because the window is divided in half, and it can be opened from either side, and each half of the window is divided into 3 panes, and it's the middle third in the right-hand half that needs to line up with the tops of the fir trees. That's how I take my bearings. And I look at my spot in the Cygnus Sea, and I notice that Ailes is sitting in her chair next to me and she's holding her hand out to me, and I take her hand and I look at my spot out there in the water, I look at the waves and I see Asle and Asle walking, hand in hand, over to St. Paul's Church, because Asle has said that they should go into the church. They have to do that, she said, because for her there is so much of life bound up with the church and nothing but the church, and it's not an especially big and grand church, it's definitely not a cathedral, it's just a small and rather dark church, but there are so few Catholics in Bjørgvin, actually in all of Norway,
that they didn't need to build a big church and didn't have the money to either, Asle says, and she says that she was baptized in this church and went to First Communion here.
That means when you go to the altar for the first time, she says. Yes, First Communion, she says. I've never been to a First Communion, Asle says. And Asle says that right over there, he can see it. Yes, there's the bus cafe, she says, and the day they met was the first time she'd been in there. Like she said, she'd walked past it lots of times and then she decided she wanted to see what it was like inside, because the bus cafe doesn't exactly have a great reputation. The rumors are that women sell their bodies in there and stuff like that, but that's at night, Asle says, and the fact that she would go into the bus cafe on just that day, at just the time Asle was there too, so that they could meet. No, it couldn't be an accident. There was providence in it, God's providence, it was predestined, Asle says, and Asle hears what she's saying and he can sort of understand what she means, maybe, but he can't follow all of it, even if, strangely, ever since he met Asle he's noticed that he's been thinking about something like God's nearness, but that doesn't need any church, any First Communion. It doesn't need any God who became man, and was crucified and died and rose up from the dead and was taken up to heaven by the God he in a way also was, because he was God, yes, part of God. He didn't really need any other God to take him up to heaven, Asle thinks, and he says that he'll have to go to Mass with her sometime, and Asle says yes, they should, but there's no Mass happening now at St. Paul's Church, but she'd still like to go inside the church with him, because the church is always open, she says, and they go up the steps to St. Paul's Church and Asle lets go of Asle's hand and she opens the door to the church and Asle walks in and it's totally dark in the church, and all the way in the back left corner, under a statue of the Virgin Mary with the child Jesus in her arms,
there are a lot of little candles burning, and at the front of the church there is a
little red light, behind the altar, above a cupboard there, and to the right of the door there's a basin of water and a similar one on the left, and Asle says softly that it's holy water in the basins, and Asle goes over to the basin on the right and she dips 2 fingers of her right hand into the water, and then she slowly puts her fingers first on her forehead and then on her chest and then to her left shoulder and then to her right shoulder, and then she looks at the red light, and then Asle kneels and then she gets up and then she stands looking at the red light up ahead above the altar.
There's something there, she says.
And then she bows her head and then she takes Asle's hand and brings him with her into the half-darkness under a staircase that must go up to a gallery or something, Asle thinks, and then she kneels and Asle just stands there and he feels filled with something. Yes, something takes him and lifts him up in a way, and then he rests in this lifting up, and everything is completely silent, and it's like the silence is filled with something, and it's like what fills the silence is filling him now. Asle thinks, and then he kind of doesn't think anymore and he is just there in the silence until it's finally something he doesn't even feel, he's just there. In the silence, he is the silence, he thinks, and then Asle gets up and she looks at him and then she goes and lights 2 candles under the statue of the Virgin Mary with the child Jesus, and then she goes and dips 2 fingers into the basin of holy water on the right and crosses herself, and Asle also dips 2 fingers of his right hand into the basin of holy water, and then Asle takes his hand and she moves it to his forehead, to his chest, to his left shoulder, to his right shoulder, and then she walks towards the door and again she makes the sign of the cross, and Asle does too, but he's a little unsure if he's doing it right, and even so he feels the power of the sign of the cross fill him, and then Asle takes his hand and then they go outside and Asle shuts the door behind them.
Now we're married, Asle says. And Asle nods.
In reality we're married, she says. And Asle nods and Asle says that now she can take him back to his rented room on University Street. It's not far to walk, just a little way on Cannon Street, where St. Paul's Church is, and then University Street is the first street on the right, Asle says, and then Asle and Asle walk away from St. Paul's Church hand in hand, and Asle says that they'll see each other again tomorrow, but she has to go to school tomorrow, she can't cut school every day, she has to finish at the academic high school and take her examinatium if she's going to have any chance of getting into the art school, but then, after she's done with school tomorrow, then they can meet outside where she lives, Asle says, and Asle says that he'd rather they meet at the coffee house, and Asle says that he'll never find the way there alone, but he can always just ask people, and if he gets totally lost he can always take a taxi, but he's going to have to learn to find his way around on his own, at least to the art school. And to the coffee house, Asle says, and she laughs a little. I'll do my best, Asle says.
So we'll meet at the coffee house at 3 tomorrow? Asle says. And Ailes and Asle stand in front of the door at 7 University Street, and then they hug each other, and Ailes finds his mouth and his tongue, and they kiss for a long time, and then they let each other go, and Ailes says that she's not too happy that he's going up to that Hadis woman or whatever her name is, but that's what he has to do. He has his room and his things there, but they should find another room for him soon. Or, yes, maybe they can move in together? She says, she isn't too Catholic for that, she says, and she laughs a little, and in reality they are married now. They are married before God now, she says, and then she kind of tears herself away, and Asle stays standing there and watches her go, and when she's very far away from him she stops and turns around, and she raises her hand and waves, and he raises his hand and waves, and then she blows him a kiss, and he blows her a kiss, and then he sees her disappear around the street corner. They just come around, and then he stands there in front of the door to 7 University Street, and he unlocks the door and goes inside, and he locks the door behind him, because he thinks Hadis told him he should do that, or maybe she didn't say it, he doesn't totally remember. Asle thinks, and he goes up step after step until finally he gets to the 6th floor, and he sees that the nameplate says Borch on the door facing the one that says Hadis, and he unlocks the door where it says Hadis on the nameplate, and he goes inside and he locks the door again, and then there's the sound of footsteps, and he sees Hadis come walking towards him. She is wearing a white housecoat, and she has pink slippers on, and she has her cigarette in one hand and her ashtray in the other hand, and she says that it was nice of him to come back. Yes, he sure took his time with that female, she says. And remember, no girls in the room. Hadis says no, Asle says. But I thought you'd come home later, she says. And Asle hasn't thought about the time at all, and Hadis says so then, it's not too late to have a coffee and some cake maybe. After all, she'd baked the cake for his arrival, because he was moving into her apartment. It was to mark that, yes, to put together a little moving-in party. That's why she had baked a cake, and so it was too bad that none of the cake had been eaten, and for no other reason besides that female. Hadis says, and then she says that the cake could wait until tomorrow, but it'd taste better today. It's best to have cake freshly baked, of course, she says, and Asle takes his shoes off and puts his brown leather shoulder bag down on the floor, and Hadis says that it's fine that he's taking his shoes and bag off in the hall this time, but in general she'd like him to keep both his shoes and his bag in his room, but now he should come with her, Hadis says, and she goes and opens the door to the living room, and Asle walks in after her, and the round table in the living room is set for 2 people, plate and knife and coffee mug and wine glass, and he sees that the wine bottle on the table is almost empty, and that there's just a little wine left in one of the glasses, and he sees Hadis stub out her cigarette and put the ashtray down on the table and then take her glass and drink a little of it. I prefer white wine, Hadis says, and this is a good white wine, she says, and it wasn't cheap, she says. And then Hadis says that she thought she should have a little since they were supposed to celebrate his moving into her apartment, but because of that female it didn't go how she'd imagined it, Hadis says, and she asks if he'd like to have a little wine, and Asle says yes thank you, and then Hadis pours wine into the empty glass, and he raises his glass and takes a little sip, and the wine tastes good and has a long aftertaste. Isn't that a nice wine? Hadis says yeah, Asle says. And then she says they should toast, yes, toast to his moving into her apartment, she says, and they bring their glasses together and clink them and say cheers, and then Hadis says that it's nicer if he doesn't hold his hand around the glass itself but holds the stem like she's doing, and then Asle puts the glass down on the table and picks it up again by the stem, and then they toast again, and then Hadis says that he should have a seat. Go ahead and sit on the sofa, she says. And Asle goes over to the sofa and sits down, and then Hadis goes out to her kitchen, and she comes back in with a cake on a dish, and Asle has never liked cake, and damned if he knows what kind of cake it is, but it's big in any case. The coffee's almost done. And then we can eat, Hadis says. And she asks if he usually takes milk and sugar in his coffee, and Asle says he likes a little milk in his coffee, and Hadis says she does too, and then she goes out to the kitchen and she comes back with a little pitcher and puts it on the table. So you can just have a seat at the table, she says. And Asle goes and sits down on the chair at the place setting he took the glass from, and Hadis pours his coffee and pours herself coffee, and she puts the pot she has the coffee in down on the table, and then she hands him the little pitcher of milk, and then he pours a little milk into his coffee and hands the pitcher to Hadis, and she pours milk into her coffee, and then she says that now he should help himself to some cake, and Asle sits there a little confused, and then she asks him to pass her his plate, and then she cuts a big piece of cake and puts it on the plate and hands it to Asle. I hope you like it, she says. And Asle takes the plate, and since there's a fork on the table he realizes he's supposed to eat the cake with a fork, something he's not used to, because he's always eaten cake with a spoon to the extent he's eaten cake at all, and he takes a bite and it tastes like cake, yes, nothing more and nothing less, so it doesn't taste good, and he chews and then he has a sip of coffee and washes the cake down with it, and with the coffee the cake tastes better. So you're going to get married too? Hadis says.
And Asle knows that when you put a piece of cake on a plate, then if it's standing on its side, the person whose plate it is will get married, and he sees that his piece of cake is standing on its side. He thinks, just as long as it's not to that girl I met today. Asle says that was no kind of girl for you, she says. I could see right away that the two of you don't belong together, she says, and she picks up her plate and her piece of cake is lying on the plate. No, I'll never get married, she says. And that's probably for the best, she says. And then Asle eats her cake and she asks Asle if he likes the cake and he says yes, the cake is really good, and he chews and washes it down with coffee. Now you need to eat up. As you can see, there's lots of cake, Asle says, and Asle doesn't say anything, and Asle has finished her piece of cake and she says cake's not the worst thing now, is it? So he mustn't be shy, he should eat up, she says, and then she raises her glass and she says in her opinion both white wine and coffee go well with cake, and especially both together. She says, and Asle sees that he's barely managed to get half his piece of cake down, and he takes another bite. And chews and then washes it down with wine. Yes, he empties the glass, and Asle says she needs to open up another bottle of wine, and then she takes the empty bottle and goes out to the kitchen, and Asle hears a cork being pulled out, and then Asle comes back in with a bottle of wine, and she says that this is a reasonably priced wine, but definitely drinkable, she says, and she pours him a glass, and she says he's eating so little, and Asle says that he wasn't very hungry. Or maybe you don't like cake. Asle says not usually, but this cake is very good. Asle says well, you're polite at least, Asle says. And then she pours wine into her own glass, and then she raises her glass to Asle and he raises his, and she says that she's glad to have a man in the house again. She likes it better when she doesn't have to live alone in this big apartment, she says. And so what if he doesn't like cake? Real men usually don't, Asle says, and she says that tomorrow she has some substitute hours at the school, and cake will certainly go over well in the break room, she says. And besides, it was mostly to celebrate him moving in that she'd baked a cake, of course, and plus she likes baking, especially cakes. There aren't many feminine chores she bothers with much, she can't even knit, and she's never even tried to crochet. But baking, and especially cake, yes, she's always liked doing that, Asle says, and now Asle can just take his glass and have a seat on the sofa again, and then she'll just take the cake away. Yes, the failed cake, she says with a laugh, and the plates and all the rest of it, Asle says, and Asle goes and sits down on the sofa and he drinks wine and he feels that he's already getting a little tipsy, and he looks around the room. It's packed with pictures, big paintings, small paintings, and he sees at least two that must have been painted by Asle Pedersen. And there are also several Norwegian romantic paintings, and a portrait of Asle as a young woman, and then there's the big heavy built-in bookshelves, brown. And then there's another book cabinet in the same style as the bookshelves, and he hadn't noticed that that one was there before, and both the book cabinet and the bookshelves seem to be what they call Jugendstil, Asle thinks, and he finishes his glass, and damn, that was good wine. The first wine was clearly the better of the two, but the second wine was good too. Yes, he hasn't drunk too much wine in his life, but now he's drunk wine, and he can choose. He's always picked red wine before. Yes, red wine is better than white wine, no doubt about that, he thinks, and Asle comes in and she takes her glass and she drinks up the wine in it, and then she refills her glass. Oh, I didn't notice you'd finished yours. Yes, what a hostess I am, she says. And then she refills Asle's glass and puts the bottle down on the coffee table, and then she sits down on the sofa next to Asle. I see you have pictures by Asle Pedersen, Asle says. Ah, you know his work, Asle says. Of course you would, she says. Yes, now that I think about it, she says. And then Asle says that when she was young she knew Asle Pedersen well, very well indeed she might say, so she got those paintings from him personally, as a present, but even if the pictures were painted by the young Asle Pedersen, they are still his still him. She's recently been to see his latest exhibition. Yes, the one at the Bayer Gallery now. And Asle should go too, Asle says, and then she points to the portrait of herself as a young woman. Yes, I was pretty back then, she says. And no one says anything, and Asle lights a cigarette and she asks if Asle could bring her the ashtray. It's on the living room table, she says, and he does, and then he stands and looks at the portrait of Asle as a young woman, and it is of a beautiful woman. And the picture is painted well, he thinks, and Asle says that it was a young man who painted that, and no one says anything. And Asle says that when she sat as a model it took forever, at least that's how it felt, she says, and she gives a short laugh, and Asle takes out his packet of tobacco and he rolls himself a cigarette. I didn't know you were a smoker too, Asle says. And Asle says that he's smoked almost since elementary school, and he'd liked it from the first time he ever smoked. It was a friend who stole a pack of cigarettes from his grandfather, and then they went out to a boathouse, and that's where he smoked for the first time, and he liked it from the first puff.
But his friend got sick and threw up and kept on vomiting and said that he'd never be a smoker, and so he gave Asle both the pack of cigarettes and the box of matches. Yes, that nice tingling in his body, and how after his smoked a kind of calm spreads all through him, Asle says, and Hadis Asen says it wasn't like that for her. She can remember her first smoke very well. She remembers it like her first kiss, she says, and laughs, but they probably shouldn't talk about things like that, about kissing and things like that, she says, and gives a short laugh, and then she says that they were still kids in the street, and one of them had managed to get a packet of tobacco. He must have stolen it somehow or another, she doesn't know, but all the kids rolled themselves something resembling a cigarette. It wasn't easy, it took a lot of cigarette paper to do it, and if she remembers right they eventually ran out of cigarette paper, but they all got something to smoke anyway, and to tell the truth she threw up. Yes, embarrassing isn't it? She couldn't keep going, she threw up, and it was a long time until the next time she smoked. And then it was a cigarette, not rolling tobacco. And that went great. That was when she was a student in Berlin. She was studying German, because she's taught German and Norwegian all these years, as she'd said. Yes, Hadis Asen says, and she has a sip of wine and then smokes more of her cigarette, and she says that she's smoked since her time in Berlin, but never rolling tobacco, just cigarettes, she says, and she smokes too much. She tries to keep herself to a pack a day, but it often happens that she starts a second and that's too much, she says, and then she stubs out her cigarette and then they both drink wine. And then it's not hard to have too much wine too, she says, and no one says anything. I live alone, she says. And again no one says anything, that's how it is, she says. And then she says no, she shouldn't complain, she has it good, as good as she can have it probably, she says, and besides, yes, she just thought of something, yes, maybe Asle can paint a portrait of her? And Asle thinks that he doesn't want to, but that he probably has to say yes now that she's asked. I could do that, he says. Of course I'd pay you, she says. And she says maybe they can start it tomorrow, if Asle wants to and if he has time, and he asks her how big she wants the portrait to be, and she says it doesn't need to be that big, but maybe Asle could paint her while she's lying in the high rose-mailing canopy bed, because that bed is really her favorite place to be. Hadis Asen says, and she gets up and she takes her wine glass with her and goes into her bedroom, and she says that Asle should come, and he stubs out his cigarette and gets up and follows her, and then Hadis Asen lies down, in her white house dress, and with her pink slippers on, and with her glass in her hand, on the bed, a rose-mailing canopy bed, and with lots of pillows, and she half sits half lies in bed, and she asks Asle to sit down on the chair next to the bed, the one with the high back. And Hadis Asen finishes her glass of wine, and she asks if Asle can go get the bottle and pour her a little wine, and Asle says yes, and then he puts his glass down on the floor and he goes and gets the bottle, and it's almost empty, and then he pours what's left into Hadis Asen's glass. So we finished that bottle too, she says. I'll have to go buy some wine tomorrow, she says. And Asle picks his glass up from the floor and he finishes it, and then he says thank you very much for the cake. It was nothing, Hadis Asen says, and for the coffee, he says. And the wine, he says. And Asle says that it's probably time for him to go lie down. It's been a long day, he says, and then Hadis Asen says it has, but he should remember what she said, that he doesn't have permission to have girls in the room, she says, and Asle says that he understands. Yes, and Hadis Asen says it must sound like she's just nagging and griping, and Asle doesn't says anything, and she says maybe she's had a little too much to drink, she says, and she hands the empty wineglass to Asle and he takes it. And then she says it would be nice if he'd put the bottle and glasses in the kitchen, and Asle says he'll do that, and then he stands there with the empty bottle in one hand and the two wineglasses in the other, and he says good night, and Hadis Asen says that it would be good for her if they could start on the portrait tomorrow, and maybe it would work better if she sat for it in his room, but she'd really rather he paint her lying in bed, because it's less tiring to lie down than sit, she says. And Asle says that should be fine, and then Hadis Asen says that she wants to make herself look nice and put on makeup. She doesn't want to look slovenly in the portrait, she says. I'll do my best, Asle says. And I'll make myself look as good as I can, Hadis Asen says. But it's not so easy to look good when you're as old as I am now, she says. And as wrinkled, she says. They say that women who smoke get more wrinkles than women who don't, she says. I got mine anyway, she says. And Asle says good night, and Hadis Asen says good night, and then Asle goes and puts the empty bottle and the two glasses in the kitchen, and then he goes out into the hallway and he picks up his shoes and shoulder bag, and then he goes into his room and he puts his shoes and shoulder bag down on the floor, and then he stands there and looks at the bed, and then he makes the sign of the cross, but he doesn't remember exactly how he's supposed to do it, and he tries several times, and then he does it. Right, he thinks, and again he brings one hand slowly to his forehead, to his chest, to his left shoulder, and to his right shoulder, and he feels something happen to him. He feels filled with a strength, or something, or whatever you'd call it, but he is filled with something that wasn't there before he made the sign of the cross. Asle thinks, and he gets undressed and he puts the clothes on the chair by the desk, and then he lies right down in bed and he can feel the good strong rush the wine gave him, and he closes his eyes and he breathes slowly and regularly, and he thinks that tomorrow he and Asle will meet at the coffee house at 3 o'clock. He thinks, and I sit here in my chair and I look at my fixed spot in the water, at my landmark, at the waves, and I'm still in my black coat, and I still haven't lit the stove, and Bragi is lying in my lap, and now I need to light the stove soon and take off this black coat of mine. I think, and I look at the waves and I see Asle walk into the coffee house. And at first he doesn't see anyone there, and then he sees the woman with the medium-length blonde hair sitting just inside the door, and she's sitting and looking out at the wharf and the bay, and Asle thinks that she always has to be here and that Asle is not going to like that she's sitting there. Asle thinks, and he pours himself a cup of coffee and puts a little milk in the cup, and then he goes over to the register to pay, and then he goes and puts the cup down on the table all the way in the back, and he puts his shoulder bag on a chair, and then he sits down with his back to the woman with the medium-length blonde hair, and he can feel very clearly that she's looking at him, and there was a suitcase next to her, and some shopping bags, so maybe she's sitting there waiting for the express ferry, and so she lives either north or south of Bjørgvin, because one boat goes south and one goes north. Asle thinks, and he takes out his tobacco pouch and he rolls himself a cigarette and he lights it, and it tastes good and feels good, coffee and a cigarette. He hasn't eaten anything yet today, but he's not hungry. He doesn't like food in the morning, it's only much later in the day that he likes to eat, often not until evening. He thinks, so he can't understand people who eat breakfast. He has never done that. All right, maybe when he was a little kid, but he can't ever remember having eaten breakfast later. The first thing he has in the morning is a cigarette, and then another cigarette, and then maybe a cup of coffee. Asle thinks, and he looks at his watch, and it's only 2:30, so he's early. He is always early when there's somewhere he has to be. Yes, usually. But when he was in elementary school he was never early, he was always a little late. Always. Asle thinks, and he drinks his coffee and smokes, and then he hears footsteps and he turns around and he sees Asle coming over to him, and he gets up and he walks towards her, and they meet and they hug each other and they kiss each other, and he can feel both the woman at the register and the woman with the medium-length blonde hair looking at them, and Asle says that he's here early and Asle says he always is, and he's bought himself a coffee. And does she want anything? He asks, and Asle says that she'd like a cup of coffee. She says, and Asle goes to pour another coffee, and then Asle hurries over to him and says quietly no, she doesn't want anything, because they need to leave, because, yes, she, the woman who's always looking at him, who's always there, yes, they'll never get away from her, Asle says, so they should just leave, and she can't follow them, probably, Asle says, and Asle puts the cup back, and then he goes and gets his tobacco pouch, and Asle says he should just finish smoking the cigarette in the ashtray and drinking his coffee, of course, and Asle puts out his cigarette and puts it in his tobacco pouch, and then he gulps down the rest of his coffee in one sip, standing up, and Asle says he should take his time. She didn't mean it like that, she says. They don't have to leave right this second. But still, that woman, with the medium-length blonde hair, she's here again, she says, and Asle puts his brown leather shoulder bag on, and then Asle takes his hand, and then they walk to the front door, and Asle doesn't look at the woman sitting there in the corner, the woman with the medium-length blonde hair. He opens the front door with his free hand, and Asle leaves, and then he leaves and the door shuts behind them, and Asle says that it's a nice day so they can just go down the wharf, because there are benches where they can sit, she says, and she has so much to tell him. She says, and they go and find a bench to sit on, and they sit down and sit there and look at the bay. The water is dead calm, and the houses on the other side of the bay are mirrored in the water. It's not often the water's so still, Asle says. No, almost never, Asle says. And the houses on the other side are mirrored in the water, she says. And then she says that it's probably for them that the water's so still today, and Asle doesn't say anything, and then they hear a motor start growling, and Asle sees that one of the express ferries is leaving the quay, and then the wake from the boat makes the dead calm water move, and the mirror image of the houses turns into fragments and disappears, and Asle says now he needs to listen, and Asle takes out his tobacco pouch and takes the half-smoked cigarette out. Yes, now you need to listen, Asle says. You have to meet my mother Judith today. She says, your mother Judith? Asle says. And is both surprised and startled, because that was sudden, everything's happening so fast now, kind of, and he feels like he's not entirely ready to go along with her. We're going to go to my house in an hour, and then you'll meet my mother Judith, Asle says. But do we really need to be in such a hurry? Asle says yes, Asle says. And no one says anything. And then Asle says that the express ferry that just left is going south, so the one that's still there must be going north. He says, and he hears how meaningless what he's saying is. It's as if he's just saying something to say something, and Asle says yes, and then she says that he has to meet her mother Judith since they are married now, because they are, yes, in a way, she says. Yes, Asle says. Yes, exactly, Asle says. And then she says that they were married yesterday in St. Paul's Church, so they are married before God, and Asle thinks that maybe they did that. Yes, got married yesterday in the church, and he thinks that it's not always so easy to understand what Asle means, and he can probably think that way too, but he does feel that this is all very strange, taken together, sitting like this on a bench and looking at the water, at the bay, and hearing Asle say that they are married before God and that he has to meet her mother Judith today. And you remember we live on Ridge Street, Asle says. And she says that Asle has to meet her mother Judith before the two of them move in together, and Asle hears what Asle is saying but he doesn't understand it. They are going to move in together? Cohabitate? And he's just moved into the room at Hadis Asen's, he thinks. Because you can't keep living there with that Hadis Asen. Asle says it's fine, Asle says. No, Asle says. No, it's not fine, she says. And that's why she's rented a little apartment for the two of them. Yes, actually it was her mother Judith who helped her, because a friend of Judith's has a house in the hills and there's a basement apartment in the house, and at first her mother Judith thought she was too young to move out and live by herself, and then she'd thought that she certainly couldn't move in with a man she'd just met. No, impossible. You can't do something like that, her mother Judith had said, and then Asle said that she was completely certain that this was the right thing to do, she just knew it deep inside. And her mother Judith had looked at her and then she'd fallen into her silence, because mother Judith could kind of just fall into herself and become silent. It seemed very strange to other people, but she was so used to her mother Judith going into her silence that she almost didn't even notice it. And she herself had also started to go into a wordless silence sometimes, or maybe a better way to put it is, fall into it. Yes, she says. I understand, Asle says. And after her mother Judith had been in that silence, and maybe she herself too, her mother Judith had said that it was probably right, what Asle was saying. And then her mother Judith had said that she knew a friend who had a house in the hills with a basement apartment that was empty now. Her daughter had lived there while she was studying in Bjørgvin, but now she was married and they'd moved to Oslo. It was just a couple of years ago. But the friend hadn't been able to bring herself to rent out the apartment. It was just standing empty. But she'd often spoken about how she had to hurry up and rent out that basement apartment already. But it had never gone beyond just talk. She dreaded putting an ad in the paper, having people who might consider renting the apartment come by to look at it, having to talk to them. That was one thing. And the other thing was that she hated having people she didn't know living so close to her. But for whatever reason her friend had never managed to rent out that basement apartment, and it's in a nice location, with a view over the whole center of Bjørgvin, and you can see a lot of the city fjord from there. It was a nice little 2-room apartment, with a very big main room and a very small kitchen, her mother Judith had said, and then she'd said that maybe Asle could rent it. It might be good for her to live alone, but she wasn't entirely sure if it was right for Asle to live there with a man she'd just met, and she didn't really know. She had just fallen so much in love that she didn't know what was best for her. She'd said, and Asle had said that she'd decided. And so her mother Judith said that she'd call up her friend and ask if Asle, yes, if they could rent the apartment in the basement. Do you know what the friend does? Asle says she works with my mother, Asle says. She's a nurse too, she says, and a widow too, she says. And she has a daughter, like I said, who lives in Oslo now, but the daughter's a lot older than me, she says. And she says that her parents were old when she was born, but she's probably already said that, Asle says, and she says that now Asle needs to listen, and then she says that her mother Judith had called this friend, whose name is Herdierdi's. That's almost like Hadis. Asle says yes, right? Asle says yes, and so my mother Judith's friend said that it was great for her if I wanted to rent her apartment. That was a better arrangement for her too, because it wasn't so nice living alone in a big house, she'd said, she says. And then my mother Judith said that yes, that you and I would move there together, and then the friend, Herdierdi's, yes, gave a big laugh and said that that was wonderful, because they could use a man in the house. There was always something in an old house. She had often thought about selling the house for just that reason, she'd said, Asle says. But Asle says. You won't need to do anything. Asle says it's just, I'm really clumsy. Asle says that doesn't matter, Asle says. And she says that maybe they can shovel the snow for her mother Judith's friend in the winter, if there's any snow, because there's often no snow in Bjørgvin, so it probably wouldn't be that often. But she, the friend, yes, Herdierdi's, had mentioned shoveling snow. It was because she said it, Asle says, and she says so now she's found and rented an apartment for them, and they can move in whenever they want, she says, and Asle hears footsteps and he turns around and he sees the woman with the medium-length blonde hair come walking along the wharf, and she has a suitcase in one hand and shopping bags in the other, and Asle turns around too and she says she's always there. She doesn't understand it. Why would she always be wherever we are? She says, and they look at her and they see her go on board the express ferry that's docked at the quay. At least she doesn't live in Bjørgvin. Asle says that's good. Asle says. But I don't understand why I see her so often. She says yeah, Asle says. Well, so let's go and you can meet my mother Judith, Asle says. And after that we'll go look at the apartment, and if the friend isn't home we can see it from the outside at least, she says. Yeah, Asle says. So let's go, Asle says. And they stand up and walk hand in hand along the wharf, and I sit and look at my spot out there in the water. I look at the waves, and as I see Asle and Asle walk along the wharf I think that Asle and I weren't given that many years together, but I'm grateful for the years we did have. I think, and Asle is sitting next to me and we're holding hands and I feel her so close so close. I think, and I still haven't taken off my black coat, and I still haven't lit the stove. It's crazy, I think, and I look at my landmark in the water, at the waves there, and I sit and hold Ailes's hand, and we stay sitting like that for a long time just holding hands, and then Ailes lets go of my hand and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing there. He is wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a purple tie. And Ailes is in a white dress, and her mother Judith is in a purple dress, and Ailes and her mother Judith are sitting to one side of the altar, each in their own chair, and sitting on the other side of the altar is the woman Ailes and Asle are renting the basement apartment from, Ailes's mother Judith's friend. And Father Brushman is standing in front of Asle dressed in a priest's white robe, and a friend of Mother Judith's is standing behind Asle. Asle doesn't know him, but he's the same age as Mother Judith and he's a doctor at the hospital, and he's Catholic. He converted to the Catholic Church, and he has his hand on Asle's right shoulder. And Asle thinks that he didn't know who he could ask to be his witness when he decided to convert and be confirmed. He didn't know any Catholic he could ask, and so Mother Judith said she could ask someone she knew, and he'd said he'd be glad to be a witness, and now he's standing behind Asle with his hand on Asle's right shoulder, and Father Brushman is standing in front of Asle, and Asle thinks that it was Mother Judith who suggested that Asle go to Father Brushman once he decided that he wanted to convert to the Catholic Church if possible, and it was Mother Judith who first got in touch with Father Brushman. He is actually German but has worked in Norway pretty much his whole life. Asle thinks, and he and Father Brushman met a few times. Asle thinks, and he'd said that it was Ailes who really wanted him to convert, but it wasn't like he didn't want it himself too, and he'd said that it was Ailes who'd brought him to Mass. And also they'd often gone into the church just to sit there, and one time there was a woman there and she was kneeling, deep in prayer. And this picture of the kneeling woman completely lost in prayer, and her collectedness and the power, or whatever you'd call it, coming from her lodged inside him. Asle had told Father Brushman, and Asle thinks that this picture is sometimes sitting on the top of his collection of all the pictures he has in his head, he thinks, and there it sits speaking silently to him. Asle thinks standing there in front of Father Brushman, and Asle thinks that he told Father Brushman that this kneeling woman, alone in St. Paul's Church, one Monday morning, around 10:30, had meant so much to him, and actually it was then and there that it was decided for him that he might convert. He'd told Father Brushman, and then he told Father Brushman. Asle thinks that everything else about the Mass, the sign of the cross when you go into the church, and when you leave the church, the sign of the cross when the priest starts the Mass and when he ends it, and then, right at the end, when the priest says go in peace, yes, all of that spoke to him, and filled him with peace in a way, Asle had said, he thinks standing there in front of Father Brushman. And then the silence when the bread and wine were held up, and then seeing Ailes and the other people, and usually there weren't that many, falling silent one after the other and walking in silence up to the altar to take the body of Christ and the blood of Christ, and then walking with head bent back down the center aisle in the nave of the church after having received the host, with hands folded, and then sitting back down where they'd been sitting before with their hands together in prayer, some kneeling, some sitting with heads bent, but everyone deep in prayer, and then the grand silence that filled the church. Yes, Asle wanted, if possible, to become a part of that history, that community, he'd said. He thinks standing there in front of Father Brushman, so if it was possible he would really like to be accepted into the Catholic Church, yes, become part of the Catholic community, Asle had said, he thinks. And then he and Father Brushman had met a few times and talked about faith, about what it meant to become Catholic, and then Father Brushman wrote to the bishop in Oslo and recommended that he accept Asle into the Catholic Church. Asle thinks, and now here he is standing in front of Father Brushman, and now, right now, Father Brushman is drawing a cross on Asle's forehead with the consecrated oil, and the cross sticks to him, it sticks to his forehead, it sticks inside him, in all of him, Asle thinks, and from now on he will feel that cross wherever he is, he thinks, a cross drawn with consecrated oil. Asle thinks, and then he goes and sits down next to Ailes, and the man who had put his hand on Asle's right shoulder goes and sits down next to Mother Judith, and then Father Brushman says, this is my body, and he raises up the host and he raises up the chalice and says, this is my blood, and then Father Brushman walks over to them, and then Asle holds out his hands placed like a cross, left hand over right, like a throne, the way both Ailes and Father Brushman had told him to do it, And Father Brushman places the host in his hand and Asle says amen, and then he puts the host in his mouth and he folds his hands and bows his head and shuts his eyes, and in a silent prayer without words he sits there and he feels peace spreading through his whole body. Asle thinks, and then, finally, after a long silence, Father Brushman begins to speak and says a prayer, and then at the end he says go in peace, and everyone answers thanks be to God, and then they get up and everyone's happy, and then they take a taxi home to Mother Judith's where she's left a lamb roast in the oven to keep it warm, and she's also invited Bea to the celebratory meal, and he comes,
and then they eat and drink red wine, and then Father Brushman has
to go since he has to hold mass that evening. He says, and Bea says to Asle that maybe it's time to start thinking about an exhibition now, and Asle doesn't say anything, and then Asle says that Asle has had a picture accepted for the West Norway Art Exhibition and one for the Autumn Exhibition, and Bea says he'd like to see Asle's new pictures as soon as possible. Today even. Yes, that's how impatient he is. Bea says, and I sit in my chair by the round table and I look at the waves out there in the Cygnus Sea, and I see Asle and Asle walking with Bea up in the hills. It's a small apartment, Asle says. And it's all messy right now. She says that doesn't matter, Bea says. And they go into the apartment and Asle apologizes again for all the mess, because there are canvases and easels and tubes of oil paint and a worn-out sofa, and it's like nothing goes together, and Asle asks Bea if he'd like a cup of coffee and he says no, he's already been fed enough today, but he'd really like to see the pictures, both hers and Asle's. He says, and Asle says that she doesn't want to show him any of hers, because when you're busy working on something, yes, something just for yourself, it can kind of destroy it, or the painting can sort of get stuck if you show it to anyone, and Bea says that he understands, but he does need to see Asle's paintings. After all, that's why he, an old man, dragged himself up into the hills to see the pictures, he says, and they go into the living room, and then Asle shows him one painting after another. He has 9 finished paintings in the room, and then he has quite a few more in a storeroom down in the cellar, he says, and Bea says that there is not the slightest doubt in his soul. Yes, Asle simply must have his debut exhibition, and it has to be in the spring. And then, Bea says, he can use the fact that Asle has had pictures accepted in both the West Norway Art Exhibition and the Autumn Exhibition, but if he had room in his schedule, yes, he would show Asle's pictures right away, because talent shines from these pictures. He can see it, and he can always see right away if an artist has talent, and it all depends on talent. It's a gift. Yes, a gift of grace, the Catholics would probably say. And he has to admit that if there's anything that could make him believe in something big, something bigger than life, yes, it's when he sees talent in a picture, and in Asle's pictures there is such obvious talent that he's never seen anything like it. He says, yes, Asle's talent is so self-evident that he will definitely encounter a lot of resistance, because it's like great talent awakens opposition. Yes, it scares people, and irritates them, and it gets bad reviews, but for whatever reason it's different with the people who buy pictures. They buy what they like and what they think is worth the money, and what they buy, with few exceptions, are pictures that show talent. Bea says, anyway, that's how it is in his gallery, he says, and Bea asks if he can also see the paintings that are down in the cellar storeroom right now, and so Asle and Bea,
both wearing a black suit and tie, go down the steep old steps to the cellar, and in the light that there is down there Asle shows Bea
the paintings he's keeping there, and Bea says that Asle already has enough pictures for 2 shows, so there'll be 2, but there has to be a year between them, and now that he's seen these paintings too, he's changed his opinion somewhat. He wants Asle to exhibit them in the weeks before Christmas. He should be able to squeeze in an exhibition during Advent, Bea says, because that's when pictures sell the best. He says, and he says that he feels strongly that Asle's pictures will sell well. And Asle doesn't know what to say and doesn't say anything. If that works for you, of course, Bea says yes, Asle says. And he thinks that he'd realized he would have to exhibit his pictures sooner or later, have his debut exhibition, but he'd imagined his first show would be after he graduated from the art school, because that was how it was usually done. But Asle's painting teacher, Asle Pedersen, had also told Asle that he already painted well enough to have his first show. He thinks, and just then Bea says that Asle Pedersen had mentioned a student of his who was good enough to have a show already, and that must have been Asle, even though he didn't say the student's name, and Bea hadn't thought anything more about it. He says, but now, yes, today, now it was decided, Asle would have a Christmas exhibition this year and another one next year. Bea says, and he looks at Asle who stands there and looks down at the floor, and then Bea says that there sure are a lot of empty bottles of spirits here in the cellar, and Asle doesn't know what he should say, and then Bea says that Asle mustn't drink too much. He has seen alcohol destroy all too many great talents, and it was often the greatest that alcohol took, and if it didn't destroy the talent it still eventually destroyed the person, so he needs to be careful about alcohol. Bea says, and Asle doesn't know what he should say, because he probably does drink too much. Yes, Asle says so too, because it's now up to a half bottle of spirits a day. But he doesn't start drinking before 5 o'clock, and he never paints after he's had something to drink, he thinks, but Bay is probably right. And Ales too, because once it hits 5 o'clock, yes, well, it's time for a glass, kind of, it's turned into a habit, and there aren't many days he doesn't drink, and then he really craves a glass, Asle thinks, and then Bayer starts to go up the stairs and Asle follows him, and when they are upstairs Bayer says yes, he has certainly seen enough pictures today for 2 exhibitions. And he will have 2 exhibitions. The first one before Christmas this year and the second before Christmas next year, he says, and I sit here and I look at the water, at my spot out there in the Cygnus Sea, at the waves out there, and I think that today is Saturday and it's little Christmas Eve, and Asle came over yesterday to have lutefisk, and the food was good, yes, but I wasn't really feeling my best, I think, and it's ridiculous that even now, so late in the day, I haven't even lit the stove and that I'm still sitting in my black coat. Yes, I even spent the night on the bench in my coat. What is wrong with me? I think, and tomorrow I'll go with Asle and celebrate Christmas at Sister's house, and I really don't feel like doing that. But now that I've said I'd go with him to Sister's house to celebrate Christmas, I have to do it, I think, and then I need to quickly call the hospital and ask if I can visit Asle, I think, and I look at my landmark out there in the Cygnus Sea, always. I'm always sitting and looking at my landmark, and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing and looking at a picture. That's on an easel. And he thinks that no sooner has he moved into Hadis Asen's apartment than Ales found a basement apartment for them in the hills, or else her mother Judith arranged for them to rent a basement apartment from a friend of hers. Asle thinks, and he thinks that he really isn't looking forward to telling Hadis Asen that he's going to move out. He thinks, and I sit and look at my landmark, and now I almost can't stand looking at it anymore, because I'm just sitting here looking and looking, I think, and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing in the hall in front of Hadis Asen. That's too bad. You're moving out already. So soon, you only just moved in, she says. And Asle says that he's sorry about that, but he and his girlfriend, yes, the woman she'd met, were going to move in together into a basement apartment in the hills, he says. It was quite a short stay, if you can put it like that, Hadis Asen says. And then she says that she thought it was too bad that Asle was moving out, they got along well together. She says, and so what'll happen with the portrait of her he was going to paint? She says. Yes, I need to paint it, Asle says. As soon as I saw that girl I knew that it'd end up like this, Hadis Asen says. And she says it's that female who made him move out, and Asle stands there in front of Hadis Asen and looks down. I'm right, aren't I? Hadis Asen says, and Asle doesn't answer. There's nothing wrong with you, it's just that girl, she says. And Hadis Asen says that Asle probably wanted to be able to bring her to his room, naturally he wanted that, she thought so. And that was why she said that the only rule was that he couldn't have girls in his room, but she wasn't generally prudish and she'd made up that rule on the spot, because of course it had sometimes happened that previous renters had had girls in the room with them, it was a normal thing, but she just couldn't tolerate that from the girl who was standing there in the doorway before he even moved in, and that was why she'd said that, Hadis Asen says, and Asle says that since he was moving out so soon, well, if she really wanted him to paint her portrait he would probably have to do it now, he says. Now? Hadis Asen says. Yes, before I move out, he says, and when will that be? She says soon, Asle says. And Hadis Asen says that in that case they should probably get started right away, he can go get his things ready, and she wants to be painted sitting in her bed, and with a glass of wine in her hand, she says, and Asle goes into his room and takes the canvas he thought he'd use, that he'd already stretched on a stretcher, and he puts the painting supplies he'll need in one of the boxes he had with him when he moved in and that he'd kept in the wardrobe where he kept his clothes, and he picks up the easel too, and then he goes out into the hall and he thinks that he'll stand and wait there, because he obviously can't just walk into Hadis Asen's living room, and certainly not into her bedroom. Of course not, he thinks, and so he stands there and waits with the stretched canvas in one hand, the easel in the other, and the box of painting things on the floor at his feet, and he thinks that now she really needs to come soon. He thinks, and then Hadis Asen comes out into the hall, and her lips are bright red, and her eyebrows totally black, and somehow or another she has managed to cover up almost all the wrinkles on her face, and she's wearing a red dress, and it's as low cut as a dress can possibly be, and it clings to her body, and it's very short, and Asle thinks that she doesn't look right at all, he thinks. So now we can start, Hadis Asen says. And she goes into the living room, and into her bedroom, and Asle follows her, and she goes over to the nightstand and raises a glass with a long stem that she's filled with wine, and then she lies down on the bed, outstretched. She lies on her side with one foot over the other, and she's propped up on one arm, and with her other hand she sort of holds the long narrow wineglass out in front of her, like she's about to hand it to someone. And Asle asks if she wants him to paint her whole body or Just her face, and she says he should do it however he wants, and Asle thinks that he wants to paint her head and upper body. Her face and the long wineglass create a balance in the picture, and he starts painting, and then Asle starts telling him about all the men who've pursued her, and it still hasn't stopped. Don't think it has. There are still some men who send her flowers or invite her out to dinner at the finest restaurants, she says, and Asle doesn't say anything, and she tells him about one after another of these men, and he hears her say this, and a picture of her face has lodged in his head, of her upper body with her small breasts held firmly in her bra, and that low-cut red dress showing just about everything, and then the bent arm sort of offering the long narrow wineglass, and Asle thinks that there is something so helpless, so human, about what he's seeing. Yes, something so beautifully ugly that it kind of lifts up the picture he's painting. Yes, it'll be beautiful, because the picture of Asle as he just saw her in the hall has entered him and lodged there. He thinks, so he is painting, so to speak, both the inner picture lodged inside him and the one he sees in front of him, and Asle looks at Asle every now and then, but it's mostly to be nice to her, he thinks, and then he paints her younger than she is. She almost looks like a woman who's younger than 40 anyway. Yes, younger, Asle thinks, and it's quick and easy to paint the portrait, and Asle himself feels that it's turning out to be a good painting, and then he paints an A in the bottom right corner in black, and it blends together with the still wet oil paint, the way he likes it to do. And then he says that she can come look at it now, if she wants. You're done already, Asle says. I think so, Asle says. You can really do a good job that fast. I don't know, Asle says, and she gets up and comes over and stands and looks at the painting, and Asle can tell that she is more than satisfied. She is really and truly happy. Yes, delighted to see the picture. And that makes Asle glad too, and Asle says that since Asle has painted such a beautiful portrait of her, he won't have to pay any rent, since he hardly lived in the room anyway. And of course she'll pay him too for the picture, and she asks him what he wants for it, and Asle says an amount, and Asle says that's way too little, and then she goes and gets her purse and she pays him double what he'd asked for, and she says that the picture probably needs a while to dry, and Asle says it does, and Asle says that she wants to hang the picture up on the wall across from the bed. That's where it'll hang, and she asks if Asle can help her hang it up, and then the picture can hang there and dry, because it smells so good, the oil paint, she says, and Asle says he can do that. She must have a hammer and nail lying around somewhere, he says, and Asle says she does. Yes, and then Asle says that he'll move out tomorrow. You're in that much of a hurry, Asle says. We arranged it like that, me and Ailes, that's her name. Yes, who I'm moving in with, he says. And then he turns the picture over, and then he paints Asle in thick black oil paint on the top of the stretcher, and then he puts the painting down leaning against the wall where Asle said she wanted the picture hung, and then he puts his painting things in the box and folds up the easel, and Asle stands and looks at the portrait, and she says that he was so nice, really, because she's not as beautiful as she is in the picture. And then there's such a remarkable feeling of elevation in the picture, of being lifted up, she says, and Asle says that if she gets the hammer and a nail they can figure out where she wants the picture, and Asle leaves the room, and Asle stands and looks at the portrait, and he's happy with what he sees. It turned out to be not just a good portrait but a good picture too, he thinks, and then Asle comes back with a hammer and a nail, and Asle holds the picture up and asks if it's good like that, and Asle says yes, the picture should hang just like that, she says, and then Asle picks up the hammer and nail and he hammers in the nail, and then Asle lifts up the picture and hangs it there on the nail, and Asle says that she's very happy with the picture and thanks him very much. She says, and I sit here and look at the water, at the waves, at my spot out there in the Cygnus Sea, and I close my eyes and I open them, and I think that my not having lit the stove, and not even turning on the electric heater, and not taking off my coat, yes, sleeping in it even, there on the bench, this is falling apart. Nothing less, I think, and I think that I should have called the hospital and asked if I could go visit Asle, asked how he's doing. But I've already done that, and not that long ago, or maybe I haven't just called? I think, and I'm not sure if I did or not, and that must be because I've already done it so many times, and every time I get the same answer, that Asle needs rest, and that it would be best if I didn't come see him. I think, and I think that in that case Asle will have to be in the hospital over Christmas, and maybe it's better that way, because otherwise he'd probably have been alone in his apartment, the way he usually spends Christmas. And he didn't think that was so bad. He'd said he spent it like a normal day. He thought almost nothing about it being Christmas, but it was hard to completely not think about it. He'd said, because it was like everything around him was saying it was Christmas, he'd said, and a person shouldn't be alone at Christmas, that's somehow been decided once and for all, he'd said, and I pet Bragi's back and then I fold my hands so that the thumbs make a cross, yes, a St. Andrew's cross, as Asle says, St. Andrew's cross. St. Andrew's cross, but now I want to just be silent, I think, and I breathe calmly in and out, and then I say, Our Father who art in heaven, Pater noster qui es in celis, and I think, what do I mean? Why am I saying these words?
Who am I turning towards?
I think, and it's just words. Yes, images, metaphorical language. They call it, that means something other than it says, because God is obviously not a father. I think, but when I say these words I feel clearly, yes, even more clearly, this nearness, yes, the nearness of God, and of Asle. I think, and I think that it's this wordless nearness I'm talking to now, that of God, who is near me and who is in me. I think, and I think about Meister Eckhart, who said that without human beings God would not exist, and without God human beings would not exist, because I, and everyone, and everything come from God. And if God withdraws back into himself, then I and everything else will disappear, Meister Eckhart wrote. I think, and God is nowhere, because he is outside of everything that is, and at the same time he is in everything that is, and people say that the place where he is up in the sky, because human beings look up, and if humanity can find any word for where God, who isn't anywhere, must be, yes, then it's up in the sky, in the heavens, our Father who art in heaven, Pater Nostikius in Celis, and yes, there, outside time and space, outside creation, and in all of creation, and inside me, right in the middle, and in other people, yes, in everyone, is the uncreated, that which has never been born, and so it can never die, or else it is born again and again all the time. I think, yes, Meister Eckhart wrote that it's Jesus Christ who was born again and again inside the soul, down at the bottom, in the soil, the foundation, the abyss, and we rise up from the dead all the time in the same way. I think, and I try to stay perfectly still and silent, and I listen to the silence, and I say, hallowed be thy name, sanctificita nomen tuum, and a blessing settles over everything all at once. Everything is hallowed, everything becomes whole, everything becomes sacred, and I say, thy kingdom come, adveniat regnum tuum, and may it be so, and it's going to happen, and it's happening right now, because the kingdom of God is already between us, and inside us, and just as there once was the kingdom of God, so too there will be the kingdom of God again, and then creation will no longer be separate from the Creator, but united with him in uncreated love. But then won't God disappear? Won't everything disappear? Turn to nothing? I think, and I think that it's not like that, but it can be thought of like that. And interpreting, yes, saying something about God, and about the kingdom of God, yes, is always very close to misusing God's name. So God forgive me, because only silence can say anything about God, about the kingdom of God, because God hides in silence, I think, and also in love. I think, and I feel that Asle is near me, and then she puts her arm around my shoulders. Thy will be done, fiat voluntas tua, and God's will is love, peace and love, and I try to get rid of words, get rid of pictures, and I feel how right it is to pray that God's will be done, yes, on earth as it is in heaven. Sicut in caelo et in terra, and I feel that that's enough. What it means becomes clear, and I understand what it means, and still I can't manage to say it. I think, yes, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in caelo et in terra, and I think that that's how Jesus Christ taught his apostles to pray,
and in so doing also taught me how I should pray.
And the Son of Man was someone you can talk to. He was God who became man and who died to share our suffering, our death, and who rose up from the dead and vanished into the kingdom of God, and with him all people, all, yes, all, everyone who ever lived, everyone who's alive now, everyone who's going to live. Yes, everyone is of God and comes from God and will go back to God, to the kingdom of God. And it doesn't make sense, it's total foolishness, but it is foolishness we preach, as Paul wrote. I think, and maybe God is closest of all to those who are poor in spirit, those who never think about God. Yes, because they shall inherit the kingdom of God. As is written, I think, and it's always these words, yes, these words that only have meaning when they contradict each other, and Meister Eckhart has thought almost everything I think before I did. I think, but isn't every human being a unity of opposites? Yes, a paradox. They call it coincidentia oppositorum. They call it, with a body and a soul, like how Christ was both human and God. Yes, Jesus Christ is himself the paradox that contains the paradox that all people are, I think, so that the cross is the symbol of the paradox. I think, and I think that since faith is paradoxical, self-contradictory, they call it can never be understood with reason, because reason has to follow the usual logic where A and not A, as they put it, can never be true at the same time. While in faith they are both true, 3 is the same as 1, the way it is in the 3, in one God, in the Trinity. They call it, I think, and always these thoughts that never go anywhere. I think, and I say, give us this day our daily bread, panem nostrum quotidianum, die nobis hodie, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Et demit nobis debita nostra sicut et numbers demitimus debitoribus nostris, and lead us not into temptation at any numbers inducas in tentationem, but deliver us from evil. Said Libera numbers a mallow, I think, and I say amen, and then Ailes lets go of my shoulder and she takes my hand, and I think that today is Saturday and that it's little Christmas Eve, and tomorrow Asle and I are going to take the boat to Igna, and Asle's going to call me tomorrow when he thinks it's the right time to set out. I think, and I think that now it's Christmas again, and the years go by faster and faster. I think, Christmas again, I think, and I think that for the first time I'm going to be with Asle celebrating Christmas at sister's house, at the house of the woman named Goro. I don't even know how many times Asle has asked me if I wanted to come with him and celebrate Christmas at sister's, and this year I said yes, and I don't totally understand why. I think, but anyway, tomorrow Asle and I are going to go on his boat to see sister who lives in Igna, way up in Signifjude, on a bay, not far from Instofjude. I think, and I need to bring a Christmas present for sister. I think. But what should it be? I think, I'm so old that I could forget something as obvious as the fact that I need to bring a Christmas present for sister, the woman named Goro, since I'm going to spend Christmas with her and Asle. I think, but I didn't buy anything I can give her for Christmas, so I'll just have to give her a painting too, and I have a painting. They're all packed up in the storage room. But I need those for the exhibition, and so what else can I give her? I think, and I think at the same time how little I want to give her anything else, so I guess I'll just paint a picture now and give it to her, paint it quickly, because a picture can be painted fast, or I can keep working on it forever until either I finally feel happy with it or paint over it in white. That's how it is, but now I need to quickly paint a picture I can give sister as a Christmas present, I think, and it should be small, and I have to paint it not too thickly so that the paint will be dry by tomorrow morning when we get on board Asle's boat to go up Signifjord to Igna. No, the paint won't be dry by then, but it has to be dry by Christmas Eve itself, and I have no desire at all to paint another picture. I feel such distaste at the thought of it that I almost can't stand up. I think, and I let go of Ailes's hand, and I stand up and Bragi tumbles onto the floor, and again I forgot he was lying asleep in my lap. I'm never going to learn to remember that, I think, and then I go up to the attic and I find the smallest canvas I've already stretched, and I go downstairs and put it on the easel. But what should I paint? It should probably be a kind of portrait of a woman's face. I'll paint the face of the woman named Guro who watched the dog that night, I think, and then I call Bragi and he comes over to me and I pet his back. I grip and tug at his fur, and I have several pictures of the face of the woman named Guro lodged in my mind. One of them that's lodged there was when she raised her wine glass to her mouth back at Food and Drink, and I'll paint that picture, I think, and I pick up the palette and I think that I'll paint the picture in different grey colors and then with a little pink and maybe just the slightest bit of blue. I think, and I paint as fast as I can, and I see that it's turning out to be a good painting of a twisted face, a face with pain and suffering in it, but with a clear longing in it. I think, and I see that I've painted it thicker than I thought. That's not good, because it's little Christmas Eve today and the paint won't be dry by tomorrow morning. But anyway, it'll be dry enough to bring on the boat, I think, and then it'll dry more in the boat and then I'll wrap it before we get back on land, I think. And it feels good to paint a picture, but now I don't want to paint anymore, not for a long time in any case, maybe never again, I think, and I think that I might as well carry all the tubes of oil paint, yes, all the painting supplies into the parlor, where Ailes used to be with her painting things, and where the books are. But no, I don't want to do that, because that room should stay the way it was when Ailes left it, I think, but today's the day to carry things out, get rid of things. Now's the time to make decisions and changes, I think, and I go out to the kitchen and get some shopping bags that are in the cupboard under the sink, and I put the tubes of oil paint and brushes and all of the painting things I have in the main room into the shopping bags, and I go up to the attic and I put the bags into the storage room where I have painting things stored, boards, tubes of oil paint, brushes, palette knives, turpentine, rags, scrapers. I have all of that stored up there, and I go back down to the living room and then I take the picture I just painted off the easel and put it down over there next to the kitchen door, and then I fold up the easel and I carry it up to the attic and put it down in the storage room, and I think so that's over and done with, I think, and I think that I've already packed my suitcase and so I'm ready for my trip, and the suitcase is standing where the unfinished paintings used to be, between the door to the bedroom and the door to the main room, under the peg where my brown leather shoulder bag is hanging, and the painting I'm going to give sister, the woman called Guro, for Christmas, is standing there to dry next to the kitchen door, and it'll probably have to lie out drying in the boat too, because I used a lot of oil paint and painted in thick strokes, so I'll bring a little paper and string in the suitcase, and then I'll wrap the painting on the boat just before Asle and I tie up the boat to walk up to sister's, I think, and I go out to the hall cupboard, the one under the stairs, because I have a roll of brown packing paper there, and I unroll it and tear off a length of it, and then I get a length of string and a black marker, and I go into the main room and open the suitcase and lay it flat on the floor, and then I put the brown packing paper, the string,
and the marker into the suitcase, on top of the suit, and then I shut the suitcase again and put it back against the wall, in the middle, under the peg where my leather shoulder bag is hanging, and it's the good old suitcase that has come with me through all these years, I think, and I go and sit down in my chair over by the round table, and after a while I look at the empty chair there next to me and I see Asle sitting there, and I take her hand. And I look at my landmark and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing by the window in an old brown house and he's looking out and he sees that it's just starting to get dark, and I sit there and look at the waves and I see Asle and Asle stand and look at the brown house. It's tall and narrow and it's on a beautifully built foundation wall. It really needs a paint job. Asle says yes, Asle says. And then she says that it's pretty now too. But it's true, the house should have been repainted a long time ago, she says. It's almost falling apart, she says. But it might be nice inside, Asle says. And he says that he doesn't understand how anyone could let such a nice old house just fall apart and not rent it out, not do anything to maintain it, he says, and I sit and look at my landmark out there in the middle of the Cygnus Sea, and I think that I'm always just sitting and looking at the water, and that it's so good to feel Asle's hand. I think, and I still haven't lit the stove. I think, and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing and looking out the window in the brown house, and he sees that it slowly started to get dark, and he thinks that again it was Bea who came to his aid. He'd told Bea that both he and Asle were thinking they needed a bigger place to live. It was a bit cramped in the little two-room basement apartment since they both wanted to both live and work there. And then Bea helped them find this house to rent, Asle thinks, standing there looking out the window at the trees on the other side of the road. And now the leaves have turned such beautiful colors, and he doesn't want to think about colors, he wants to just look at the colors and see them get darker the more the day darkens. Asle thinks, and he thinks that it's hard to believe, but all the pictures in his debut exhibition had sold. Unbelievable, Bea had said, and then he'd said that since Asle had told him that they'd like to live outside of Bjørgvin, he'd spoken to a friend who had a house that Asle and Asle could rent. It was this friend's childhood home, 10 or 15 miles, drive north of Bjørgvin. The friend's mother had lived there until a few years ago, but ever since she died the house has stood empty, and the friend who's lived all these years in Bjørgvin, he was a doctor at the hospital. Yes, Sandy was his name, was also one of his best clients, Bea had said, and then Asle and Asle had rented the house, and then they'd moved to the old house, 10 or 15 miles north of Bjørgvin. Asle thinks, standing there looking out the window, and he sees a car drive past on the road, a small van, and has seen this car or van several times. Asle thinks, and he thinks that Sandy, the doctor who'd rented them this house, had said that they should arrange things however they wanted. Asle thinks, and he thinks that he and Asle got the keys to the brown house and they drove to the house and let themselves in, and it smelled stuffy in the hall, and they opened the door to the right. And there was a little kitchen, with an oven and refrigerator, and old cupboards, and an old table with old chairs. He thinks, and then there was a door to the living room, and the living room was empty, only a sofa, a coffee table, and an armchair was still there, and then a dining table with 6 chairs. And through the living room there was a big bedroom, and there was a double bed in there with a duvet and a pillow with no sheets or pillowcase, and there was a door from the bedroom out to the hall, and there were stairs from the hall up to the attic, and there was a little hallway with a door to the left and a door to the right, and there was a bed in each of the 2 rooms. And then Asle and Asle went back downstairs, and then they sat right down on the sofa and sat there and looked at all their stuff on the floor in the middle of the room. They'd left some in the hall but brought most of it into the living room, and now there was a whole heap of it standing there. And both he and Asle were tired, Asle thinks, and so they lay down on the sofa and they lay there with their arms around each other, he thinks. And then Asle said that she wanted to stop going to the art school, and Asle asked why, and she said that she didn't think she was ever going to paint well enough, and Asle said that he thought she was a good painter, and Asle said that's just it, she was good, just good. No matter what she painted, it turned out just good, somehow. Dutiful and good, and totally without anything that made it stand out, she said, because what was necessary, what it needed, wasn't there. Yes, what made art was missing, what went beyond the picture and made it something other than just a picture. Asle said, and Asle asked if she was completely sure that she wanted to stop, and he said that if she stopped going to the art school then he would too, he said, because he didn't feel that he was learning anything new anymore. And then it was so distracting to have to stand there in the painting hall with the other students and paint there, he said. And then Asle said that in that case they would both stop, because she was also sure that Asle already had what he needed to be able to paint the way he wanted and should, because actually there was just one thing he needed, and whatever it was, yes, he had it, she said, but she didn't have that one thing, Asle said, and Asle didn't say anything, and Asle said that he could just keep painting, but she on the other hand thought she should start as a student at the university. She wanted to study art history, and especially icons, and then she wanted to start painting icons, because as long as she could understand what an icon was and how it was painted, she was sure that painting icons was the right thing for her to do. She felt something almost like a calling to do it, if she could use such a big word.
she said, and Asle said that she should think it over, and Asle said that she didn't know if he'd noticed. He often spent so much time in his own world, but she'd recently been reading lots of books about icons, both histories and books about how icons are made, and there was no one in Norway as far as she knew who painted icons. No one. From Norway anyway. And you had to order from abroad what you need to paint them, she said, and Asle said that he'd always liked icons, and Asle said that she knew that icons were what she should paint, not paintings. She'd be an icon painter, not an art painter. She was just as sure of that as she was of the fact that he and she belonged together, she said, and Asle said that he'd support her as well as he could whatever she wanted to do, he said, and Asle said that she'd been a little worried about telling him, but now she'd said it at last, and she wasn't worried about telling the principal at the art school that she was going to stop going there. And art history was an open major at the university, so she could start going to lectures there right away. And one of the professors there was also an expert on icons, she said. He wrote his dissertation about something to do with icons, and he often came to mass, so Asle must have seen him. He has long grey hair and a long grey beard, she said, and Asle said that he'd certainly noticed the man with the long grey hair and the long grey beard, he said, and he said that in that case it was decided. Then, yes, they'd both stop going to the art school, and then she'd start as a student at the university and learn how to make icons. That was probably best, and he would keep painting his pictures, Asle said, and then he said that they could go see the principal at the art school as soon as Monday and tell him they were quitting, he said. Asle thinks as he stands there in front of the window watching it slowly get darker and darker outside, and he thinks that then Asle and he were standing outside the door to the principal's office at the art school, and they knocked, and he came and opened the door, and Asle said first that she decided to stop going to the art school. She didn't want to paint pictures, but icons, she said, and as a first step she wanted to study art history at the university, she'd said, and the principal had nodded and said that she knew best, and of course he would accept her decision, he said, and Asle thanked him, and then Asle had said that he was going to stop going too. He wanted to be a full-time painter, and the principal said he could understand why Asle would want that, and he just had to accept it, he said, and then Asle and Asle shook hands with the principal, and they thanked him, and the principal wished them the best, and they left the principal's office, and Asle said that he wanted to go see Eilev Pedersen and thank him for all his teaching, and Asle said that she would go straight up the hill to the university and register as an art history student, and then they each went their way. Asle left the art school and walked up the hill to the university, and Asle walked into the painting hall where everyone taking painting was standing and painting, and actually that was what bothered him the most, that he had to stand there with all the others and paint together. It distracted him so much, it was downright destructive for his pictures, Asle thought, and he saw Eilev Pedersen standing there saying something to one of the other students in painting, and Asle waited until he was finished and then went over to Eilev Pedersen and said that he'd decided to stop coming to the art school, and Eilev Pedersen said that he could understand that, because Asle was such a good painter that he at least didn't have much he could teach him. He said, yes, probably the other way around would be more accurate, he said, and Asle didn't know what to say, and he thought that it was all wrong, but he couldn't say anything to contradict him, and then Asle said that he just wanted to thank him for all the lessons. He had learned a lot from Eilev Pedersen, and not least from his paintings. Seeing them had been very important for him, Asle said, and Eilev Pedersen said again that he's known for a long time that Asle has reached where he's going. Yes, or in any case gone as far as the art school can take him, and now there's just the enormous, lifelong work of painting picture after picture. Now he needs to just keep doing it and not care about what art critics or other people who supposedly understand art have to say. But Asle probably learned all that after the exhibition he'd had at the Beyer Gallery, because he must never care about reviews, or else he should just listen to criticism from people who can paint, yes, who have painted excellent pictures themselves, because actually it was only the people who've done something who can judge whether something is good or bad. And then there weren't more than a few so-called normal people who had a kind of access to the understanding of art that let them say something about the quality of a picture, and quality, that's what it's all about, Eilev Pedersen said, and then he said that Asle had chosen a hard life by choosing art, but in his case it was the right choice, Eilev Pedersen said, and then he held out his hand to Asle, and Asle held out his hand to Eilev Pedersen, and then they shook hands, and then Eilev Pedersen said that he wished Asle the best. Asle thinks standing at the window in the brown house looking out, and he thinks that it's getting darker, but slowly, and it's beautiful watching the leaves, in all their colors. Yes, autumn is his time of year, Asle thinks, and then he sees the old big car or small van drive past on the road again, and I sit here in my chair by the round table, and I look at my landmark out there in the middle of the Cygnus Sea, at the waves out there. I hold Ailes's hand, and I look at the empty chair where Ailes liked to sit, because we sat like this a lot, just sat without saying anything, I think, and it's good holding Ailes's hand, I think, and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing there in front of the window. You've been standing there long enough now, Ailes says.
And she goes over to the window and she takes Asle's hand and then they stand there hand in hand and they look out the window and then Asle asks why don't they go for a walk, before it gets totally dark. She says and Asle says yes they must do that. He says and then they go out into the hall and Asle puts on his long black coat and Asle takes a scarf out of a box and she hands it to him and she says he needs a scarf and then Asle puts on his brown leather shoulder bag and Asle says you can't go anywhere without that bag. She says and they go out and then, hand in hand, they start walking down the country road. Look over there, there's a playground. Asle says there sure is. Asle says. That's strange, you can't see a single other house. She says but there are swings and seesaws and a sandbox. She says. And Asle asks why don't they go down to the playground and Asle says they should, and there's a path down to the playground and it runs over a hill and ends at a hilltop. There must be houses with children on the other side of the hill, Asle says. Yes, there must be, Asle says. And she and Asle walk down the path and they go into the playground. Now it's almost dark, even if it's only afternoon, but soon it'll be evening, Asle says. Yes, Asle says. And then she goes over to the swing and she sits on it and then she asks Asle to give her a push and he goes and grabs the ropes holding the graying wooden seat that Asle is sitting on and he pulls her slowly back. And then he lets go and he pulls her back again and he lets her go. More, harder, Asle says. And Asle pulls and gives a stronger push even harder, Asle says. And Asle pushes even harder more, harder, Asle says. And it's like she's screaming and Asle pulls as hard as he can and Asle flies as high as the swing can go and then Asle shrieks and he lets go of the swing and then Asle steps back and then he sees a man come walking down the path. And he's in a long black coat. And he has long grey hair tied back in a hair tie and Asle says that was really great. She says, it was like being a child again, she says. And there's a seesaw, she says and there's the sandbox, she says. And the path of the swing gets shorter and shorter and then Asle stops the swing entirely with her feet and Asle goes over to her and he puts his hands on her shoulders. I'm just like a child again, Asle says. And Asle says nothing and I sit there in my chair by the round table and I look at my landmark out in the water, I look at the waves, at the eternal waves. I think that I want to go to Mass, and I should have driven into Bjørgvin so I could go to Mass on Christmas Day, the way I usually do. But there'll be none of that this year, since for some strange reason I said yes to celebrating Christmas with Asle and sister, whose name is Goro. And what's said is said, a promise is a promise, I think and then I think that yes, now that I've decided that I'm going to stop painting I can drive to Bjørgvin today and drop off these 9 pictures too, the ones I kept, to be sold at the next exhibition at the Bayer Gallery. I think, and then I can go to Mass in the evening and then, yes, I don't know how many times I've called to try to get permission to see Asle, but they always say the same thing, that he can't have visitors. But maybe if I just show up in person at the hospital and say that I want to see him they'll let me. I think, so then I have 3 things to do in Bjørgvin, deliver my paintings, go to Mass, and go to the hospital and ask if I can see Asle. I think, and then I can spend the night at the country inn and then drive back home early tomorrow, yes, at the crack of dawn. So that tomorrow morning, yes, when it gets light, Asle and I can go in his boat to Sisters to celebrate Christmas. And I think that Bayer will probably be surprised if I show up with new paintings already, so maybe it's best if I call him, but if he isn't in his gallery I can probably just bring the pictures into the Bayer Gallery myself. And if the side room, yes, the bank, is locked I'll just put the pictures in some other place, maybe behind the desk. But I have to talk to Bayer in any case. I think and Asle lets go of my hand and I get up and I go out into the hall and I look up Bayer's phone number in the phone book. And the truth is I haven't called him that many times, I think. And I pick up the receiver and I dial the number and I hear Bayer's voice say Bayer here and I say, it's me, I say. Well, it's you, Bayer says. Yes now this is unexpected, he says. The guy doesn't call all that often, he says. And he says that if I'm wondering how it went with the sale he is happy to report that it couldn't have gone better, because all the pictures are now sold. So as far as that goes he could have shut the Bayer Gallery and taken Christmas off, but he'd said that he'd be open both today, on Little Christmas Eve, and tomorrow, Christmas Eve, because there are always people who are late buying Christmas presents, and it's often people who are flush with money and bad with time, Bayer says and he laughs and he is getting on a roll with his chatting away like Bjørgvin people do and I say he needs to listen to something. Yes, Bayer says. I'd like to bring by 9 paintings for you today, I say and there's silence on the telephone. I have 9 paintings here, 4 of them are pictures I didn't want to sell, for various reasons, maybe they are strange, but I've probably told you about them, I say. And Bayer says that he doesn't recall that I have, but it sounds very interesting, he says, and I then say that there are 4 pictures I set aside to work on more but now I think they are done. But is it really so urgent? Bayer says yes, I say. And I think that I'm not planning to say that I'm not going to paint any more pictures, because then Bayer will only say that it's just an idea. I'll definitely paint more, of course I will, I'm just tired and feeling a bit run down. He'll say, and Bayer says that even if this is unexpected he is obviously, when it comes to me, always happy to see me and my pictures. And then, he says, yes, then maybe he can take down some of the ones that have already sold and hang up some of the ones I'm bringing, because the ones he has stored in the bank he's already promised that Klein Heinrich could show in Oslo, or Heisman in Nidaros, but damn if he wasn't tempted to get 2 or 3 of the pictures and hang them. He must admit, Bayer says, but now we'll just see if we can get a few more pictures sold before Christmas, he says, and Bayer's all eager now, and he says the best thing would be if I could come as quick as I can, and I said that I'd thought these pictures could be for next year's show, and Bayer says that there'll be more pictures for next year's show, so everything will be great. And I say that in that case I'll just wrap my paintings in blankets and carry them out to the car and then drive down to Bjørgvin right now. I say, and Bayer says that in that case he'll be waiting for me in the gallery even if I get there after closing time, because he needs to keep the gallery open tomorrow, even though it's Christmas Eve tomorrow, even if it's a Sunday this year, because that's the day of the year when he usually sells the most pictures, he says, and I say thank you so much, and then we say we'll see each other soon, and I hang up the phone, and I think that the best thing to do would be to call the country inn and see if they have a room free tonight, and I find the phone number in the phone book and I dial it and I ask if they have a room free, and I say that 407 is my usual room at the country inn, and the Bjørgvin man says that they do have room for me, as always, and room 407 is free, he says, so then I can have my usual room. He says, and I say that in that case I'll reserve the room, and the Bjørgvin man says certainly, and I hang up the phone and I go up to the attic and get blankets from the attic room I use as a kind of storeroom, and I go into the other attic room where I keep paintings in crates and I wrap each and every one of them in its own blanket, and then I carry them downstairs and I step into my shoes and I go outside and put them in the back of the car, and I feel how good it is to be getting all the paintings out of the house. So now the only picture I still have is the portrait of Asle, which is still leaning against the back of the chair up in the attic room, and then the picture of Guro that's drying next to the kitchen door, but that'll be out of the house first thing tomorrow, I think, and I go inside and I call Bragi, and he wakes up and looks at me with his dog's eyes, and then I say come, and he comes and he stops next to me, and then I put my brown leather shoulder bag on, and I think now what's wrong with me, sleeping all night on the bench in my coat, and I haven't taken it off yet today, and now I'm going to drive back to Bjørgvin again, I think, and under my coat I'm wearing my black velvet jacket, so I slept in that too, I think, and I go out to the kitchen and Bragi follows me, and then he drinks up all the water that's in the bowl, and I give him fresh water from the tap and he drinks a little of that too. You were thirsty, weren't you, Bragi? I say. And I think that he needs a little something to eat too, and I cut a slice of bread and crumble it into pieces and put the pieces in the bowl, and Bragi goes and sniffs a little at the bread, but he doesn't eat any, and I think that he probably isn't hungry then. And I go to the hall door and I say come on, Bragi, and he reluctantly follows me, and I turn off the kitchen light and the hall light and I go outside, and Bragi goes a little ways out onto the hill, and first he raises his right back leg. And he takes a good long piss, and then he squats and then stays like that to shit, and he clearly doesn't really need to because he squats and pushes several times, but then it works, and then I open the back door of the car and Bragi hops in and lies right down on the back seat, and I shut the door and I get into the car and I start it, and it hasn't snowed for several days and the roads are well cleared, with firm dry snow, so they are good to drive on, and I think that it'll be good to get rid of the paintings, finally get rid of them, and then it'll be good to go to Mass tonight, I think, and not least to go check on Asle, I think, and I drive and I don't think about anything. That's maybe what I like best about driving, that the thoughts sort of go away and I get absorbed in just driving, that I fall into a kind of stupor and get a kind of break or rest or whatever it is, I think, and then I see snowflakes start to land on the windshield one by one, and I'm getting close to the playground and I see 2 people walking hand in hand towards me along the road. And I think that those are the people I saw down in the playground when I was driving back from Bjørgvin not so long ago, and he has medium-length brown hair, and she has long dark hair, and Asle thinks here comes that car again, a small van, yes, he's seen it several times, there aren't that many cars he notices, but he remembers seeing this particular one before. I've seen that car a bunch of times, Asle says. I don't remember seeing it before, Asle says. And I think that it's not so far to the playground, and to the turnoff, but I don't feel tired. And the young couple step off onto the side of the road and stop and stand there, and I see that he's wrapped his arms around her back and snowflakes are slowly coming down over them, and now it's not far to drive to the old house Asle and I rented. First there's the playground and then the turnoff, and then I drive by the old brown house, I think, and no one has lived there since we moved out and moved to the old white house in Dilgia, I think, and the house has become more and more run down, and I don't like looking at that good old house just falling apart, and that's probably why I don't want to look at it, I think, and I look at the 2 people standing on the side of the road, and snowflakes are landing in his medium-length brown hair and in her long dark hair, and I drive past them and I get closer to the playground and I don't want to look down at it.
Or at the turn-off and I get to the brown house and I do look at the house after all and it is a lot more run-down than it was when we lived there. Now the little house is about to collapse. Yes, some shingles have already fallen off the roof, and I don't like looking at the house. And yet I almost always do it. I think and I see a young man with medium-length brown hair standing in the window looking out and I look straight ahead and I try not to think about anything. Or to just think that now I'm going to drive to the Bayer Gallery, drop off the paintings with Bayer, and then take a taxi to the hospital to see Asle. And if they don't let me in now then yes, well I don't know. I think, and after I've seen Asle I'll take a taxi to St. Paul's Church and it'll be fine if I get there early. Then I can sit in the church and listen to the silence, because it's in the silence that God is nearest, I think, and then I'll be there for Mass. And it's been a long time now since I've taken communion, I think, and then I'll walk to the country inn, and I know how to get from St. Paul's Church to the country inn very well. I've done it so many times. I think it's very easy. I should be able to manage that. Anyway, it'll be fine, I think, and I drive and I fall into a stupor and I'm absorbed in just driving, and before I know it I've reached the Bayer Gallery, and as soon as I stop the car Bayer is standing in the door and he waves to me and he comes walking over to me and he holds out his hand and we shake hands and he says no, this is a surprise, but actually it'll work out splendidly, as they say, because, like he said, yes, he's sold all of the pictures in the Christmas exhibition, he says, and he can most likely get a few of the ones I'm bringing him now sold tomorrow. On Christmas Eve day itself, he says, and I open the door to the back of the van and Bragi starts barking and I say hush, quiet now. I say, and Bayer asks if I have a dog now and I say it's just a dog I'm taking care of, and Bayer says that I've said so many times that I thought I should get a dog, especially after I became a widower, he says, but I never did. Bayer says, and he asks if I like looking after dogs and I say, it's fine. And he asks if I've thought about getting a dog of my own now and I say I may do that, and then Bayer says that the door to the bank is already open. And Dr. Sandy, yes, you remember him. Bayer says yes, you rented a house from him, he says. Yes, he bought 3 pictures this year, he says 3 pictures, he says. And I don't say anything. But what made you decide all of a sudden that you wanted to drive down and deliver some pictures to me? Bayer says. And I don't answer. No, well, if you don't want to tell me then don't tell me, he says, you've never been a big talker, he says. And I don't say anything, and then Bayer and I start to carry the pictures inside and he says we'll put them right in the bank and that he'll look at them tonight, after the gallery has closed for the day, he says, and it doesn't take long to carry all the pictures inside and I stand there with blankets in my hands and Bayer asks what I'm going to do now and I say that first I'll go to the coffee house and get a little food, and Bayer says I should do that, yes, like usual, and I can tell he wants to ask me more questions about why I came so soon with new pictures, and why I drove down to Björgvin today at all, and he tries to let it go, but he can't contain himself. Is it something about a woman? He says, and Bayer is sort of whispering to me. Since you've lived alone all these years it's about time, he says. And I shake my head and then I think that maybe Bayer's kind of right about it, because that woman Goro, who lives in the lane, no, it's not exactly a thing about a woman like Bayer says, but it is kind of like that a little, I think, but I promise to be eternally faithful to Asle so I can at least keep that promise for the length of a human life. But it's none of my business, Bayer says. And then I say Merry Christmas and Bayer says Merry Christmas, and then he says he can't remember my pictures ever having sold so quickly any other year, he says, and he says that when pictures sell so well it's fun to be a gallerist, he says, and he was already going to be open tomorrow too, on Christmas Eve itself, even though it's Sunday, maybe it's not exactly legal, for all he knows, but never mind about that, he says, since Christmas Eve, he says, is the day when he sells the most pictures all year, because there are always some of the wealthier Björgvin men who wait till the last minute to buy something for the lady of the house, he says, and I don't say anything. No, I won't hold you up, Bayer says. And then he opens the door for me and I go outside, and I think that now all I have to do, as I've done so many times before, is cross High Street and then take a left down the lane, and then I'll pass by the house where Guro has an apartment on the ground floor, and I think that it'd be really bad if it's like Bayer says and I'm involved in something to do with a woman, but if I am then it'd have to be with Guro, I think, and in my long black coat, and with my brown leather shoulder bag, I cross High Street, and then I take a left and start to walk down the lane, and right away I realize that there's a smell of something burnt, and I see that the windows are broken and the woodwork is burnt in an apartment there, on the ground floor, and I think that can't be Guro's apartment where there was a fire, can it? Yes, it looks like it, and I stop and I stand there looking at the broken windows and the burnt upward paneling, and I see how the grey and black burn marks are almost screaming at the white. It's almost like most of the places are grey, and there's a strong burnt smell, and I think that that really is Guro's apartment that caught fire, and then this strong smell of smoke, it smells burnt, nothing else, and it must be Guro's apartment where there was the fire, I think, and Guro smoked so much, she would roll a cigarette, smoke it, stub it out, roll a new cigarette, smoke it, stub it out, roll a new cigarette. She smoked constantly. I think, so she was probably smoking in bed and that's probably how the fire started. I think, and now that too is just too horrible. I think and I see an older Björgvin man come walking up the lane and I say excuse me but I see there's been a fire. It's just too horrible, he says and he shakes his head. Yes, I say. And someone died in the fire too. He says someone died? I say. A woman, middle-aged, he says. She'd lived in that apartment for years, he says. And then, yes, it must have been the smoke that killed her, he says. Was her name Goro? I say. Yes, he says. And we stay standing there looking at the burnt-out apartment. These things happen, he says. Yes, I say. And then he wishes me Merry Christmas and I thank him and wish him the same and then he keeps walking and I stay standing there looking at the burnt-out apartment and then I think now Goro's dead. Yes, it's sad, it's always sad when someone is taken away forever, but now Goro is with God, now she's resting in God, in God's peace, in God's light. I think, I'm sure of it, so when I look at it more clearly it's not so sad. Not that Goro went to church or was a Christian or anything, no, far from it. She probably wasn't a believer at all, but she had a lot of God in her, and now that part of her is back with God again, like she is, like what was deepest inside her is, it's impossible to understand it but that's how it is, I think. Now Goro is part of God and at the same time herself, I think and then I make the sign of the cross right there in front of the burnt-out apartment and then I walk farther down the lane and I think that not many of the people who believe they're inside really are, but many of the people who are outside, those are the ones who are inside, the first shall be last, as is written. I think, and then I walk over to the country inn and I think that now I'll go check in and then I'll have the Björgvin man, it'll of course be him sitting there at the reception desk now, call me a taxi, and I walk into the lobby and of course it's the Björgvin man sitting there at reception. So, here you are again, he says. It hasn't been so long, he says. And you want room 407, he says. That's what you said on the phone anyway, he says, and I nod and the Björgvin man stands up and takes a key off the hook on the wall behind him and he hands me the key and I thank him and then I ask if the Björgvin man can call me a taxi and he says of course and he calls and then he says the taxi will be here right away and I hand the key back to the Björgvin man and he hangs it on the hook behind him and then I go outside and I stand there and I'm not thinking anything, I just feel empty, and the smell of something burnt reaches all the way to the country inn. And then I see the taxi coming and I get in the back and I say I'd like to go to the hospital and the taxi driver asks if I'm visiting someone there and I just answer yes and he says that must be rough to be in the hospital over Christmas and I say yes and then he keeps quiet and he stops in front of the hospital and I pay and I go into the hospital and straight to the reception desk and I ask if there's any way I can get to see Asle, he's a good friend, and the woman sitting there says she is so sorry, he died last night. He passed away quietly and peacefully, she says, and I turn around and I go outside and the taxi is still standing there and I ask the taxi driver to take me to St. Paul's Church and he says that'll be fine and I realize that I can't think clearly. I'm not sad, I'm nothing, just empty, just an empty blackness. I think and the taxi driver stops by St. Paul's Church and I pay and I go into the church, dip my fingertips into the basin with the holy water, make the sign of the cross, and go to the third pew from the back on the left. I kneel and then sit down at the end of the pew and I think that I always sit there, because that was where Asle always sat, and where we always sat together. I think and then I bow my head and I fold my hands and then one by one people come into St. Paul's Church, all of them silently, and they all kneel or bow their head before they sit down and I try to be as silent as I can and I sit there on the outer edge of the third pew from the back on the left in St. Paul's Church and I realize that Asle, even though she's been dead for so long, is sitting next to me, the way she used to. And I take her hand and I hold her hand and I shut my eyes and now I just want to be silent and I breathe calmly in and out and then I fall into myself and I think that Asle is dead, and Goro is dead, and I sink into the usual course of the Mass, and tonight it's a Latin Mass and it's Father Broschman who is celebrating Mass and the familiar words feel comforting, drained as they are of meaning in the usual sense. Instead they have a kind of silence inside them and they fill the silence with meaning, with God's closeness. And the close human community is a shining unity when the people there in the church, about 10 people, stand up and pronounce the beautiful words Kyrie eleison, Christ eleison. First Father Broschman, then the congregation, it's said 3 times, and then the congregation says the Pater Noster together and when I and the others kneel for the consecration, when Father Broschman in persona Christi says Accipite et manducate ex hoc omnes hoc enim corpus meum quod pro vobis tradita and then lifts up the host that has now become Christ's body, become all of him, gathered into his transfigured spiritual body, become Christ's mystical body, and the moment of transformation happens. I see a halo appear around the host,
And Father Brushman says Axipite bibite exeo omnes hicist enim calix sanguinis my noviet eterni testamenti qui pro vobis et pro multis affundita in remissionem peccatorum huc facite in mean commemorationem, and lifts up the chalice, and the wine is transformed into Christ's blood, into everything Christ is, gathered into his spiritual transfigured body. It is one with God. I see a flash of light come from the chalice in the moment of the consecration, and then the deep feeling of truth when the Mysterium Fidei is recited, and faith, hope, and charity fill the congregation sitting there, and Father Brushman says the peace prayer with Christ's words, Pacem relinquo vobis pacem mendu vobis, and Father Brushman says Pax Domini sit semper vobiscum, and I feel how good it is to hear Father Brushman pray to let me, Asle, receive God's peace, and I know that before long I will go up to the altar, and then Father Brushman will put the host in my left hand that's crossed over my right hand as he says Corpus Christi, and I will say Amen and put the host in my mouth, and then with my hands together in front of me I will go back down to my place, there on the outside of the third pew from the back on the left, and then I will fold my hands and bow my head and close my eyes, and as the host, Christ's body, dissolves in my mouth, I will gather everything I have into a prayer for God to take both Guru and Asle into himself, and for them to find peace in God, find rest in God's light, that they might become part of the kingdom of God. Again and again I think that, and then I give thanks for my life and for letting me meet Asle, and I give thanks for having met Guru, and then I just say thank you, and then I pray that the pictures I've painted might be a help to others, and I fall silent inside myself, and then Father Brushman starts to pray a prayer, and everyone stands up, and then finally he says in Norwegian, go in peace, and I sit down and I close my eyes, and one by one people leave the church, and again I pray for Guru and Asle to find peace in God, that they might become part of God's kingdom, God's light, and then I stand up, bend my knee, and then I go and dip my fingertips into the basin of holy water, and I make the sign of the cross, and then I leave St. Paul's Church and I start to walk straight to the country inn, and I think that as soon as I get there I will lie down and go to sleep, and I feel so tired that it won't be hard to get to sleep at all, I think, and then tomorrow at the crack of dawn I will drive to Dilgia, because tomorrow Slake and I are going to take the boat to Igna, way up in Signifjord, not far from Instafjord, almost all the way up Signifjord, to celebrate Christmas at Sisters, as a Slake always says, but her name is Guru, I think, and then I remember that Bragi is alone in the car, and he needs to be walked, needs something to drink, but he'll probably manage all right alone for a few more hours, a short night, because right now I so don't want to go up the lane and see the broken windows and the burnt-up walls of the apartment that used to be Guru's, and then that burnt smell, I think, and I go straight to the country inn, and once I get to the country inn I just nod to the woman who's sitting at reception now, because now the Björgvin man is off for the night, and the woman sitting there now is someone I've never seen before as far as I can remember, and I say 407 thanks, and she stands up and takes the key off the hook and hands it to me, and I say thanks, and I go take the lift up to the 4th floor, and I walk to room 407, and I turn on the light, and it's nice and warm in the room, and it feels good to walk into a warm room after having sat in the cold church, and having walked from St. Paul's Church to the country and through the cold night, I think, and I take off my shoulder bag and put it on the floor, and then I take off my black coat, and now I've definitely been wearing it for more than a full day, because last night I slept in my coat on the bench in the main room back home in Dilgia, and then I take off my black velvet jacket, and I've been wearing that even longer, I think, and I drape it over the back of the chair next to the desk, and then I pick up the brown leather shoulder bag and put it down on the chair, and then I take off my scarf and pullover and trousers and put them on the chair, and I lie down on the bed, and oh, it is so good to lie down in a bed with fresh clean sheets, I think. No, how can something so normal feel so good, I think, and then I turn off the light, and then I hold the cross at the bottom of the rosary I have hanging around my neck, that I got from Asle's once, with brown wooden beads and a brown wooden cross, and while I hold the cross in my hand I say out loud Ave Maria, and I say to myself, Ave Maria Gratia plena Dominus tecum benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui Jesus Sancta Maria Mater Dei ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc et in hora mortis nostri, and then I breathe slowly in and out, and then I slip into sleep, and I sleep, I wake up, and I think that I was so tired last night that I fell asleep right away, and I slept heavily and peacefully, I think, and today it's Sunday and it's Christmas Eve day itself, I think, and I think that now it'll be good to take a shower, because I really feel dirty all over, and I get up and I take a shower, and then I dry my long grey hair with a hairdryer, and I tie my hair back in a ponytail, and then I get dressed, and I think I should have brought fresh clean clothes with me, but later today I'll dress up in my best suit, because today is Christmas Eve, I think, and then I put on the black velvet jacket, and I drape the shoulder bag over my shoulder, and I drape the coat over one arm, and then I take the lift downstairs, and I walk into the place that's the coffee house during the day, but in the morning it's the breakfast room for guests at the country inn, and I get myself a little coffee with milk, but I don't feel like eating, and then I go and drop the key off with the woman who's sitting at reception, and I pay for my room, and then the woman sitting at reception, and I wish each other Merry Christmas, and then I put on my black coat and I go outside, and I don't look at Guru's burnt out apartment.
I just walk straight ahead and then I cross High Street and there in front of the Bayer Gallery is my car and I unlock it and right away Bragi wakes up and jumps up and down and wags his tail and then I open the back door and pull him out and Bragi runs like crazy around the parking lot and I call Bragi and he comes right away and hops in the back door that I'm holding open and he lies down on the back seat and I get in and sit down in the driver's seat and I start the car and I drive out of the center of Björgvin, the difficult way that Bayer taught me a long time ago. And I drive north and I approach Sailor's Cove and I don't want to look at the building where Asle used to have his apartment and I drive past the building and I drive north and I look at the white roads and it's a cold, clear morning with shining stars and a practically full moon and I think that I don't want to look at the house Ales and I rented and lived in. I think and I drive north to Dilgia and I think that now I want to just drive and be empty and not think about anything, not about Asle, not about Guru. I think and I don't want to look at the turnoff, not at the playground either. I think that it wouldn't surprise me if Schlink had already called to say I should get ready and we should set out soon, because it's light so few hours a day in this time of year and we have to use those hours. I think and then I just drive and I don't think anything and I look up at the brown house and I see a young man with medium-length brown hair standing and looking out the window and then a young woman with long dark hair comes and stands right next to him and then they stand there and look out and Asle thinks there's that car again, that small van. He thinks and I think that now I mustn't look at the two of them in the window. I think and I look at the white roads in front of me and I keep driving and then I get to Instofjord and then to Igna, and now it's almost totally light out. I think and I think that I don't want to look up at Sister's house, where the woman named Guru lives. And I look at the white roads and I drive slowly onwards and then I'm at Dilgia and I drive past Schlank's house. And then up the driveway to my own house and I park the car in front and I open the back door and pull Bragi out and as usual he can't wait to jump out into the snow and lift his leg and there's an ugly yellow spot in the snow behind him and then he bends his back and shits. And I stand there looking at him and then I open the door and I call Bragi and he comes leaping over and I go into the kitchen and then I hear the phone ring and I go out into the hall and pick up the receiver and it's
Schlink and he says, where was I? Or was I sleeping that heavily?
Did I forget that today is Christmas Eve and that we're supposed to take the boat to Igna to celebrate Christmas at Sister's?
He says and I say,
no, I didn't forget and Schlink says that he's called several times, because we should set out soon. We agree that we'd set out as soon as it was light, he says, and it's a long trip to Signifjord. And it'll get dark early. We need to go while it's still light. Yes, like we agreed. So now I need to come right over to his place at once, because sailing in the dark is no fun at all, not to mention tying up to the dock.
Schlink says and I say I'll come right over.
Yes, right away. Schlink says yes, I say.
But why didn't you answer the phone? He says.
And I don't say anything, but anyway it's good I finally answered. Schlink says, because didn't he say that we had to leave early, we had to set sail as soon as it was light out, he'd said and I say yes. Yes, I know, I remember he said that. I say and of course we need to, it is much better to take the boat when it's light out than when it's dark. Of course, I say. Yes, Schlink says. So you need to come over now, he says. And I hear in his voice that he's a little annoyed, and I say again that I'll come right over and Schlink says that he's ready and that it would be best to set out as soon as we can. He says and I say I'm going to hang up the phone and then drive right over and then Schlink says that in that case he'll go down to the boat and wait there for me to come and then we'll set out. He says, because there aren't that many hours of daylight at this time of year. Yes, as he's said.
And as I know perfectly.
Well, he says and I say I'm coming right over and then I say I'll see him soon and I hang up the phone and then I go into the main room and I touch the picture I painted for Sister and it's almost dry and I pick it up and then I pick up the suitcase that's standing there between the bedroom door and the hall door and then I call Bragi and he comes running and I go outside and Bragi follows me and I shut the front door behind me and I think that no one in Dilgia locks their door. It's the custom in Dilgia to leave your door unlocked. I think and I go over to my car and then I put the suitcase in the back and then I lay the painting that's still not totally dry on top of the suitcase and then I open the back door and Bragi hops in and I get into the car and then I drive off to Schlank's farm, and there's a short narrow path running down to the boathouse and his dock.
And I drive down it and then I park next to the boathouse.
And I see Schlink standing on the deck of his boat. Of course it had to be a boat like that, with a wheelhouse in front and a deck in back, and I pick up my shoulder bag and go out and I hear thumping from the engine of the boat and I drape the leather shoulder bag over my shoulder and I open the back of the car and I take out the painting and the suitcase. Don't you ever take off that black coat, Schlink says, or that shoulder bag, he says. And I shut the hatch of the car and Schlink again shouts that he knew it. He knew I was going to show up with that brown leather shoulder bag and wearing that black coat and with a scarf around my neck and I'm probably wearing that black velvet jacket under my coat too, he says, and now here I am. He was right, but a suitcase in the boat? No, a suitcase on a boat is bad luck no matter how old and nice a suitcase it is. Don't I even know that? Schlink says.
Suitcases and women are bad luck on boats.
He thought I knew that much. Only sailor bags belong on a boat.
And in the old days sailor trunks on big boats, Asle says, and his sailor bag is already stowed in its place on the part of the deck closest to the bow in the cabin, he says, and I walk towards the boat and Asle, and the motor says thump thump and I see a black cloud of exhaust rise up from the stern and then I hand the suitcase to Asle and he says that since I didn't know any better, or couldn't help it, we'll just have to hope for the best, better a little luck than a lot of brains, he says, and then I hand him the painting and I say that he needs to be careful because the picture isn't totally dry yet so he has to lay it paint side up and he takes the painting and he says that this is a nice portrait I painted of sister and that Guru will be very happy to get it, and it's unbelievable that it can look so much like her when I've only seen her once in the coffee house recently, Asle says, and I say I was thinking I needed to bring a Christmas present for sister and I couldn't find anything to buy her so I thought I might as well paint a picture for her, I say, and I say that I don't know if it's good or bad. And I say that I think the face I painted both does and doesn't look like sister, I say, because I've never met her, strangely enough, or not before I saw her in the coffeehouse recently, I say, because that probably was sister I saw then, I say, and Asle says that anyway it's a picture of sister I painted, so it definitely must have been her that I saw sitting at the coffeehouse, with her suitcase and shopping bags, he says, and I say that I don't know if she'll like the picture but the important thing is that I've brought her a Christmas present, I say, and Asle says that sister will be very happy to get the picture, he says, and I say that I have wrapping paper for the picture in my suitcase and then Asle says that the picture I've painted looks exactly like sister down to the last detail, it's absolutely unbelievable that I was able to paint her so accurately having only seen her once in the coffeehouse, he says, and then he puts the painting up on the square box covering the engine and I see that the picture is shaking a little up and down with the thumping of the engine, and then Asle says again that the picture looks just like sister down to the last detail, so if I really saw her just that one time then yes, he doesn't understand how I could have painted it, that I was able to do that, because he's never showed me a photograph of sister anyway, he doesn't even have one, he says. Then I hear Bragi bark. Mustn't forget the dog, Asle says. Yes, Bragi, he says. That would have been bad, I say. And I go open the back door of the car and Bragi hops out and I slam the door shut and then I go over to the boat and Bragi follows me and he looks scared of the boat and then I pick him up and hand him to Asle and Bragi whines and whimpers and whines and Asle takes him and puts him down on the deck and Bragi lies right down and then he's lying there shivering and looking up at me with his scared dog's eyes. Doesn't look like much of a ship dog, Asle says. He's lying there shivering and whimpering so low you almost can't hear him, he says. And I untie the front mooring and I throw the rope to Asle and he coils it up nicely and then he lifts up the front fender and right away the bow starts to drift away from the dock and Asle says we're lucky, we have the current with us, the trip up Signifjord goes much quicker with the current than against it, it can take almost twice as long if it's running against you, Asle says, and I untie the rear mooring and I coil the rope as I walk towards the boat and I hold tight to the rope so that the stern of the boat is right up next to the dock and Asle holds the boat close to the dock too with a boat hook and then I step down onto the gunwale and then down onto the deck and Asle shoves off with the boat hook and right away the boat moves out into the water and already we're a few feet from land and Asle brings the stern fender on board and then he goes into the wheelhouse and turns the wheel so that the bow is pointing straight up Signifjord and I take the suitcase and painting and go into the wheelhouse and Asle says again, a suitcase on a boat, like I'm on a cruise, yes. Like this was some kind of luxury yacht I was vacationing on, one of those ships that's constantly sailing up into Signifjord and back down out of Signifjord on summer days, he says, and he says that he's often thought about what it would be like on board a ship like that, and what it would be like on the bridge steering a ship like that. Pulling into shore must be really hard, you'd have to steer it very precisely, because there are lots of skerries in the water, so it'd be a real tricky business, Asle says. Yes, he who has spent his whole life sailing in these waters knows them well, but there were not a few skerries he's passed over that weren't on any charts and that he hadn't known about before, he says, but the skippers used well-known routes that had been taken many times. Because cruise ships have been sailing up into and back down out of Signifjord all these years, so they had their fixed routes, and that's why it always went well. He's never heard about a single cruise ship running aground on any skerry, Asle says, and I go into the cabin and Bragi comes slinking after me and he is moving as little as he can and once he's in the cabin he lies right down in the corner on the port side next to the door to the wheelhouse and I put my suitcase up in the bow behind Asle's sailor bag, and then I lay the painting on top of the suitcase and then I put my shoulder bag down on the deck and then I go out of the cabin and I stand next to Asle there in the wheelhouse and he says that the weather is good, couldn't be better, almost, there are always some little billows but once we get some water astern it'll give the boat a little extra speed, and with the current the trip will be fine. Asle says, and he says that yes, it'll be all right, he says. Are you scared? Asle says. Are you scared of the water? He says no, I say. You seem a little scared, he says. No, I wouldn't say I'm scared, I say just a little nervous, Asle says. Yes, I say. And then it's silent and Asle sits down at the wheel and he holds the wheel in one hand and he says that it's not often I'm on board a boat, is it? And I say that I practically grew up in a boat and Asle says that he knows that perfectly well. He was just thinking, because I grew up in Hardanger, by Hardanger Fjord, he says, and I say I was in a boat the whole time I was growing up, in a pointed boat, a so-called barman boat. I say, and Asle says that he must be getting old because I've told him that many times. He says, and I've often said that I wanted to get a boat of my own, but I never did get a boat. He says, and I think that now that I've stopped painting I need to get a boat because I need something to do and something to keep me busy, so I need to get a boat, a barman boat with a pointed bow and a flat stern and with a little outboard motor. I think I should get a boat, I say. You've said that before, Asle says. And he says that as long as he's known me I've talked about how I should get a boat and a dog. I've even said that a person needs them for a good life. Yes, a boat and a dog, he says, and it's silent again and then I sit down. Because in the wheelhouse there's a chair at the wheel on the starboard side and another chair on the port side, and in between there's the door that leads into the cabin and that can be shut with a hook on the starboard side, and behind Asle there's a little hot plate. And I look at it and Asle says that it's good to have a primer stove, you can boil yourself some coffee, and fry up bacon and eggs, get something warm in you. And that can be good, because it can get cold on the water, but he has a little stove and when it gets too badly cold he turns the stove on, and he says that the stove is firmly attached to the deck behind me and I turn around and I see the stove and Asle says maybe he'll warm it up a little? He says, and he asks me if I can take the boat and I go over and take the wheel and it's a small wheel, with pegs around the rim. And Asle points at a little home near the middle of the fjord way up ahead and he says I should steer towards that. He says, and I sit down at the wheel and I let go of the wheel and right away the boat starts to head towards land and I straighten the wheel up again and steer towards the home in the middle of the fjord way up ahead. Now it should get a little warmer soon, Asle says. And I see him go into the cabin and then he comes out and he has a bottle of beer with him and he goes and opens a drawer under the primus and he takes out a bottle opener and he opens the bottle and then he sits down in the chair on the port side and he sits there for a long time and then he raises the bottle to his mouth and drinks. It's not often that I'm not at the wheel myself. I can't even remember the last time. It must have been when my father was still alive, Asle says. And I say that's not true, because he and I have been on the water together lots of times, we've gone to Vic to go shopping lots of times, I say, and Asle says yes that's true, he's so forgetful nowadays, he says. But it's been a long time in any case, he says yes, I say. Maybe 10 years, at least, he says something like that, I say. And Asle says that since he's always been at the wheel himself, for at least 10 years in any case, it's really nice now to be able to just sit and be a passenger, because he could probably say that that's what he was now even if it was he who owned the boat. Asle says, and I say that it's been a long time since I've been at the wheel, but everything's fine, it's good, I say, and Asle takes a sip. It's nice with beer, he says. I almost never drink beer at home, but I do a lot in the boat, he says, and it's silent. I think it has to do with my always having been a little scared of being in a boat. I've always been a little scared of the water, Asle says, and I don't say anything. Yes, it's true, Asle says. It's not because I like being in a boat that I've spent so much time in one, it's because I had to, he says. To make a living, he says, and it's silent for a moment. And that's probably about my father having been lost at sea, he says. Yes, I say. And it's silent for a moment. They never found him, Asle says. No, I say. And it's silent again. No, you've got it better, just painting pictures, but you need talent for that. It's like you need a gift of grace, Asle says. But gifts of grace come from God and I never believed in that, he says, and I don't say anything. No, never, Asle says. Believed in God. I mean, he says. And it's silent and Asle says that no one can say anything for certain about the big things, the biggest things, sea and sky, life and death, he says, and he drinks his beer and he says that all of that is like an unknown darkness. We come from an unknown darkness and we return to an unknown darkness. That's how it is, there's nothing more to say about that. And as for whether a person was something in the darkness before being born, and whether they turn into something there after they die, no one can say anything or know anything about that. So for him all that's possible is wonder, he doesn't have any answers, Asle says, and he finishes his bottle of beer and then he gets up and goes out on deck and I turn around and I see out the porthole at the back of the wheelhouse Asle throwing the empty bottle into the water and then he stands on his sea legs in a wide stance and he opens his fly and takes out his penis and pisses into the water in a nice arc and then I suddenly think about the boy who drowned when I was little, his name was Bernhard, and he was from the neighboring farm. And then he fell out of their barman boat, a 2-oar boat, and into the fjord and he couldn't swim and he clearly couldn't get back on board the boat, so he never got to be very old, I think, and I start to think about my sister Alida, she also died so long ago,
both Asle and sister are dead, and my sister Alida died so suddenly, I think.
And the night before last Asle died and I can't think
about that, I really just can't. And then the woman Guru, who lived in the lane and who died in a fire, I think, and it's horrible to think about. I think, and I see Asle come back in and he goes into the cabin and gets a new bottle of beer and he opens it and he says you need to drink on Christmas, it's an old custom. Back in the old days people said you should drink on Christmas, when the sun turns you should celebrate it. Celebrate that the light was going to come back, that the grass would be green again, yes, that spring would come, would have to come, that winter would have to be over soon, people thought. And that's why they drank and went on a bender and traveled to be together, often from far away, to be together, to drink on Christmas, that's how it was, and the same thing in summer, when the sun turns, you should drink your way through Midsummer's Eve and a long way into the next morning, Midsummer's Day. That was the custom in these parts, it was still like that in his youth, and there was a bonfire on Midsummer's Eve and you could see a bonfire burning from every corner of Signifjude. He says, yes, it was like people were greeting each other with the bonfires they lit on Midsummer's Eve, and then there was dancing and drinking, and then you needed a fiddler.
And even if there wasn't a fiddler in every village you didn't have to go too far to find one, they used to say that
every Real village needed a shoemaker, a blacksmith, and a fiddler, Asle says, that's how it was, he says, and I sit there and keep a straight course for the home in the middle of the fjord and Asle says it's nice to have company, man is man's delight, as the saying goes, Asle says, and I sit there and look at the home out there in the middle of the fjord and then Asle says that the home I'm steering towards used to be where they had executions.
And that's why it's called Gallows Home.
The same as another small island near Aga. A lot of Satan's witches were burnt there, and a lot of Satan's henchmen. He says, it was a long time ago, but he can remember grandfather telling him about it. Asle says, and it's silent and I think and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing there in her white dress, because she wanted a white wedding dress. Asle thinks and he bought himself a black suit and black dress shoes at the second-hand shop in Sailor's Cove, where Asle and he bought most of what they needed during all their years together, dishes, clothes, almost everything they needed they bought there. You look good in a suit, Asle says. Yes, how could we have managed without the second-hand shop, Asle says and he gives a little laugh. You can say that again, Asle says. And I look at the home, at Gallows Home, there in the middle of the fjord, that apparently used to be a place of execution, and I think damn it's good that the second-hand shop is there in Sailor's Cove, because often when I'm in Björgvin I look in there in Sailor's Cove, a little north of the center of the city of Björgvin itself, I think that I bought my black suit and white shirt and tie and dress shoes there when we were going to get married.
And it's exactly the same
suit, the same shirt, the same tie, and the same shoes that are now in the old suitcase up in the bow, I think, and Asle bought her beautiful white wedding dress there, and it's still in her clothes closet in the house up in Dilgia, I think, and I look at the waves and I see Asle standing there in her white wedding dress and she is carrying a white wedding bouquet, because she so wanted one, so even though it was expensive we had to buy one, Asle had said, Asle thinks, and now Asle is standing there in her white wedding dress and with her white wedding bouquet and they took a taxi to St. Paul's Church, where the wedding was to take place, and it was Father Brushman, who would later confirm Asle, and who had earlier confirmed Asle's,
who would marry them, and
the maid of honor and best man would be Mother Judith, as Asle's maid of honor, and then Bea, as Asle's best man. Asle thinks and he thought that they didn't need to get married, that cohabitating, as it was called, wasn't a deadly sin because they were married before each other, and they were married before God, and he said that really they had been married for a long time, ever since that day in St. Paul's Church,
there in the half-darkness under the steps, and Asle said that it was her mother,
Judith, who so wanted them to get married. Yes, visibly married, they should at least get married. Mother Judith had said so many times, Asle said, but Asle herself didn't think it was important that they get married, yes, visibly, as it were, she said, since they had been invisibly married for a long time, before each other and before God, she said, and Asle had said that they could just get married visibly then.
Since it was so important to her Mother Judith, he thinks, and now Asle and Asle are
standing there in St. Paul's Church, he, Asle, in his black suit and she, Asle, in her white wedding dress, and Asle has cut his hair in its medium length and brushed behind his ears now, and Asle has put her hair up and I hear Asle say that it's been a long time since I stopped drinking. Yes, it was too much drinking, way too much, I say it was when you moved to Dilgia, Asle says.
No, before then, I say.
But you probably don't want to talk about that, he says, and I think, well, I can talk about anything, I think. I was drinking way too much, I say. And it could have turned out badly if I hadn't stopped, I say. By the end all I was doing was drinking, I wasn't painting, I didn't do anything but drink, I say.
And I say that Asle, my love, had a father who drank himself to death, and Asle got me to stop drinking, and we rented a house north of Björgvin. So that I would stop drinking. Yes, that was another reason for it. Yes, before we took over the house from Asle's aunt, old Elise, I say, and Asle says that he remembers old Elise very well. It was always nice to have a little chat with her, he says, and he drinks his beer, and he says that beer, yes, beer and stronger stuff too, are among the good things in life, and even if he's never had any kind of drinking problem. Yes, well, he had to admit that he did drink too much now and then, but then he never drank the next day. Even the thought of beer or stronger drinks the next day just made him sick, he says. For a while before I stopped I was drinking round the clock, in the morning, during the day, in the evening, yes, even in the middle of the night, I say. No, that's no good, Asle says. No, it wasn't, I say. And I say that I even had what they call delirium tremens, the shakes. Yes, he's probably heard about those, I say. Yes, Asle says. And I shook and saw the most powerful visions, and the sharpest colors, and the strangest shapes, and I wasn't sure where I was, I say. You can die from something like that, Asle says, and I shook, I say. And it falls silent, and Asle says that he can understand very well why I totally stopped drinking, he says. But why did you drink so much? Asle says. It's like it wasn't me who drank. In the end it was the alcohol that was doing the drinking, not me, I say. And I say that I have nothing against other people drinking. It's not like when they drink I feel like I want a beer or glass of wine or something stronger, not at all. On the contrary, I'm happy that other people are drinking and I can see that it's good for them in a way. I'm never going to be for temperance or anything, I say. You were drinking yourself to death, Asle says. Yes, I believe I was, I say. And it falls silent, and I say that after lying with the shakes for a few days and seeing all the colors in the world I saw something white inside me, and I held tight to it, and then and there, in the middle of the shakes, in my delirium tremens, I decided, while holding tight to that white color, I made an agreement with myself that I wasn't going to drink anymore, and I didn't either, I say. And Asle says that he still has a little spirits left in a bottle and he wants to have it, he says. And then Asle goes into the cabin and he comes out again with a bottle that has just a little in it, down at the bottom, and he says that every Christmas he gets a bottle of spirits as a Christmas present from sister, from Guru, yes, whom I'm finally about to meet soon, and it's about time, and some of it gets drunk on Christmas Eve afternoon, because they usually hand out their presents before the meal. To tell the truth, there are only two presents, the picture sister gets from him and then the bottle of spirits he gets from sister. And whatever doesn't get drunk on Christmas Eve he takes home with him, but you couldn't call him a heavy drinker. No, because there's still, after a year, a little left in the bottle, and that's how it usually is every year. He usually brings the rest of last year's bottle with him when he comes to eat dinner at my house and when he sails to Sisters to celebrate Christmas, and he usually drinks up the last of it on the trip there, Asle says, and he twists out the cork and he takes a swig. That tasted good, he says, and it feels good, he says. And then Asle drinks a little beer and then he says that now that we're near Gallows home I should take my bearings from the headland over there, he says, and he points, and I turn the wheel and we glide slowly on towards the headland. This isn't exactly an express ferry here, Asle says, but it'll get there, he says. And Asle says that the trip to Sisters isn't all that long, but we've hit a bit of cross-current now, he says. I can feel the boat starting to rock back and forth a little, he says. Yes, I say. So we'll get there a little later, I say. Yes, Asle says. And then it's silent. You used to smoke too? Asle says. Yes, I say. But you quit that too, Asle says. Yes, when we moved to Dilgia, I say. Why'd you quit? Asle says. And I say that Asle didn't smoke, and even though she never said she didn't like my smoking I had a feeling she didn't, I say. And then I also smoked way too much. It turned into a problem for myself as well as Asle's. Sometimes I'd even get up in the middle of the night to smoke, I say. Yes, you were a real smoker then, Asle says. Yes, I say. Wasn't it hard to quit smoking? Asle says. Actually it wasn't, I say. When I quit smoking I started taking snuff, I say, and then it's silent. I never smoked, Asle says. I've never even tasted a cigarette, he says, and I say that really it was Asle who got me to both quit drinking and quit smoking, and Asle says. Yes, and then it's silent and I look at the waves and I see Asle and Asle standing there outside St. Paul's Church, and now they are married. So now what God has joined together no man can put asunder, Father Brushman said. Asle thinks, and now Bea has gone to find 2 taxis. Now they'll go home to 29 Ridge Street. And there's food there, a festive meal. It's almost ready, because there's Mother Judith's lamb roast keeping warm in the oven and they've bought the best red wine. And it wasn't cheap, Mother Judith said. Asle thinks, and Mother Judith says, well, it's not every day that your only daughter gets married, is it? She says. This is a great day, Father Brushman says. And Asle and Asle stand there holding each other's hands, and they are both shivering a little. It'll be nice to get back inside. Asle says yes, really nice, Asle says. And Asle holds Asle tighter and he rubs her back and she says that feels good, really good. And I see Schlink raise the bottle of spirits and he takes a big swig and then he goes out on deck and he throws the empty bottle into the water and I hear him say farewell and then he comes back in with beer bottles in one hand and says that he can take the boat now for a bit, so I can take a little rest in the cabin if I want, he says. And so you can wrap the picture you want to give sister, if it's dry enough, he says, and I get up and Schlink sits down at the wheel with one hand on the wheel and the beer bottles in the other and I stay standing next to him and I tell him that when I was young there was a neighbor boy, his name was Bernhard, and he drowned. He pulled the family boat in towards land, got on board and then pulled the boat out into the fjord with him in it and then somehow he fell into the water and he couldn't swim. And he couldn't get back on board the boat again, I say, and he hadn't even started school, I say. Lots of lives have been lost at sea, Schlink says. I just suddenly thought about that, I say. It's the kind of thing you never forget, Schlink says. No, I say. And there's silence and then I go into the cabin and I see Bragi lying there in the corner where he went and lay down when we set out, and now he gets up and goes and lies down on the deck up at the very front of the ship, at the bow, and he curls up and damn. It looks like he's shaking a little too, I think, and I touch the picture and it's almost totally dry. Anyway, dry enough to wrap if I don't press the paper against the paint and if I use a good amount of paper and wrap it loosely, I think. And I pick up the picture and put it on the berth and I open the suitcase and I take out the brown packing paper, the length of string, and the black marker and I carefully wrap the picture in the paper and then I write to Guru and under that Merry Christmas and under both from Asle and then I tie the string around the package and I put the rest of the packing paper and string and the black marker back in the suitcase and shut it and then I put the wrapped picture on top of the suitcase, behind a Schlink sailor bag, and I think that I'd imagined putting the picture in the suitcase, but the best thing to do would be to carry it under one arm, since the paint isn't entirely dry and, worst case, the paper might stick to the picture, I think, but if I walk in with a picture under my arm then sister, Guru, will know what she's going to get for Christmas from me as soon as she sees me, so maybe I will put the picture in the suitcase, I think, but in spite of everything it's probably better if she knows what she's getting than if she gets a ruined picture, I think, and I leave the picture lying on the suitcase and I lie down on the berth in the cabin and I shut my eyes and I see Asle standing in front of Asle and she's saying she wants to move to the old white house in Dilgia, where her father's sister lives, old Elise, and that it's already been decided that she'll inherit the house, because there aren't any other heirs, she says, and she says that they might as well move there now, because old Elise would be happy to have someone else living in the house. She's old now, and frail, she's many, many years older than father. And she can use help with so many things, and they can live in 2 rooms up in the attic, that both have storage spaces, and then old Elise can live downstairs the same as she does now, and then they'll share the kitchen, and the toilet and the shower that father had put into the house, because when he was growing up they had an outhouse, and when they needed to wash up mother heated up water and they bathed in a zinc tub. Father had always said, Asle says, and then Asle says that he doesn't want to live with anybody else, it's not nice, and it's so distracting, he says, and I hear Schlink shouting and asking if everything's all right, and I answer with my eyes closed that everything's fine. I just lay down for a bit, I say, and I lie there with my eyes closed and I see Asle and Asle sitting in Mother Judith's car. Asle sitting in front next to her Mother Judith and Asle sitting in the back, and he's thinking that now they are going to drive out to Dilgia to go to old Elise's funeral, and then they are going to go look at the house where old Elise had lived and Asle wants them to move into, and I hear Schlink say, as long as I don't fall asleep now, and I say I'm just resting a little, and I see Asle looking at the house where old Elise had lived. It's a nice old house, painted white, up on a rocky hill and with a view of the Cygnus Sea, and I see Asle come and take Asle's hand and then they walk into the house together with Mother Judith, and Asle says that everything in the house is the way it was when old Elise lived there, because she lived at home until the end, but then she had a stroke and she couldn't manage at home alone anymore, and then she was moved to the hospice in Vic, and after that it wasn't long before she died, Asle says. And how many bodices for the national folk costume had old Elise sewed, and how many tablecloths and table runners in hardang embroidery? No, nobody knew, because that's how she made a living as best she could, Asle says, and Asle says that it's a beautiful old house, and no damage like there is to the house they are living in now, he says. So you can imagine living in this house, Asle says. Yes, Asle says. I can hardly think of any place better to work and to live, he says. And then Mother Judith says that in that case it's decided, yes, they would move into the old white house, and Asle says that it won't be long before she finally takes her art history exams about the place of icons in the Norwegian Christian tradition, or rather their lack of place there, and after that they can move to Dilgia.
she says, and I hear Asle shout to ask if I can steer for a minute, and I get up and go out the door from the cabin and go into the wheelhouse, and Asle is already standing in the middle of the wheelhouse with one hand on the wheel. I really need to piss, he says. And besides, the bottle's empty, he says. And Asle holds up the empty beer bottle, and then he lets go of the wheel, and I take it and I see that it's still a good long way to the headland we're steering towards, and Asle says that when he takes the boat alone he usually lets it drift when he goes out on deck to piss, and I sit on the chair at the wheel and I notice that Asle is standing next to me, and I say to her that we had it good then, in that time, in those years, when we lived together in the house there in Dilgia. It's just it was so few years, too few, I say, and Asle doesn't say anything, and I look at the headland and I steer towards it, and Asle stands close to me and she says it won't be long before we're together again, and I say that I've lived alone in the house long enough now. Yes, for many years, I say, and she says I moved in right after old Elise's funeral was over while she was preparing to take her art history exams about icons in Norway, and in addition to the usual required reading she had also read everything she could find about icon painting, and right after she quit the art school she'd sent away to Sweden for the things that she needed to paint icons, and then she started painting icons too. Yes, as she's sure I remember, Asle says, and it didn't take long before she'd painted her first icon, she says, and I hear Asle say, damn if I'm not sitting here talking to myself, and he can take the wheel again now, he says. I was talking to myself? I say yes, Asle says. And he says we're getting close, it took its time. This trip, I say. The more times you take it, the shorter it feels. Asle says it's like that with everything, probably, I say. The first time you walk some path, it feels the longest, Asle says, and it's like that in a boat too, he says. And I go back into the cabin and I lie back down on the berth and I close my eyes and I see Asle sitting there in the parlor in the White House in Dilgia, and she's working on an icon, and Asle thinks that now it'll soon be a year that they've been living in Dilgia, and he thinks that no one taught Asle anything about painting icons. She learned it all herself from books, he thinks, and Asle looks up at him. How's it going? Asle says not bad, she says. The icon I'm working on is of John in the cave on Patmos, and I think it'll turn out beautiful. Yes, as it should be, Asle says. Yes, Asle says. But you don't feel like painting again, he says. No, Asle says. Now I paint icons, just icons, she says. And then she says that it's good he paints pictures that they can sell, because how will she ever sell these icons of hers? No, she has no idea. Asle says, and Asle says that she can sell them eventually, no need to worry about that, he says. You think so? Asle says. I am absolutely sure of it, he says. For example, we could put up a sign on the bulletin board outside St. Paul's Church saying that you have icons for sale, he says. And Asle says that she never thought these icons of hers were good enough that she could sell them, she says, and I hear Asle shout and say he needs to piss again, his bladder's not that big, so it'd be nice if I could take over the boat now, he says, and I go back into the wheelhouse and I take the wheel, and Asle goes out and I hear him almost shout that yes, you know how when you start pissing you piss in one go, almost, he shouts, and then he comes back in and sits down on the chair on the port side. I've drunk enough now, he says. Now I won't drink any more, no, not till the lamb ribs, he says, and he says that he feels hunger gnawing at him at the very thought, because sister's lamb ribs taste unbelievably good, I should really be looking forward to them, he says. Yes, so there's something good about Christmas too, he says, and then he falls silent sitting there. Did you hear any more about that friend of yours, your namesake, the one in the hospital, Asle says. And I think that I can't remember having told Asle anything about Asle being in the hospital, but I must have, because my memory's not so good, I think. He died, I say, and it's silent. So, he's dead, Asle says. Yes, I say. He died the night before Little Christmas Eve, I say, and then I say that I drove back into Björgvin. Yes, Asle says. To see your friend, your namesake there, in the hospital, he says. Yes, I say. And when you got to the hospital they told you he was dead, Asle says. And I nod, and Asle says that must have been very hard for me, because the two of us, me and him, my namesake, had been good friends all these years, he knows that, he says. Yes, I say. So it's really good that you're not home alone on Christmas, Asle says, and I don't answer, and it's silent for a long time. So you drove to and from Björgvin today too, Asle says. No, I spent the night at the country inn, I say. You drove to Björgvin yesterday and then drove back home early today, Asle says. Yes, I say. So that's why you didn't pick up the phone, he says. I heard it ringing as soon as I walked in the door, and that's when I picked up, I say. And it's silent, and then Asle sighs and says that he'd already called lots of times by then, and he has to admit he was a little worried about me. He thought maybe something had happened to me, because I usually always answer the phone when he calls, he says, and he says he thought for a minute about maybe taking the tractor and coming over to my house, and it's silent, and Thenis says yes, it must be very hard for me that my namesake is dead, because my namesake and I knew each other for so long, he knows that much, he says, but I'm not really someone who lets many things slip, and he doesn't even know if my parents are alive or dead, he says. They are dead, I say. And Asle doesn't say anything, and it's silent, and then he says that when we're past the headland he'll take over the boat, since from there it's just a short way into a bay, and all the way up in the bay there's a dock. Because even if Sister's house isn't on the water, it's up on a steep hill, as I've seen myself lots of times of course. Her property still includes both a boathouse and a dock, but hardly anyone's been to the boathouse in a generation. Yes, he's taken a look inside. And there were 2 old barman boats in there, and the boats looked nice and undamaged, so if someone just waxed them and took a little care of them, and let the wood swell for a few days, they'd be truly shipshape, but no one ever took them out onto the water anymore, because the fiddler, the one who skipped out, the one from East Norway, he had no interest in the sea or in boats, but then again he was an East Norway man from inland, from far to the east in Telemark somewhere, Asle says, and then it's silent, and I think that maybe I can buy one of those barman boats from Sister, and then one day I can go over there and wax it and fix it up. I should get a boat, I say. I'm sure you can have one of Sister's barman boats, Asle says, but I want an outboard motor on the boat, I say. And Asle says that even if it has a pointed bow and stern there's always some way to find a solution so that I can have a little outboard motor on the boat, he says. Yes, I say. And Asle says that he can come with me and wax and fix up the boat, and then he can tow it to Dilgir with the boat, he says, and I say we'll see, and Asle says I've been talking about getting a boat all these years but it never actually happened. I never got a boat. Yes, I talked about wanting a boat and a dog, and now that my namesake is dead his dog is probably mine now. Asle says, and I say yes, and Asle says that in that case at least I have a dog of my own now. Now all that's missing is a boat, he says, and then there's silence. That's sad, about your namesake, Asle says. And now there'll probably be a funeral in the week after Christmas, he says. And again there's silence. Was he Catholic too? Asle says no, I say. And again there's silence, and I say he wasn't part of any religious community, and he'll probably be buried without a ceremony, I say. Did he have family? Asle says. 1 daughter and 1 son, the daughter and the son, as he used to say, and then the boy, as he used to say, even though he's grown up now, I say. He was married, Asle says, twice, I say. And he lived alone, Asle says, yes, I say. And then he drank himself to death, I guess, Asle says, I guess he did, I say. And I think that I never met any of Asle's children, and I don't have an address or a phone number for any of them, I think, and I look at the headland, and how am I supposed to know when he's going to be buried? And where? I think, because I definitely want to be there, but then I have to find out the boy's phone number. I think, and then we've rounded the headland, and Asle says he can take the boat now, and when we get to where we're going to tie up at the dock I'll need to help him a little. It's much easier to tie up with 2 people. He says, and I see a boathouse and a dock there in front of us, and Asle takes the wheel, and I sit down in the chair on the port side, and I look at the little waves there by the shore, and I see Asle sitting outside a door in a corridor in the hospital, and he's waiting for Ailes. We're almost there now, Asle says. And I see Asle sitting and holding Ailes's hand, and she's lying there in a bed in the hospital, and she's unbelievably thin now, he thinks, and she's sleeping. And Asle feels that he's about to start crying, and then he places her hands carefully on the covers, and then he goes over to the window and stands there and looks out. It's a cold autumn day, with a clear blue sky, and then he feels like a warm light is coming at him from behind, and the light goes through him, and he sees the light spread out like a beam. Like a kind of column of shining golden dust the light spreads out across the blue sky, and he doesn't understand what he's seeing, and he sees that the light is dissolving and vanishing into the blue sky as infinitely many twinkles, and Asle turns around and he goes over to Ailes and he takes her hand, and it's lifeless, and he puts it back down, and then he puts his hand in front of her mouth, and he can't feel any breath, and he kisses her cheek, and then he pulls the cord you're supposed to pull if you need help, and then he takes Ailes's lifeless hand again, and a nurse comes and takes Ailes's pulse, and she can't feel any pulse, and then she says now she's finally at peace, now the pain has stopped, she says, and she says that she needs to get a doctor, and a doctor comes and he confirms that Ailes is dead, I think, and I dry my wet eyes with the back of my hand, and Asle notices that something's wrong, and he says we'll be docking soon now, and I feel that Ailes is so close, so close. She is sitting right here in my lap with her arms around my back, and then we give each other a kiss, and then she leans into me and rests there, and I know that she is resting in God now. Yes, the way I am resting in God too, and that we are resting there together, and I never could imagine being with any other woman after Ailes was gone. I think, and Ailes says that there was the 2 of us, that's just how it was. Yes, as she knew,
as she said the first time we met in the bus cafe, she says, and then Asle says that a boat's what I need, he says, and now it's time for me to go out on deck and I have to just do what he says. Yes, first put the fender out on the starboard side. And if there's a current it can be hard to get right up next to the dock, so it'd be nice if I took the boat hook and stood ready to pull the boat in towards the dock if needed, and then I need to take the stern rope with me and climb up onto the dock and tie it to the bollard farthest out on the dock, Asle says, and then he'll go up into the bow and throw me the other rope and then I'll tie that to the bollard farthest in on the dock, Asle says. When there are two people it's easy, it's worse when you have to do everything alone, he says, and I put my shoulder bag on and I go out on deck and pick up the boat hook and I pick up the rope sitting there nicely coiled on the deck, and Asle shouts that first I have to put the fender out and I put the rope down, and first I put out the fender that's on the rear deck and then I climb out on the gunwale while I hold on tight to the railing on the wheelhouse's roof, and then I put out the fender that's on the forward deck and I go back and pick the boat hook and rope back up, and Asle shouts that he should be able to maneuver the boat pretty close to the dock, but the current is pushing us away from the dock, so I'll need to be quick and pull the boat all the way into the dock with the boat hook when I can and then get up onto the dock, and it won't be that slippery, because there's still just dry snow on the dock, Asle says, and he backs up the boat, steers it in toward the dock, backs up again, then steers it in towards the dock, and when we're a few yards from the dock Asle backs up hard and then the boat gives a little jolt forwards and he puts the motor into neutral, and I grab the edge of the dock with the boat hook and I pull the boat in towards the dock and I take the rope and climb up onto the dock, and I see the bollard sticking up from the snow, and I tie the line to it with 2 half hitches, they are called, and then I hurry in on the dock, and Asle is already standing on the deck by the bow, and he throws me the rope and I pull the boat in towards the dock and tie the line to the bollard with another 2 half hitches, and then I see Asle stand on the deck in the bow, and he says that couldn't have gone better, he says, and now he just has to idle the motor and let it cool down for a bit, he says, and he walks carefully aft on the gunwale while holding the railing on the wheelhouse roof. No, couldn't have gone better, he says again, because it can be hard to bring her in, he says, if you're alone anyway, he says. But the worst is gusts and rain, he says. And then Asle disappears into the wheelhouse, and then he comes back out with his sailor bag and he hands it to me and I take it, and then he goes back into the wheelhouse and he comes back out with the picture I painted that he's going to give sister, and it's wrapped in Christmas paper with angels and fairies and whatever, and there's a red ribbon around the package holding a slip of paper that says, to my dear sister Guru, Merry Christmas from your brother Asle, and he hands me the picture and I take it and put it down next to the sailor bag, and then Asle goes into the wheelhouse and turns off the motor, and it makes a few last thumps and Asle comes out of the wheelhouse, and it's like he wants to climb up onto the dock. My suitcase, I say. And the picture, my present, I say, and Bragi, I say. The suitcase, right, Asle says. And it sounds like scorn in his voice, and he goes and gets the picture I'm going to give sister as a Christmas present, and he holds it up towards me. Didn't exactly go all out with the wrapping, did you? He says, and I take the picture and I don't say anything and I put it down in front of Asle's picture, and he holds up my old suitcase and puts it on the fender, and I take the suitcase and put it down on the dock, and then Bragi comes running out on deck, and Asle says, yes you too, we mustn't forget you, no, he says, and then he holds up the dog and hands him to me, and I take Bragi. And oh how he's shaking, I think, and I put him down on the dock, and he stands there with his tail between his legs, and then I take my suitcase and my painting and I walk in on the dock with Bragi at my heels, and I hear Asle say that I'm quite a sight there in my long black coat, and with that brown leather shoulder bag, and with my grey hair tied in a little hair tie, and the hair just partly covers my bald patch, and then with that dog padding behind me, he says, and I've reached land, and I stop and I turn around, and then I see Asle putting one foot over the gunwale and onto the dock, and then he holds onto the gunwale and he puts his other foot on shore too. My body's so stiff nowadays, he say. And Asle picks up his sailor bag and his picture and walks slowly in on the dock a bit stiffly and with his feet splayed, and then he stops and looks up at sister's house. It's a little grey house, and there's light in all the windows. Yes, well, it's Christmas again, Asle says. So it is, I say. You don't like Christmas, he says. No, I haven't liked Christmas since I was a little boy, I say. Me neither, Asle says. And then we start to walk on a snow-covered path up to the country road, and on the other side of the road a path has been beaten to the grey house where sister lives, and the house looks so run down, it should have been painted years and years ago, I think, and then sister comes into view around the corner, and she's wearing a Christmas pullover, and she waves at us, and Asle lifts up the picture he's carrying, and I lift up mine. Welcome to my home, sister calls. Yes, now it's Christmas again, Guru, Asle calls. And she doesn't answer, and I see her medium-length blonde hair, and I see that she's holding a lit cigarette, and then she takes a deep drag at the cigarette, and to me she looks so much like the Guru who lived in the lane that I couldn't have told them apart if I didn't know they weren't the same person, this Guru and the one who just died in a fire. I think, and Asle is dead, I think, and I can't think about that anymore, I think. And then we get to the house and Guru shakes my hand and I say,
Well, we've never met, and she says maybe not, but she has seen me before. She's seen photographs of me in the Björgvin Times lots of times, and then she saw me at the coffee house in Björgvin. I always like to go there when I'm in Björgvin. I say me too, she says. I never go to Björgvin without stopping in at the coffee house, she says, and it hasn't been long since the last time I saw you there, she says. No, I say. And she says that she tries to make a living by sewing tablecloths, big and small, and table runners, short and long, in Hardanger embroidery, and then bodices for folk costumes, the decorative bodices, she says, and it's all right. She makes just enough for what she needs, just enough to keep poverty at bay, she says, and when she's finished sewing a bunch of tablecloths, table runners, and bodices, she takes the bus to Björgvin and brings them to the craft center, and then she always buys. They're what she can't find at the country store in Instafjord, where she usually buys whatever she needs, and that's easy enough, because it's just a half a mile away or so, she says, and she doesn't eat much, so it's mostly tobacco and cigarette paper she needs to buy, and that doesn't add up to all that much, she says, and she laughs. Yes, Merry Christmas. Asle says Merry Christmas. Yes, Guro says Merry Christmas. I say. And then she says we should come in, and it's a roomy house, she says. She usually sleeps in the bedroom off the living room, but there are 2 bedrooms up in the attic, and she's made up one for Asle, she says. You'll sleep in the attic room you always sleep in, she says, and Asle nods. And then I made up the bed in the other room for you, she says. And she looks at me and then she says with a laugh that her house is filled with pictures I've painted. No, she doesn't even know how many years it's been that Asle's given her a picture I painted for Christmas, and she understands that my paintings sell for good prices, so she's probably strictly speaking quite rich thanks to my paintings, and if she's not mistaken her collection of my paintings is going to increase by 2 this year, one of them bigger than any she has so far, and she likes my paintings so much, they give her a kind of peace, she says, so she'll never sell a single one if she doesn't have to, she says, and I say I thought about how she has so many smaller paintings of mine, she must have more of them than anyone. And to tell the truth they are the very best small or smaller pictures I've painted, because she should know that her brother Asle has an eye for art, he chose the pictures himself and he always chose the one that I myself thought was the best. I say, and I'm looking forward to seeing the pictures again, I say, and then she says that she can show me every single picture, if I want, but now we need to come inside, she says, and she goes and opens the front door and I go into the hall with my suitcase and the painting wrapped in brown packing paper and Bragi comes padding along at my heels. You have a dog too, she says. That's how it worked out, I say. And I see that several paintings of mine are hanging in the hall, and I feel them all again. There is a mix of newer and older pictures, and thought went into where they are hung, and then I see a steep set of stairs going up to the attic, and on the wall alongside the stairs there are more pictures I painted. Yes, you can see for yourself, Guro says. I have paintings of yours everywhere, she says. And she has a Christmas tree so she can put the present I brought under the tree, she says, and I nod and I hand her the package, and then she opens the door to the kitchen and goes away, and there's a wonderful smell of smoked lamb ribs, and I turn around and I see Asle coming into the hall with his sailor bag and with his painting wrapped in Christmas paper with angels and fairies and whatever, and he says my goodness, he can't think of any food that smells better, Asle says, and Guro comes back out and Asle hands her the wrapped picture. And here's a little present, or maybe a little bigger, he says. Because she probably wants to put the presents under the Christmas tree like usual, he says. And Guro takes it and disappears back into the kitchen. No food in the world smells better, Asle says, and Guro comes out into the hall and she says maybe before anything else she should show me the room where I'll be sleeping, she says. Hey, Guro, Asle says. Yes, she says. You have 2 boats sitting in your boathouse. Well, in case you didn't know, 2 barman boats, and Asle has been saying for as long as I've known him that he wants a boat, so I was wondering if he could have one of yours, he says. And Guro says that if I want one of the boats then yes, I'd be welcome to take it. Yes, take both for all she cares, but they'll sink as soon as they touch the water, she says. I don't know, I say. If you want a boat? Asle asks. Yes, I say. No, he says. You've been talking about it all these years anyway, he says. Yes, I say, and then there's silence. But if you want one of the boats, or both, you can have them, Guro says, and I say I don't know really, and Asle says no, well, if I don't want a boat I don't want a boat. That's how it is, he says, and I ask if Guro has pictures hanging in the living room. And she says yes, she has pictures hanging in both the living room and the bedroom where she sleeps, just through the living room. And I ask if I can see the paintings right now, and she says of course, and then Asle says that he'll take his sailor bag up to the attic room he'll be sleeping in, and then he starts going up the stairs, and I put the suitcase down and I follow Guro into her kitchen, and it's small, and there's smoke from a huge pan,
and 2 more big pans are standing ready. In one there are peeled potatoes and in the other rutabaga cut into pieces, I think, and then Guru picks up a glass of red wine that's standing on the kitchen table, and then we go into the main room and there's a stove in one corner and it's warm and the room feels good, and Bragi goes over and lies down in front of the stove, and Guru says she didn't know I had a dog. Asle had never told her, but she likes dogs, so it's great, she says, and I see that there is brown paneling on the walls in the room and pictures I've painted are hanging on all the walls, and in the middle of the room there's a scraggly little pine tree and the 4 gifts are under it, and I go from wall to wall and I take a look at every picture as quickly as I can while Guru sips her wine, and then Guru opens the door to the bedroom. "Please come in," she says. And she laughs, and I go into her bedroom and there's barely room for a bed and a nightstand and a wardrobe in there, and there 2 paintings of mine fill the walls, and I feel almost like it's too much and I go back out. "It's gotten to be a lot of pictures over the years." Guru says yes, I say. And she asks if she can take me upstairs to the room where I'll be sleeping, and I say yes thank you, and then she starts up the stairs with her wine glass and I pick up the suitcase and follow her, and along the stairs too there are paintings, with maybe 1.5 feet between them. And they are all good paintings, I think, and up in the attic I see that there's not a single picture hanging in the upstairs hall, and Guru points at a door and she says I'll sleep there, and she opens the door and I go into a little white painted room and I don't see a single picture in there either. I hung all the pictures either downstairs or along the stairs, Guru says, and then she says that she didn't put a single picture upstairs, not in this room and not in the room Asle is going to sleep in, or in the hall either. "Yes, as I saw," she says, and she says that she doesn't know why. "But well, that's how it's always been," she says, and she drinks a little wine, and I see that there's a bed with a nightstand in a corner, and next to the nightstand is a chair, and I put the suitcase down on the floor and I take my shoulder bag off and put it on the chair, and I take my coat off and drape it on the chair, and Guru says I could have hung up my coat down in the hall, and I say it's fine to keep it on the chair, and then I stand there in my black velvet jacket, and Guru says that the food's cooking, so there'll be lamb ribs to eat soon, she says, and she says that she's already had a couple of glasses of wine. She indulges in more than 1 glass every now and then, she says, anyway, when it's Christmas, but I probably don't want any wine, because according to Asle I don't drink, she says, and I say that I haven't had a taste of beer, wine, or anything stronger in many years. "You used to drink too much," she says. "Yes," I say. And she says I should make myself at home and arrange things however I want, and then she leaves and she shuts the door behind her, and I realize that I'm tired, and that the floor is kind of rocking a little, yes, like the boat was, and I lie down on the bed, with my shoes and my black velvet jacket on, and I stretch out my legs and I put my folded hands behind my neck and rest my hands and head on the pillow, and I feel how close Asle is, and Asle, and also how close the Guru who lived in the lane is, and I hear a knock on the door and I say come in, and I see Guru come in and she is carrying a full wine glass. "When I have such fine folk in the house I have to talk to them a little, don't I?" she says. And she laughs and she sits down on the edge of the bed, and then she says that she lived with a man for many years. He was from East Norway, and it didn't exactly cost nothing to have him in the house, but he always brought in a little something. He was a fiddler, and he was handy. He did a good job taking care of the house. He painted the house, managed things, mowed the lawn. Yes, as long as he was living at her place everything was in order, as they say. But ever since he skipped out things have begun to fall apart more and more, Guru says, and she drinks a little wine and she puts her free hand on my belly. "And you're a widower," she says, and I nod. "And you've been one for a long time," she says. And I nod again, and then it's silent and she slowly moves her hand farther down towards my fly. "Yes," I say. "But my wife and I are still married," I say. "You can't be married to someone who's dead," Guru says. And she rubs my fly up and down and she opens it, and I take her hand away and I see her blush, and then she says she really should go downstairs and check on the food, and she wants a cigarette too. She smokes almost constantly. She smokes way too much, she says, and I see the woman named Guru leave the room and she shuts the door behind her, and I think that she talks and walks and is in every way like the Guru who just died in the fire in the lane, and I should go to her funeral, but I won't do it, because I don't know when and where it will be, and I don't know who I can ask about it. I think, and I lie on my side and I take out my rosary, the one I got from Asle once, with the brown wooden beads and a cross, and I think that now I need to sleep a little, rest a little. I think, and I shut my eyes and I see Asle sitting in an attic in an outbuilding, and he's paging through a book, and he's sitting in a boat with father, and he's sitting on a bus and he's thinking about how a friend of his is dead. He just found out about it, and I see Asling in a bed and reading around in a book. He draws, he paints, he drinks beer, he smokes, and then I see the boy toddling around on the floor, and Asle walks up and down the street. He drinks beer,
She is naked and she is lying there in bed and he doesn't know what he should do. He touches her and he feels he wants to lie on her and he doesn't dare push into her. Something holds him back. He doesn't dare because as soon as he gets closer fear comes over him and he pulls back and she just lies there and her name is Liv and he lies on her and then he's sitting at a desk and he stands there and smokes, rolls a cigarette, books. A teacher is talking. He asks the classroom tubes of oil paint and Asle who says St. Andrew's Cross and who comes with dried fish, her face all lit up so that you could see her angel room. I flow of the other school children, students and the painting hall, girls, boys, coincidentia, positorum, cigarettes, beer drinking, beer talking and then just going there and waiting and then, finally he's born, finally he comes out into the world, out into the light. And then Asle is a father. He is young, very young. But he has become a father and long brown hair and everyone else who is so much better than him is worth nothing and she just wants to be with the others, with all of them, with all the others and it's over and he wants to lie down and go to sleep in the snow because it's so far to walk, rubs Bragi's fur and he is so tired, so drunk he sees the stars and then he and father are in a boat, they are fishing and books, the boat, drawings, paintings, books and I want to get a dog and a boat, a barman boat. I think and painting just that and beer, alcohol, that good rush, Ailes's face, her eyes and her hand in mine, painting and the best first, nothing special, then live better and better and sister Alida who died, Ailes. And him drawing the neighbor boy who drowned, Liv and Bard painting and he hadn't even started school and I drink and she says I mustn't drink every single night, a little rush every night and he trembles and shakes and it's like he's held tight by fear, visions that there can be colors that happen inside him and he doesn't drink more, painting, money, no money, sells pictures, makes money, doesn't have money, exhibitions, shopping for painting things, tubes of oil. Paint, canvas, always oil. Paint and canvas, always canvas, stretches, boards, stretches, tacks, canvas, her and the woman who comes and sits down at the table and they start talking and she's seen his exhibitions home with her lying next to each other, kissing her only son, kissing her, they take off their clothes, he pushes inside her, they lie next to each other, they talk, go home, she's lying there, the son is sleeping, go home, she's lying there, she's lying on the floor, she's barely breathing, ambulance, boy crying, the boy cries. Howls, ambulance, he and the son, she writes him letters and he thinks he should get a dog and then a boat, a barman boat, cries and cries, they meet, kiss, eat together, he sits and drinks, boat and dog, that's what a person needs and she comes and sits down, exhibitions, oil painting, canvas, stretches, need to find a place to live and Asle says he can have one of the barman boats that's sitting in the boathouse and the boat's boards, nowhere to go, pictures, the others, alcohol, feeling, warm beer and Ailes's her. Warmth, the mark of the cross on my forehead, consecrated oil there for all time, always, and another glass of beer, her hand on my fly, talk about something, alcohol, laugh, she comes in and it's Christmas, lamb ribs, summer, her parents, the house, the White House, silence and drinking, smoking and then neither drinking nor smoking and father who never spoke, painting, never gave up, kept at it, people can say whatever they want, he just kept at it, dark eyes, child, several children, painting. Look there, the house, he sits and drinks, children painting, their house should have been painted, pictures, dog eyes, tubes of oil paint, days, nights, not getting to sleep and he lies there and he shakes up and down, jerking, trembling, shaking and the man sitting there gets up and I sit there and then I lie on the floor, I lie there in the snow and my body jerks up and down and I look at the picture, no children, had no children, those two lines that cross each other, one brown and one purple, Asle, your angel, Ailes, your hand and there's nothing more to do on the picture so I'll just put it away, a good picture, maybe disappear into the picture if he can change into something way back there and I get up and I go over to the picture, the halo around the host, clouds, gray clouds, the sparkling of the chalice and then I lift the picture off the easel and I put it back on the easel, these pictures I'm working on and that I'm still not done with, transformations, brown leather shoulder bag draped over, if not always then often, and he presses his fingers against the shoulder of the man lying in the bed and he just lies there and he holds his hand in front of the man's mouth and he doesn't feel any breath and he feels for his pulse and he goes out and now I need to get a little sleep soon and I don't want to know what time it is, I think, but I'm so restless. I don't know what's wrong and I see Ailes's face, and it's the whole sky and in the sky is grandmother's face and she is so close and I can't get to sleep, I hold a brown cross on my rosary between thumb and index finger and I think that what's I in me, can never die because it was never born, because I ch bin ungeboren, Meister Eckhart wrote and I see the words before me, nach der Weise meiner Ungeborenheit kann ich niemals sterben, nach der Weise meiner Ungeborenheit bin ich uig Gusen und bin ich jetzend word ich uig bleiben, I think, because in jenem sein Gott's Namlich wo Gott über allem sein und über alle Unterschiedenheit ist. Dort war ich selber and I breathe evenly in and evenly out and I say inside myself Kyrie and I breathe out an elation and I breathe in Christ and I breathe out an elation and I breathe in and I move my thumb up to the first bead and I say inside myself, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us and lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil. And I think that I never should have come with a slate to celebrate Christmas at sister's house. The woman named Goro. The other Goro, I think, and
Then I feel Asle lying next to me and she lies there holding me and I move my thumb and finger back to the cross and I say inside myself Pater Nosticius in Caelus Sanctificita Nomen Tuum Adveniat Regnum Tuum Fiat Voluntas Tua Sicet in Caelo et in terra panem nostrum quotidianum Die nobis hodie et dimit nobis debita nostra sicet et numbers dimitimus debitoribus nostris et any numbers inducas in tentationem sed libera numbers amalo and I hold the cross and I grip the first bead between the cross and the 3 beads in a row and I say inside myself Our Father who art in heaven hallowed be thy name thy kingdom come thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us and lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil and I move my thumb and finger up to the first of the 3 beads in a row and I say inside myself Ave Maria Gratia plena Dominus tecum benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui Jesus Sancta Maria Mater Dei ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc et in hora mortis nostri and I breathe slowly in and out and in and I move my thumb and finger up to the 2nd bead and I say inside myself Hail Mary full of grace the Lord is with thee blessed art thou among women and blessed is the fruit of thy womb Jesus Holy Mary Mother of God pray for us sinners now and in the hour of our death and I breathe evenly and I think yes like this nothing else nothing more because I didn't care about the others and I breathe slowly in and out and I move my thumb and finger up to the 3rd bead and I say to myself Ave Maria Gratia plena Dominus tecum benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui Jesus Sancta Maria Mater Dei and a ball of blue light shoots into my forehead and bursts and I say reeling inside myself Ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc et in hora. The end.